Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports. On Forever Sports, you are joining us live for the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix. We will be doing a watch along and of course lots of time until the Grand Prix actually gets going. 4 hours from now exactly, and you can see the timer will be up permanently until the race starts at 7 p.m. that is SAST, but in the local time it'll be 6 p.m. local time in Saudi Arabia in Jeddah. So a very exciting Grand Prix all lined up for us. So throughout today's build-up package, we're going to be showing you the F2 race, which will get going in just about 15 minutes. And after that, of course, we will be running our build-up, where we'll show you highlights from all the sessions. We'll also do a lap around the track, and then also show you a great little fun video of us racing around Jeddah as well in F1 22, where all of the team got together and we raced around, and you can see the results from that race as well. But until then, of course, we will be with you the entire time. Be sure to comment, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more content, and hopefully we'll have a lot of you ready for the race later this evening. A very exciting race in store, of course. Reese, all the big talking points, let's just go through them.
Yes, for sure. Obviously, Sergio Perez taking pole yesterday in qualifying, with Fernando Alonso very close behind in P2. Certainly the biggest news though of qualifying is that Max Verstappen did not get out of Q2 due to a gearbox failure. His clutch was just slipping there in Q2 and he was not able to put in a competitive time at all. So he will be starting in P15 today during the race. Also big news is that Charles Leclerc will be starting in P12 due to a grid penalty, due to a grid penalty, due to him taking a new controlled electronics unit, the third of the season, which means he will be taking that grid drop for the race today.
I mean, quite scary. It's the third replacement of the season. It's the second race. I mean, it's quite shocking when you think about it. Nonetheless, as we said, so Charles Leclerc starting all the way down in 12th, Max Verstappen all the way down in 15th. So we've got Sergio Perez on pole, Alonso in second. And yeah, it's going to be a very interesting race to watch, and also something interesting, and you'll see throughout the day and on the stream as well, which has got a couple of headlines that run, is the fact that Mercedes actually seem to have found a little bit of pace this weekend.
Yes, Mercedes seeming to bounce back a little bit from Bahrain, still not necessarily able to compete with the front runners, but at least showing a little bit more pace with George Russell qualifying in 4th yesterday.
Yes, and of course, if you guys are watching and you guys are wanting to find a way to watch Formula One live, you can utilize the description in this video right now. Go look at the description and you can go and see exactly how you can watch the Grand Prix live later using a free-to-air subscription service. So very useful that. Otherwise, we will also put the link in the chat here to go and watch a video which also explains exactly how you can do it. And just to add more ways you can do it, you can also go and click on the channel, go see the feature videos for the day, well, for the weekend at least, and you will see a how to watch Saudi Arabia video there, and Stephen explains exactly how you can do all of that. So hopefully you guys can go and utilize that system, and then you guys can turn it on the right hand side screen and have another screen open with us, and we can commentate our way through, and we can all chat throughout the day for the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix. So exciting this, because at the end of the day, whilst not optimal for Red Bull to have Max Verstappen have that engine issue, it has created what will be a very exciting race today, which I think a lot of fans are quite keen for, because it means that he's going to have to fight his way through the entire field in order to get somewhere in terms of points. So very much looking forward to seeing how Max Verstappen can do in terms of fighting his way through the field. So we can get to see that Red Bull really in action.
Yes, for sure. It should be a very interesting race. I mean, we've got the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc also starting down the grid, so we should see two cars possibly fighting it out to hopefully get on the podium. Max Verstappen surely will be able to get quite close. Whether he is able to catch the likes of Sergio Perez and Fernando Alonso, that will have to be seen. But surely a very interesting race ahead of us for the fans. Obviously, we don't want to see Max and Red Bull having those issues, but it does give us quite a good race on Sunday.
Yeah, 100%. And we also think about Ferrari now going into this. Charles Leclerc starting all the way down in 12th. Can he fight his way through the field? Is it going to be easier for him? Is he going to be battling Max Verstappen many times during today's race, do you reckon?
I certainly think he will be a bit of a roadblock for Max Verstappen. Max obviously will need to try and get past Charles Leclerc to make his way further up the grid. Whether he's able to catch him quickly and pass him, that will have to be seen. Charles Leclerc and the Ferraris not showing as great a pace as the rest of the grid this weekend. Well, the top of the grid at least. But I think they will have some good race pace at least. This track much lower on tyre degradation than Bahrain was 2 weeks ago, so it should favour the Ferraris a little bit better.
And of course, this is quite a bit of a difficult circuit in terms of being really, really tight. And we saw it yesterday in qualifying and in practice session 3. Drivers nearly losing it in a couple of corners there, riding the curbs a bit hard and things like that. So we might well see safety cars today. And of course, we don't want to see any retirements, but what it obviously will do is bunch that grid up and makes for some more interesting racing. So I think we've got a really, really good Grand Prix coming up for us today in Saudi Arabia and all the teams to watch. I mean, on top of that as well, yes, Lando Norris had issues in qualifying, which didn't allow him to go anywhere really, starting all the way at the back of the grid, 19th, I think it is. And, Oscar Piastri, on the other hand, managed to make it into Q3 and was putting in some very competitive times in that second qualifying session. So, McLaren seemed to have also found quite a bit of pace this weekend. So, lots of teams fighting it out in the middle. Also, Alpine being very quick as well yesterday's sessions. So, there are lots of cars to watch today.
Yes, certainly. Just touching on the McLaren there, you said that Oscar Piastri obviously got through to Q3 qualifying in, I think it was 10th position, he actually starts in 8th position today, so his best ever qualifying for Formula 1, obviously only being his second race weekend. But very disappointing for Lando Norris, who just was on a really good lap, but then in turn 27, the final corner of the track, just managed to hit the wall, break his steering rack, and was out in Q1.
Yeah, so Lando Norris very disappointed then. He's going to be, I think, quite nervous of that wall now, just every single time he goes through. But obviously, as the race goes on, he should keep it off the wall, let's hope. But I think it's going to be quite a messy race, if I'm honest. I think there will be lots of cars on the wall. I think we'll have a safety car very early. I do not see us having a clean lap in the first lap. I do think we'll probably have an accident in the first lap. Hopefully nobody will go out, but we'll probably deploy a safety car to get rid of debris, and I think that's something we're going to see in the opening lap. Of course, Max Verstappen's going to be very careful there because he's going to be racing for a driver's championship. He cannot afford to get caught up in that. Not only is he starting so far down, not even making Q3 as a result of that issue in the car, he's also going to have to make sure he doesn't go into anybody as he goes around, because if he should also then retire in this race, that's already putting him on the back foot for the rest of the season. And then also starting to go with that whole thing where you win the first race in Bahrain, you don't go on to win the Drivers' Championship. It's going to start playing on his mind then. So he's got to be very careful today, and it's certainly going to be a very good watch to see how he does. Obviously Charles Leclerc as well. And will Sergio Perez be able to fend off Fernando Alonso right at the top? That's also something else we're going to have to watch. Aston Martin's so quick so far this year as well.
Yes, I think Sergio Perez has a lot of work ahead of him this evening. Fernando Alonso looking so rapid throughout the practice sessions as well as qualifying last night. So I certainly think that Fernando is going to be eyeing that P1 position today. He'll definitely try and take it from Sergio Perez in turn 1, if not throughout the rest of that race. It's certainly going to come into play though, pit stops and team strategy. This track is just so fast that, we haven't really seen what tyres work best. We've seen that the hards work really, really well for the Red Bulls. So they may take that and put Max possibly straight onto a set of hards from the start of the race and just run him really long, wait for a safety car possibly, and just take opportunities from there. We've seen how Red Bull is so opportunistic with their strategies.
But also we did see in Bahrain, quite interestingly, that track does have quite some bad tyre degradation in comparison to Saudi Arabia, where they managed to basically do the whole race on softs only. So you might also see Red Bull just start on softs and then change to a set of mediums, or maybe try to go back to softs. It'll be interesting to see if it's a two-stop or a one-stop strategy, but I do think Red Bull are going to back themselves in going long, staying on the better set of tyres than most of the grid. So all of these things we're going to see later. Lots and lots of interesting things hopefully to come. So yeah, do be sure to stick with us. Of course, we're going to have the F2 race kicking off in just about 4.5 minutes time, and we will go cut across to the tracker for that as well, so you guys can follow along for the F2 race. In the meantime, of course, you can be sure to go and look in the comments, go and comment and ask us any questions, give your thoughts, who you're supporting today, etc., where you're watching from as well. And again, I'm going to ask, please do subscribe to the channel, like the video, and hopefully we will have so many of you later to have a good discussion and a good watch for the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix. Going to be really, really interesting. Me personally, I'm thinking my predictions are going to be I think Max Verstappen will make his way onto the podium. Me and Reese were discussing it. I think Max Verstappen makes his way to the podium, but I don't think he takes first place. I think Perez and Alonso will probably fight it out for that, and I think Verstappen will come in third. Obviously, there's lots to happen today. We'll see whether or not that will actually play out. Last season we saw a couple of races where Verstappen had to start right at the back of the grid and basically won quite easily. So maybe that's going to happen again. But I personally feel it's going to be Alonso, Perez, and Verstappen on the podium. Not necessarily in that order, but those three drivers at least.
Yes, I think it will be very interesting to see if Max can fight his way through the grid and get up to those podium positions. Of course, Lance Stroll was also starting quite high up, so he will be a bit of a rear gunner for Fernando Alonso and will just be defending him a bit. So if Max can get past him, then he might be able to make his way up into that podium position.
And it is going to be something that we're going to see this today, which we've all basically been waiting to see, is Aston Martin versus Red Bull. We haven't seen it yet because unfortunately last race both Red Bulls started at the top of the grid and they left the rest of the grid for dead. But the Aston Martins are now fighting it out with the Red Bulls today, so hopefully we're going to see the comparison of pace and whether that Aston Martin can stay with the Red Bull with DRS open as well. Can they stick with that Red Bull car? And if so, you're going to see a very, very interesting race, because I think if there's any driver on the grid who can certainly maximize the DRS, as well as even if they've got a slightly worse car, as long as they can just stick with the driver in front of them, they'll make their way there, and that is Fernando Alonso, of course. If Fernando Alonso can just stay with Perez or even push himself to the front, as long as he's battling out with Perez throughout the entire race, I reckon he always has a chance of winning, because somebody like that has got so much intelligence, so much experience, an unbelievable amount of experience. You surely have to back the old guard, the 41-year-old in that Aston Martin, should he find himself there in the last 5 laps, there and thereabouts with Perez.
Yes, for sure. I don't think you can ever count out Fernando Alonso. He is obviously such an experienced driver. We've seen how in Bahrain he was just able to overtake Hamilton with ease. It just looked like it was child's play, really. Just catching him out in that turn 9 and 10 double left-hander, and just got past him so easily. So I think Fernando will be certainly looking forward to today's race and taking some opportunities to get past Sergio Perez to take the lead of the race.
And of course, a very beneficial thing for most drivers today is that even if the cars are ever so slightly worse than that of them in front of them, DRS trains I think are going to be a big thing, because there are 3 DRS zones, all literally consecutively right at the end of the whole circuit. We see the first DRS zone in the second sector, the second DRS zone in the third sector, and then of course the start-finish DRS zone again. So they're pretty much almost all concurrently there. So as long as you're just within that second and that first DRS zone, you should always stick with the driver in front of you around the whole track. So that will be something that most drivers will be looking to try and do. And I think Mercedes, of course, will be trying to utilize that tactic as well, because they know their car isn't quite as quick as everybody else, but if they can get that DRS open, they should be able to stick with the big guns.
Yes, for sure. Mercedes will be trying to do a bit of damage limitation here today. I don't think they will be able to keep up with the pace, especially the race pace of those Aston Martins and Red Bulls, but they will certainly be trying to fight it out with possibly the second Aston Martin of Lance Stroll and with the Ferraris here today.
Yes. So here's how the day is going to work. We've just switched across here. So the F2 race, I will just change that now. It's not the sprint race, but that was the sprint race results there. It was winning the sprint race yesterday, and of course that is the grid for F2, which is going to get going in just about a minute's time. So we're going to go across now to the tracker for F2, and you guys can follow here. We'll have a little bit of music playing, etc. And straight after the F2 race, we'll start our build-up package to the F1 Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. So be sure to stick around on the channel, like the video, and stay for some vibes, ask questions, and just chat in the comment section. We're always going to be online in the chat section, so if you guys want to ask us questions, we'll be sure to text back until we are live again, of course. So we're going to leave you on the screen here. We are going to just change the name there. It will be changing now to the F2 race itself. It'll have commentary right above us here in text commentary, and of course all the positions on the right hand side will stay there and change throughout the race. So be sure to enjoy F2, as that's going to get going literally right about now, doing their formation lap, I imagine, as we speak. So thank you guys so much, and we'll check you again later. Hello everybody, welcome back to Forever Motorsport. So we've just finished the F2 feature race for the weekend. F2 has just finished, and the news of the day is that Frederik West has won the Jeddah feature race for F2. So very well done to Frederik West there, or Vesti, sorry. So Vesti wins, and let's just go through the whole list here. And in second place, we've got Duhan, who came in there. Daruvala in third, Iwasa in fourth, having won the sprint race yesterday, Hauger in fifth, for sure in sixth, Fittipaldi in seventh, Leclerc, that is of course Arthur Leclerc, in eighth, Hajar in ninth, and Bierman in 10th. Quite a few safety cars, quite a few yellow flags and stoppages in this race. So if that's anything for what's going to become later in the Saudi Arabia main Grand Prix, our big feature race of the day, the F1 Grand Prix in Saudi Arabia, then we are going to be in for a spoil, I think, in terms of great racing to see. So that was the F2 feature race, and I hope you guys all enjoyed watching along for that. And of course, we're going to now start our build-up package for the Grand Prix later this evening, and it's going to be a great Grand Prix later. And of course, you guys can stick around and see all the videos that we're going to have building up to that. We're going to be previewing and reviewing all of the sessions for the weekend. We're going to do some fun little gaming streams in between there. We're also going to do a lap of the track, which is going to be great to watch as well. You can get to see exactly how you should hopefully try and race the track as a driver, and all these various things. So do be sure to stick around on the channel, where we will be live the entire time, right up until the race, and then of course we will be watching along live with all the stats and with commentary for the race. So be sure to stick around. Whilst I have you guys here, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more content. Let us know where you are streaming in from, where you're watching from, of course, and let me know your thoughts. Participate in the poll. Who's going to win in Saudi Arabia? Is it going to be Perez? Is it going to be Alonso? Is it going to be Verstappen? Is it going to be somebody else? Do be sure to go and participate in that poll, and otherwise comment in the video and let us know exactly who you're backing for this afternoon, or this evening at least, in Saudi Arabia and in Jeddah, of course. So lots of stuff still to come. So just recapping there, the F2 race has just finished. So fantastic lap there. The best lap was set by Arthur Leclerc, a 1:43.6. Just tells you how much slower those F2 cars are in comparison to the F1 cars. Not that F2 is slow, but literally 13 seconds, 14, 15 seconds off of the pace of those qualifying laps being done by the F1 cars yesterday. So F1, of course, still to come. Very excited for that. So until then, I'm going to leave you with our build-up package. I just need to quickly just set it up. We should hopefully get going soon with that. And yeah, I just want to quickly go and choose the right one. Yeah, there we go. Should be all good. And yeah, do be sure to enjoy, like the video, and stick around. We will, of course, be live later for Jeddah. Until then, guys, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Forever Motorsport on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how you can watch the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix on a free-to-air broadcaster this weekend, so you don't miss any of the Formula One action. We saw a pretty electrifying start in the first race, with Max Verstappen obviously already demonstrating how dominant he could potentially be this season, but a very big surprise pole for Fernando Alonso, and I think that Aston Martin is going to be quite a lot of fun to monitor this season. And the biggest thing is you don't want to miss any of the action, so this is how you can watch. Now, it is being shown on a free-to-air broadcaster called ORF, which is on an Austrian broadcaster, which means if you are in Austria, then you can watch it without any issues. However, if you are not in Austria, then you can't watch it, but yet you can. And we're going to be using something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network, to be able to watch all the action this weekend. And basically what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN. All the links for everything you need are in the description. There's literally a step-by-step guide on what you need to do to be able to watch all the action. So first things first, you're going to download ExpressVPN and you're going to install it. And when you pop it up, it's going to look something like this. So right now I'm connected to an Austrian server. So on the bottom right hand side there, you can see these are there's three little dots over here. When you click over those, they bring up a little bar which has all the different locations, stuff like that. You see like that, there it is. And you can scroll down and you can go to all locations over here. You can go to filter by all the various continents, and you can go and find the right one. So we're going to connect to Austria. So because I'm connected right now, I can now currently watch ORF TV, which is an Austrian free broadcaster. And as you can see over here, this is it already in the program. This is it being scheduled on Sunday, being shown on the channel itself. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go to the channel, which is over here. And unfortunately, it doesn't pick up the actual video, but it's currently playing. So if I unmute, for example, you can hear what's going on over here. There's kind of a skiing happening. But what happens over here is if, for example, I'm just going to mute that for a bit. If we then turn off our VPN, and we're going to then refresh the page. So we've now turned off the VPN, and you can see it's already not working. It's already stopped working, basically. And if we then refresh the page, you can see there it says it's not available in this region. So basically, to be able to disable that, you just have to reconnect to Austria within your VPN, and you'll be able to watch all the action live this weekend. If you have any questions, let me know in the comments below. But as I said, this is there's a step-by-step description or step-by-step guide in the description, so you should be absolutely fine.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports. We have finally got pictures of the Las Vegas Grand Prix for the 2023 season. Of course, the first time we're ever going to Las Vegas, and what a circuit this is looking like it's going to be. Hopefully going to be one of the best races of the calendar. Certainly going to be very, very good to watch. Of course, going to be one of the night races, and we know what that Las Vegas Strip looks like already, and now we're going to be racing through it. It should be an absolute spectacle to go and watch. And we've just got pictures of it here, and we're just going to go through the pictures here as well. And Reese, just talk us through some of the things that we're going to be seeing in this track as well.
Yes, so this track obviously goes through the center of Las Vegas Boulevard. It goes down, I think it is Frank Sinatra Boulevard is the name of the street, which is where their long main straight is. Just some stats about the circuit. Is going to be 3.8 miles long, 6.1 kilometers, with 17 corners and a 1.9 kilometer main straight. That is going to provide
very long main straight.
That's going to provide some great overtaking opportunities for sure. It is going to be about 50 laps long, the entirety of the race. And just looking at some of these renders, it is going to look absolutely spectacular under the lights in the evening there in Las Vegas.
And as you can see, just it might be just hidden a little bit behind me here. But the text there goes and says, the new MSG Sphere, due to open in September, will be a huge landmark on the circuit. Now, you see that big thing there on the picture there? That is something that's being built right now, and it's going to feature in that race, which is going to be so awesome to see. Because, I mean, look at what it looks like in the visuals here. And I'm sure in real life and for the Grand Prix, it will look even more incredible. It is very much, I think, the pinnacle of what Grand Prix is supposed to be with regards to just proper flash, class, money, the whole thing, just glamour, glitz and glamour, and you know, you don't get many places in the world better than that as you do in Las Vegas, of course. And we talk about the circuit itself, as to whether or not we just look there at the Las Vegas circuit there again. So you see, we've got all the major landmarks in this race here, of course. But notably, as you said, it's the straights. Look at how it's possible that we're going to have really, really, really long straights. It's going to be a very, very quick track and lots of overtaking opportunities, hopefully.
Yes, we can see as well that there's not too many like very abrupt chicanes, which allow the cars obviously to follow closer with these long winding corners. It's going to definitely provide some great overtaking opportunities, that is for sure. Just taking a look at it there by that MSG Sphere, that could also be a great overtaking opportunity in that long left-hander.
Yes. I mean, also, it's just quite interesting to look at how how the circuit has been put into that Las Vegas Strip. It's really going to stop Las Vegas for that weekend, because look at all the major landmarks it goes right by. Of course, we've got Treasure Island, the Mirage, Caesar's Palace, the Bellagio Hotel, the High Roller, Las Vegas Boulevard, of course, going there, the Venetian, and now the new MSG Sphere, which is being built as well. I mean, it's a really, really, like, it's right in the middle of Las Vegas. You cannot get out of it. And we're going past some of the biggest landmarks, not just in Las Vegas, but in the world, of course, with regards to these places. So what a race we've hopefully got in store for us. And what's also noting, interestingly here, is the fact that it is a anti-clockwise circuit.
Yes, we don't see too many of those. Obviously, one of the main ones that we have that is an anti-clockwise circuit is Azerbaijan, as well as the Brazilian Grand Prix track. But let's hope that this is certainly going to provide some interesting racing for us. Obviously, very exciting for the likes of Logan Sargent, who is an American race car driver joining the sport this year. Would be great for him to have the Las Vegas Grand Prix on the calendar.
Yeah. And I mean, we're not obviously increasing due to Drive to Survive. We obviously got a lot more American races. We've got Miami Circuit was joined last year in the last season. We've of course already got
Circuit of the
Americas,
Americas,
and now we've got Las Vegas joining that trio now. I mean, it's hopefully this is a better start than it was. I mean, Miami's actual racetrack was quite good. I think everybody quite enjoyed the racetrack. The problem that they had with it was how fake it was.
Yes.
In terms of having some really, really poor showings in terms of their yachting. What do we call it? The marina. Yeah.
Yes. Unfortunately, there's only so much you can do in a car park or parking lot. So, I mean, they definitely tried to make it the spectacle that Formula One has. But let's see what this Las Vegas Grand Prix can give to us. For sure, it is going to be one of the most spectacular tracks and spectacular races of the season.
Yeah, so that's the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Of course, later in the season, quite a bit to go until then, but the first pictures, of course, released, and we did show you them there. Very, very keen to see how that Grand Prix goes. So, guys, thank you very much. It's been Reese, I've been Mark, and you've been watching Forever Motorsports. We hope to see you soon. Goodbye. Yeah.
I don't think I would personally swap out either driver. Carlos Sainz has been a brilliant supporting role, and we've seen him win races as well. I think if you had to bring Lewis Hamilton into that team, it would certainly mess with the dynamic of the number one and number two driver. It would definitely cause a lot of friction, not only off track, but on track as well. As Lewis Hamilton is obviously such a strong character off track, as well as very competitive on track. So it would definitely stir the pot quite a lot there, Ferrari, which I don't think they necessarily need right now.
Yes. And we talk about Ferrari, and we carry on. We say, why have a student completely convinced Ferrari check if this is working. There we go. Just looking at that Ferrari, of course, Charles Leclerc had a bit of a problem there, not able to in that race. But we then go look at the news here, and it says that the new team boss, Frédéric Vasseur, of course, says he has full confidence in the squad's ability to challenge Red Bull as the F1 season develops, despite their rivals starting in 2023 in such a dominant style. Max Verstappen led home teammate Sergio Perez in last weekend's opener for a comfortable 1-2 finish with third place Aston Martin of Fernando Alonso, some 38 seconds adrift. Meanwhile, the lead Ferrari of Carlos Sainz and lead Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton crossed the finish line almost a minute behind as both drivers battled with tire degradation. It compounded an already difficult day for the Scuderia, who lost Charles Leclerc in the closing stages due to an unspecified power unit problem, raising questions over their readiness to challenge for title glory. So, Vasseur has highlighted Ferrari's pace in qualifying as a reason to be optimistic moving forward, given that Leclerc lapped just a tenth slower than Verstappen on the first Q3 runs before opting against another lap to save tyres. Asked if he has faith that Ferrari's current car can be developed to challenge Red Bull in the coming races, given Mercedes' plans to go radical with future updates, Vasseur stated, "I'm convinced, completely convinced about this. I never saw a car able to match the pace of another one in quali and not be able to be in that race. It's a matter of setup and some choices on the car. It's not a matter of concept at all." I mean, that's a huge thing.
Well, no, of course, we've seen that Ferrari is so dominant. I don't think there's anything wrong with the concept fundamentally. I think it's just, as Vasseur says, some setup changes. I mean, Max Verstappen and Red Bull obviously still not 100% happy with their setup in Bahrain. So they could also possibly be quite a lot faster. But I think if Ferrari Carlos Sainz that car into the sweet spot, they could also be extremely competitive. I mean, we saw, we heard that over the winter season, winter break, they were able to fix the issues that they had in 2022 with their engine. They were able to unlock another 30 horsepower. Obviously, this isn't affected by the engine freeze, as they've been turning down their engine throughout 2022 for reliability. Then seemingly over the winter break, they were able to fix that. But then in Bahrain, they had another reliability issue. So is it going to be a factor that they're going to have to turn those engines down again? That could certainly affect them throughout this year. If they're able to get to the bottom of that, that could help them be more competitive again as well.
And I just want to finish up looking a little bit at this article here. And it goes and says, Monsieur also pointed to 2023 being the longest campaign in F1 history, with 22 more races still to come between now and the season finale in Abu Dhabi in November. He is, though, naturally keen to understand their performances and reliability issues as quickly as possible, in a similar vein to Red Bull when they encountered technical woes early last year. Start with a DNF, and I would have preferred to finish like Red Bull for sure, he said. He joined Ferrari from midfield runners Alfa Romeo over the winter. But now I want to stay consistent in my position. I told the team before the test in Bahrain 2 weeks ago that the championship won't be over in Bahrain. Doesn't matter the result in any case. It was true for the winter test, and it's true for the first race. The most important thing now is to be able to have a clear picture of the situation, where we are failing, do a proper analysis of this, and to come back stronger as soon as possible. So, Ferrari, of course, sit currently fourth behind Aston Martin, Mercedes, and Red Bull. So, another thing I'd like to talk about when it comes to Ferrari is if you look at last season as an indicator for possibly, which you can't really, but nonetheless, I'm going to do it. I'm going to speculate. I'm going to say Ferrari last season started very well. They were leading Red Bull quite convincingly in those first opening few races, and then dropped off. That's when the reliability issues started hitting a lot more and things. Whereas Red Bull started poorly, of course, 2 DNFs in the same race, and they quickly tried to fix their reliability issues and then went back into it. Do you think Ferrari could do the same thing?
I certainly, I know Ferrari are going to fight it out throughout the entirety of the season. They are not going to give up after the first race, as Vasseur has said. I mean, it's only the first race. Sure, you've had a little bit of a reliability issue. Same as last year, Max Verstappen was out in the first race, went on to take the World Championship. Obviously, you can't try correlate last season with this season. It's completely different. I mean, but one of the most interesting aspects is that, of course, Red Bull are not able to develop their car as much this year. They may have gotten off to a very good start, but the other teams are able to catch up a lot easier through development this year.
And of course, now that everybody's seen that Red Bull in that first race, they're going to look to the things that it did right, and they're going to look at Aston Martin as well and say, well, what did you do right? Because you're in a similar budget to us as well. And they're going to look at that and say, hey, that's what we're going to do. And hopefully what we will see is some more competitive racing as the season carries on. I do think a lot of people are making assumptions about the season very early, including us, let's be honest. Yeah, but nonetheless. But of course, we've got the longest season coming for forever. We've never had such a long season in F1. 22 races still to go, not just one. 22 races still to go. Lots and lots can happen in that time. And hopefully what we see is Mercedes fix somehow. They've created drastic fix. They said they're going to do drastic things. Hopefully they do. Ferrari will hopefully fix reliability issues and maybe try and improve on the track in terms of the tyre degradation problems they had. And we'll see Aston Martin maybe even still improving and challenging even Red Bull right at the top. It could really turn into one hell of a season to watch.
Yes, for sure. And I mean, obviously, we have the Saudi Grand Prix this weekend. Very exciting. If you are able to, please do join us in all of our live streams. We will be going live for every session, including practice 1, 2, 3, qualifying, and the race on Sunday. But just back to you now, Mark. Who do you think will be competitive out in Saudi on Saturday and Sunday?
Well, I think it will likely be another Red Bull 1-2. Let's be honest, Red Bull had no issues whatsoever in Bahrain. There was not a single thing they were concerned about. Bahrain was as perfect as you could possibly ask. The only thing they have to get through is basically the start of the race. If they can avoid any collisions, I back Red Bull to get another 1-2. But it's be interesting to see how much closer the race is, of course, because it's a much more challenging track than Bahrain. It's a lot more twisty. It's a lot more narrow in some sections as well. It's quite a difficult track in comparison. So we look at the other teams and we think, well, let's see what Ferrari and what Aston Martin can do in that track. I don't think it's way too soon for Mercedes to rapidly turn that around, but hopefully Mercedes can somewhat, get some good testing done essentially this weekend with regards to how they can change their car. So I'm saying Red Bull 1-2 and Fernando Alonso in 3 again. I reckon that'll be the same thing again, but I reckon both Ferraris will be in 4 and 5.
Yes, well, I think we'll just have to wait and see what happens, obviously, this weekend. Obviously, practice 1 will be a good indicator. Obviously not for Mercedes, as they will probably be doing some testing. We should see a lot of aero being tested on that Mercedes, not only in practice 1, probably in practice 2 and practice 3. But it should certainly be a very exciting weekend to watch. Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, obviously such a great race. We saw last year how close some of those cars were able to race. So hopefully we will be seeing the Ferraris and Mercedes, or Ferrari and Red Bulls, and possibly those Aston Martins all fighting it out for P1.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsport on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how you can watch the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix on a free-to-air broadcaster this weekend, so you don't miss any of the Formula 1 action. We saw a pretty electrifying start in the first race with Max Verstappen obviously already demonstrating how dominant he could potentially be this season, but a very big surprise pole for Fernando Alonso, and I think that Aston Martin's going to be quite a lot of fun to monitor this season. And the biggest thing is you don't want to miss any of the action, so this is how you can watch. Now, it is being shown on a free-to-air broadcaster called ORF, which is on an Austrian broadcaster, which means if you are in Austria, then you can watch it without any issues. However, if you are not in Austria, then you can't watch it, but yet you can. And we're going to be using something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network, to be able to watch all the action this weekend. And basically what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN. All the links for everything you need are in the description. There's literally a step-by-step guide on what you need to do to be able to watch all the action. So first things first, you're going to download ExpressVPN, you're going to install it. And when you pop it up, it's going to look something like this. So right now I'm connected to an Austrian server. So on the bottom right hand side there, you can see these are there's 3 little dots over here. When you click over those, they bring up a little bar which has all the different location stuff like that. You see like that, there it is. And you can scroll down and you can go to all locations over here. You can go to filter by all the various continents, and you can go and find the right one. So we're going to connect to Austria. So because I'm connected right now, I can now currently watch ORF TV, which is an Austrian free broadcaster. And as you can see over here, this is it already in the program. This is it being scheduled on Sunday, being shown on the channel itself. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go to the channel, which is over here. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't pick up the actual video, but it is currently playing. So if I unmute, for example, you can hear what's going on over here. There's kind of a skiing happening. But what happens over here is if, for example, I'm just going to mute that for a bit. If we then turn off our VPN, and we're going to then refresh the page. So we've now turned off the VPN, and you can see it's already not working. It's already stopped working, basically. And if we then refresh the page, you can see there it says it's not available in this region. So basically, to be able to disable that, you just have to reconnect to Austria within your VPN, and you'll be able to watch all the action live this weekend. If you have any questions, let me know in the comments below. But as I said, this is there's a step-by-step description or step-by-step guide in the description, so you should be absolutely fine.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. It is the preview for the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix, the second Grand Prix of the 2023 season. And of course, lots to talk about in terms of what we saw in Bahrain and what we could hopefully expect in Saudi Arabia. Lots of news has happened since Bahrain, of course, and lots of talk about what teams are going to be doing coming into the weekend. As I say, in the Middle East, the Saudi Arabia, of course, a fantastic circuit, quite a bit tricky compared to Bahrain, and so it will certainly be a challenge for a lot of these cars. And hopefully, we shall see some different results compared to last time. I think it was very Red Bull orientated and dominated, which was very good for all Red Bull fans. But the rest of us, I think, the rest of us, in terms of the entire world, were also looking at us thinking, hopefully, other teams can sort of just improve immeasurably, because otherwise, we are just going to run away with Red Bull. So, one of the big talking points, of course, since the last Grand Prix is that of Mercedes.
Yes, obviously Mercedes publishing that letter saying that they obviously are apologising for the first race of the Grand Prix of the season, saying they are not starting where they would once be starting. Really interesting to see Mercedes straight away from that first race, pretty much almost admitting defeat, really.
I know, pretty much admitting defeat before the season's even begun. And of course, the other interesting thing is that of Aston Martin's using the same engine as Mercedes, and yet they're doing a hell of a lot better than Mercedes. So for a team that's obviously a lot less funded and got far fewer resources than the likes of Mercedes, you do have to really wonder as to how they've managed to mess up so badly.
Well, yes, of course, you can't downplay Aston Martin. They've had a lot of backing from Lawrence Stroll, who's put a lot of money into that team. They've got a new wind tunnel coming online very soon. They've got a new factory as well that's coming online very soon. Definitely putting a lot into that team for the future. But yes, they've just had such a cracking start to the season. I mean, just doing so well in Bahrain. But yes, I think Mercedes are going to be very disappointed to have been beaten by a customer team, which is certainly not what we would be expecting in 2023.
Not at all. And we see here, there's an article here, and we go into it here from Hamilton, and it says, "I will win again." Hamilton says he maintains 100% belief in Mercedes as 7-time champ vows to fight back with the team, notably. Of course, a couple of rumours started up, and obviously not really taking them all too seriously, but basically about him possibly leaving Mercedes due to them not being very competitive. Nonetheless, we have an article from Lewis Hamilton saying he does pledge his commitment to Mercedes amid their ongoing performance struggles, describing the squad as his family and stressing that he doesn't plan to go anywhere else in search of success. So,
Yes.
big statement, of course.
Yes, well, Lewis has been with Mercedes for quite a couple of years now, so of course he's going to be very close with the team as well as a lot of the integral team members. So he's certainly made himself very comfortable there. He doesn't want to have to move on to a new team. If he can get that car working again, he'll be very happy to stay. But if they are not able to produce a race-winning car, he will, of course, start looking elsewhere, as he has the right to do. He's a 7-time world champion.
And the likes of George Russell, we think about George Russell now, has arrived at this team thinking he's going to be a big shot, of course. And now Mercedes have really, delved lower than the likes of Ferrari and Aston Martin, and are hanging on to that 4th spot right now. You talk about the big 3, and they're not even currently in it. They fully concede that, as with their letter. They concede they're not even in the big 3. So, George Russell's having gone there. I mean, what does he now do?
Well, I think someone as young as George Russell, I think you just have to stick it out for a little bit. I mean, Mercedes has shown how strong they can be. They've been so dominant in the past couple of years. I don't think you can necessarily write them off so quickly. I think certainly they will get to the bottom of it. Hopefully this year. If not, then next year they have to make a complete design change, of course. But I don't think you can write Mercedes off that.
No. And of course, the interesting thing is they basically said that they're going to continue redeveloping the car basically this entire season. They're just going to really try and get it to race pace. So surely that means they're going to win. Can they make such a drastic decision as to add side pods back onto the car? Is that too much?
No. We've already seen from Toto Wolff, he's been speaking about a possible B-spec car, which we as pundits assume is a side pod version of their current car. Obviously, their current car that they're running has their zero side pod concept.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports. So we're going to do something very interesting for all of you, and I hope that you'll be interested as well. You see, we're all watching all these races go around Saudi Arabia, of course, during these practice sessions and qualifying. And of course, we've got the race later. So what we're going to do is we're going to follow our fellow pundit Reese. Of course, you guys all know Reese. Reese is very, very good at the F1 game, and we're going to follow him go and do a fast lap of Saudi Arabia just to see what the absolute optimal lap is around this track. So we're just following him on this out lap here. So he's going to warm up his tires. He's not in the softs. He's in that Red Bull car, fastest car on the grid, of course. So we'll see how he fares. He's quite good at this game. We're going to hope he gets the best optimal lap in. We're trying not to pile too much pressure on him, of course, but hopefully he will put in a very good lap for us. Of course, using the F1 game, and you guys can all obviously play. And if you guys are interested, we also do play the game with the whole F1, with the whole Forever Sports team. We play it every Thursday before the Grand Prix. So there'll be another 21 races that we'll do on stream, and that's on Forever Sports Extra. So be sure to go check that channel out as well, as we're following Reese doing his outlap. Yeah, Reese is pretty much the one to beat when it comes to that. He is currently second to me on the log, but that was due to him having connectivity issues in that last stream. So we're going to follow his lap here and see how these drivers should be hitting their apexes, the sort of corners that they should be hitting, and the sort of gears that we're looking at, because it's pretty much quite accurate these days with the game. So he's going to try and put the best optimal lap in, and he's coming to the towards the last sector now, and then we'll hopefully see a very, very good lap be put in. And I'm going to basically talk you through as best I can with regards to that. You see he's speeding up here, just trying to get some energy into those tires, and hopefully we'll get a very good lap here. Just slowing down just a little bit to warm up those tires just before we start. And he'll take it very wide out the last corner here to get the most speed possible. So you see him taking very, very wide out here, and we'll start now. And here we go, and rapidly going through the gears, getting up to optimal speed. DRS is wide open, of course, and we'll see him come down the start finish straight right now, and his lap has started now. So you want to try and get as close to this corner as possible, and you see just keeping the car within those lines, and then coming out, and you just rapidly speed up again as we come towards these difficult middle section turns. Very, very difficult here. You want to try and nail this apex without hitting the wall. Perfectly done there. Hitting yourself inside those lines, just trying to nail those apexes. Beautifully done here. Coming past here and coming through the wall. Just a slight touch, but of course, not a problem. We'll carry on going. Keeps going, and yeah, now you go towards this long straight before it comes to that dangerous hairpin. Very, very difficult this hairpin is. You've got to try and get as close to the wall as possible, but come out at a reasonable speed. Very, very well done there, of course. And now we come towards that first DRS zone, which comes up just after this difficult turn here. Yeah, and I don't do this turn particularly well, but you see there exactly how you should be doing it, and get nice and close to the wall to get these apex turns. You see, just keeping inside track limits. DRS wide open again, coming through this DRS zone. The first of two there, slightly nudging the wall. It's fine, we carry on, and so you just get nice and close to the track there. And again, second DRS zone is here, and this is a nice long one. This is where we see people trying to get as close as they can so they can start overtaking on the start finish straight. And that's what we'll see hopefully later today. And you're then having to brake late, big braking, get so close to the wall. That's where Lando Norris hits, of course. Reese doing very well to stay out of it, and now speeding up very, very quickly down the main start finish straight. And this is where the overtakes will happen today, and then across the line. So a great lap there for Reese. So yeah, good explanation. And you see him just going a little bit quickly still. I think he might be doing another little bit of a quick lap here. So we'll just carry on going and see how he fares. So you see, just quickly through the gears, and then comes back in, just slightly nudging the wall, and yeah. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed that little that run through the track there, and yeah, we very much enjoyed watching it happen. And yeah, that's now the optimal, or as close to the optimal lap as we can possibly get. And hopefully we'll see all those drivers doing something similar. Probably not just nudging the wall a little bit. You know, Lando Norris does like to nudge the wall every now and then. So these are the sort of things we do see, and we just go to this. And you see also, I mean, how impressive is this game? You know, looking so similar to the actual race itself. Very impressive, of course, to watch. So thank you guys so much for watching. And yeah, you've been watching just an example of the track of how to race around. And DRS is wide open yet again there. And a great little track, basically. So, yeah.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Motorsport on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how you can watch the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix on a free-to-air broadcaster this weekend, so you don't miss any of the Formula One action. We saw a pretty electrifying start in the first race with Max Verstappen obviously already demonstrating how dominant he could potentially be this season, but a very big surprise pole for Fernando Alonso, and I think that Aston Martin's going to be quite a lot of fun to monitor this season. And the biggest thing is you don't want to miss any of the action, so this is how you can watch. Now, it is being shown on a free-to-air broadcaster called ORF, which is on an Austrian broadcaster, which means if you are in Austria, then you can watch it without any issues. However, if you are not in Austria, then you can't watch it, but yet you can. And we're going to be using something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network, to be able to watch all the action this weekend. And basically what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN. All the links for everything you need are in the description. There's literally a step-by-step guide on what you need to do to be able to watch all the action. So first things first, you're going to download ExpressVPN and you're going to install it. And when you pop it up, it's going to look something like this. So right now I'm connected to an Austrian server. So on the bottom right hand side there, you can see these are there's three little dots over here. When you click over those, they bring up a little bar which has all the different location stuff like that. You see like that, there it is. And you can scroll down and you can go to all locations over here. You can go to filter by all the various continents, and you can go and find the right one. So we're going to connect to Austria. So because I'm connected right now, I can now currently watch ORF TV, which is an Austrian free broadcaster. And as you can see over here, this is it already in the program. This is it being scheduled on Sunday, being shown on the channel itself. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go to the channel, which is over here. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't pick up the actual video, but it is currently playing. So if I unmute, for example, you can hear what's going on over here. There's kind of a bit of skiing happening. But what happens over here is if, for example, I'm just going to mute that for a bit. If we then turn off our VPN, and we're going to then refresh the page. So we've now turned off the VPN, and you can see it's already not working. It's already stopped working basically. And if we then refresh the page, you can see there it says it's not available in this region. So basically, to be able to disable that, you just have to reconnect to Austria within your VPN, and you'll be able to watch all the action live this weekend. If you have any questions, let me know in the comments below. But as I said, this is there's a step-by-step description or step-by-step guide in the description, so you should be absolutely fine.
What's important is that we continue to communicate, we continue to pull together. So again, another interesting point that we talked about is the fact that Hamilton clearly didn't seem to be all too keen on the zero side pods idea.
No, I think he would have been against it fairly quickly. In 2022, he would have been very vocal about the fact that the team has gone in one direction quite radically compared to everyone else on the grid. Every single other car on that grid has side pods, and they're the only team without them, and it's not working.
No.
So of course Hamilton's going to be critical of it.
Yeah, but as I say, still saying that he's gutsy and he's holding on to his team, and that he does firmly believe in working on the car. As he continues here, he says, I still have 100% belief in this team. It is my family, and I've been here a long time, so I don't plan on going anywhere else. But we all need a kick. We all need to get on. The proof is in the pudding. We've seen when the performances, where the performances, and how people are extracting the performance. We've got to now start making some bold decisions, some big moves in order to close the gap to these guys. Of course, then referring to Red Bull and their dominant 1-2 result in the season opener, Hamilton continued. Otherwise, they're going to, they will run away with it most likely this year, unless Ferrari can probably stop them. We'll wait and see. But as I said, hopefully at some point during the year, we're hopeful we might be able to close the gap. At some point, it will probably be too late in terms of fighting for a championship, but we can still turn some heads, hopefully. So lots of work for Mercedes to do, and basically conceding to the fact that they're not only worse than Red Bull, but that of Ferrari, and quite possibly even Aston Martin.
Yes, well, before the season started, I predicted that there might be a bit of a shuffle up if they didn't change that concept of the car. I said that possibly Aston Martin might kick them out of the top three, and so far they have. certainly very disappointing to see that Mercedes is not able to bring the fight to those top three teams. But let's see what happens. I mean, it's a very long season, 23 races in total. Only one race down, still another 22 to go. So you never know what can happen.
No. And of course, then we talk about Aston Martin. It says, why am Aston Martin riding a high into Saudi Arabia and how they can keep that momentum up? Of course, then we've got Fernando Alonso smiling because he is as chuffed as a bunny at the moment to be with Aston Martin. Of course, leaving Alpine last year and coming into this Aston Martin team, he's basically joined one of the best teams on the grid automatically, and he didn't even necessarily recognize it. And he must be as chuffed as anything right now.
Yes, for sure. I mean, he's certainly taken over the reins from Sebastian Vettel. I mean, he's just landed his bum in the butter, really. He's landed himself into a possibly championship fighting team. I mean, it's certainly sad to think about what would have happened if Sebastian did stay in that team. I mean, could you imagine a Sebastian Fernando lineup? Obviously, you can't get rid of Lance Stroll. His dad owns the team.
No, we get rid of him.
Well,
but I mean, so you talk about Aston Martin having, possibly would have had Vettel and Alonso. I mean, it's there are so many memes in the last week basically saying Vettel seeing Fernando Alonso get to enjoy this Aston Martin, which is so brilliant basically compared to their previous cars. And I would be very interested to know Seb's comments and if he would have stayed on had he known that the Aston Martin was going to be so powerful. Because I think one of the main reasons why he also gave up, well, not gave up, but ended his career early was two factors. Of course, that being he was tired. He wants to get on with other things, wants to get going with his life for the rest of it. And the other part of it might well have been, but he didn't tell everybody, was that he's not really going to be racing for a challenging team. So he doesn't really want to play around in the midfield and just kill his career off. He's had such an illustrious career.
Well, of course not. He's a four-time world champion. Of course, you're not going to want to sit in the midfield for years upon years. He did it in Ferrari, which was quite disappointing and embarrassing, really. Not too much on his side, but Ferrari really did not do very well with him, as well as they did not have many good decisions, unfortunately.
And on the flip side to that, then you have Alonso. Now, who's obviously taken the reins from Vettel, and he's basically said, well, I was fighting midfield for a few years, but now I'm back, and quite possibly, certainly putting his hand up as being the best driver on the grid, just in terms of his sheer experience. And you saw it in the BAHRAIN Grand Prix, how experienced and how insane some of those overtakes were. That overtake on Carlos Sainz was brilliant. I mean, one of the most difficult turns in the whole circuit, and he takes him there. It was insane.
Yes, I mean, of course, Fernando Alonso having so much experience out on track, not only in Formula One, but in IndyCar as well as World Endurance Championships. I mean, he almost won IndyCar a couple of years ago, the Indy 500, and then he has won World Endurance Championships while he has been away from Formula One. And then coming back into Formula One at, I think it was just, he's in his 40s, and still being able to fight with the youngsters. I mean, just shows how strong he is, not only mentally, but still physically at, I think, 45?
No, 41.
41,
Not quite as old as that. But yes, we read this article, as we said, talk about how dominant Aston Martin have been. And Aston Martin are doing their best to keep their feet planted to the ground after an impressive podium in the season opener. But there's a growing belief outside the team that the green cars will cause quite a stir consistently this year. When billionaire Lance Stroll entered Formula One and rebranded Racing Point as Aston Martin, he had one goal: to make the operation consistent World Championship contenders. And unfortunately, I can't read on, but nonetheless, it is certainly looking like that could possibly be the case. Of course, they're currently sitting second in the Constructors' Championship. Of course, Ferrari having had that retirement, and Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz only finishing behind Fernando Alonso. Both the Aston Martin cars finished in, I think it was respectively third and sixth or seventh. I think it was sixth.
Yes,
but nonetheless,
But I think one of the main things that we've seen from Aston Martin is that they're not scared to move away from a certain design concept that they'd come up with themselves. They're not scared to change to another team's design concept that works. I mean, we've seen in the Racing Point days where they would just completely change to a different team, reminiscing on the pink Mercedes. Now they are green Red Bull. It just shows sometimes it doesn't hurt to actually adopt another team's concept.
Yeah, and of course we're just under 20 hours away from the second Grand Prix in Saudi Arabia, and we've talked about Mercedes, we've talked about Aston Martin, And it's not much to talk about Red Bull. They're just going to rock up and basically say, cool, we know exactly what we're doing. We've got a fantastic car, probably the best car on the grid. We've got the best drivers on the grid. We've got the best team on the grid. They're just going to go about business as per usual. So Max Verstappen surely just looks at this and thinks, yeah, no, in the bag here. Easy as just needs to make sure he gets decent qualifying lap in, and he should be fine. But of course, another team that we need to really talk about is that of Charles Leclerc's team being Ferrari.
Yes, obviously, big news coming into this weekend is that Charles Leclerc has a 10-place grid penalty for Sunday. His team giving him another set of controlled electronics. This is his third set for the season already. He only allowed 2. He's on his third set going into the second race. Very, very disappointing so far from Ferrari. Hopefully he doesn't have to take any more penalties throughout the season for this specifically. But yes, certainly not looking very good going into the season. I mean, second race, third Steve.
It's really disappointing. And of course, if you're in the comments, tell us what you think about Ferrari so far and their performance after that first Grand Prix. And are you scared for the whole season if you're a Ferrari fan right now, having had reliability problems the entirety of last season? And now having the same problems again, you've got to really worry.
Yes, well, for those who don't know, Charles Leclerc took his first replacement controlled electronics for the Sunday Grand Prix of Bahrain, and then during that Grand Prix they failed, which caused that retirement from the Ferrari. So they are now hoping they've fixed the issue with a new set of controlled electronics. And we will have to see throughout this race weekend.
Yeah, so not just one, not just two, but the third set of electronics. So we look at Leclerc remains confident, however, that something special is definitely possible in Jeddah despite the 10-place grid penalty. We read on here, it says Charles Leclerc is set to take a 10-place grid penalty at this weekend's Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. And while he knows it's not been an ideal start to the season following his DNF in Bahrain, the Ferrari driver is still confident that a special result in Jeddah is very much possible. While running in third place last time out in Bahrain, Leclerc stopped on track with a power unit issue just after Ferrari had replaced the energy store and control electronics on his engine prior to the season opener. Following an investigation into the issue, the Scuderia announced on Wednesday that they would be fitting Leclerc's SF23 with another control electronics power unit component, giving him a 10-place grid penalty for the second race of the season. And he goes on to say, it's the way it is. It's the beginning of the season. Of course, it's not the ideal start that I wish I had at the beginning, starting in Bahrain, but what can I do about it? Now we need to focus on what is ahead, what we can do better as a team to do better, said 5-time race winner Leclerc. This weekend, we are starting from the back foot, but our target is to try and do something special. I like this challenge of starting a little bit more on the back foot and try to do something special and come back to the front as quickly as possible. So
it's certainly going to be difficult. I mean, that midfield as well as the top 10 are looking so competitive at the moment. It's going to be very difficult for sure to make his way through that grid, especially to get past those green Aston Martins. Lance Stroll will certainly be on pace this weekend. Obviously, with his surgeries that he had on both wrists as well as his, I think on his right foot, his big toe. He should be back up to strength and be able to possibly match Fernando Alonso. That's yet to be seen, but yes, certainly a very difficult weekend ahead for Charles Leclerc.
100%. And of course, now we read on here, Reece, and if you just read on here for the article here, and it just goes on to say, when asked whether his role has been to galvanize the squad since the DNF in Bahrain, Leclerc replied, he says, well, yes, because it's only the first race of the season and we've still got many races to go and we still need to be fighting like crazy to be back at the top and keep pushing.
Yes, well, of course they need to still be able to keep pushing. They obviously have to keep up in terms of the points with Red Bull. You don't want them to get away so early in the season. Obviously Red Bull showing such dominance already, but you certainly don't want to let them run away. I mean, it's the second race of the season, and I mean, Red Bull already just showing that they are possibly the only title contenders for 2023 right now.
I think the only ones that you could also consider, as I say, I mean, it's a very big outside chance, is that of Aston Martin. And when we talk about Aston Martin, I still think what happened with the track there is the fact that Bahrain, there's lots of improvements obviously to be made, and Aston Martin have got a bigger leeway in terms of improvements than that of Red Bull. And of course, Red Bull are well ahead of them. But perhaps, Aston Martin are not actually as far behind as they think they are. I mean, they were really not far off for qualifying, and had Fernando Alonso started up the grid, put himself in first place in the qualifying session, you might well have seen better fighting in a much longer race for Red Bull. They wouldn't have gone away with it as a way, because I think that Aston Martin's got enough pace to stay with those Red Bulls in a DRS zone type of scenario. If Fernando Alonso is fighting it out at the top, I reckon that car probably does actually have enough pace to try and challenge those Red Bulls a little bit.
Yes, well, of course, everything's a bit of an if at the moment. We don't necessarily know. We haven't seen them fighting out over a long race distance. I mean, we've seen how close they are in qualifying, but that Red Bull is just so strong in race pace, you never know. I don't think that the Aston Martin is necessarily as strong in race pace. I mean, you have to think that they have adopted Red Bull's 22-spec car. Red Bull have then evolved that to 2023. Of course, it's going to be a little bit stronger, but of course, Aston Martin are able to develop that car now over the rest of the season, where Red Bull don't have a lot of
leeway with regards to that. So the problem is, for not just coming first, but of course having those penalties due to those infringements they had with the FIA. So we also look at this, and as long as Aston Martin stay within touching distance of the Red Bulls, which at the moment they're doing, of course they're only one race in, but if they can do it again this weekend, they can develop a lot more than Red Bull can this season, and perhaps they can get really, really close to challenging them, which would be really fun. And of course, hopefully, Ferrari can be the other team. Charles Leclerc goes and says he wants to do something special this weekend, and Carlos Sainz, of course, managed to get in a half-decent result for Ferrari in the Bahrain Grand Prix. But if Ferrari can hopefully fix the issue they had there with regards to Charles Leclerc's electronics unit, and Carlos Sainz doesn't have an issue with it either, because it's only in Charles Leclerc's car that showed problems. So it's interesting that Carlos Sainz has yet to show problems with regards to that unit. We'll be seeing this weekend as to whether or not that causes problems. But only Charles Leclerc had those issues, and if they can fix those issues, Charles Leclerc's Ferrari did not look particularly slow.
No, I mean, it was fast. It's certainly still not fast enough to match the race pace of those Red Bulls. I think the biggest thing that they will be working on this weekend is just trying to get to the bottom of their tyre degradation. Obviously, over the race last week, well, not last week, the week before, we saw how Red Bull were just so good on their tyre degradation. They were able to look after those tyres till later in the race, whereas Ferrari just ate up those tyres so quickly, which meant they had to really drop back in pace a bit to be able to conserve them. This is where you want to try and close the gap quite a lot. It's mostly in setup change, but obviously there's lots of little things that you can do to try and make your tyre degradation a little bit better.
And of course, this is not Saudi Arabia. It's different to Bahrain. There's no doubt about it. It's a different track. The way in which the tyre degradation works in this track will be quite a bit different to Bahrain, most likely. And so it depends on how the teams can manage it there, and which tyres they use, of course. So, if the tyre degradation issue falls away in this race, then it puts them right up there, hopefully, alongside the likes of Red Bull. And, we read on with regards to Charles Leclerc wanted to pull off a miracle with his 10-place grid penalty. He says, I still believe in it. And, of course, we still need to believe it in it because it's only the first race. Well, it was only in the first race, I think it means. So it hasn't gone as planned. And when it's Ferrari, and the situation doesn't go as well as it should, then there are lots of voices and all this around the team. There's no doubt Scuderia are the biggest team in Formula One. You can take Red Bull and put it up there, but at the end of the day, the biggest racing team that ever has been and ever will be is the Scuderia and that Ferrari. And of course, he's not wrong in saying, at the moment anything goes wrong or something happens, everybody's going to be talking about them, which they do. And he goes and adds, but we need to be good at spending our energy right inside the team, pushing in the same direction to make a difference and come back stronger. Even with the DNF, Ferrari, by their own admission, had struggled to match rivals. Red Bull for pace in Bahrain. But when asked if they could change what could change in Jeddah, Leclerc said it should suit us a little bit better. Very interesting. Bahrain is also a very specific track, so I hope the delta pace we've seen will not be the same here. But our car characteristics should fit better at this track, so hopefully it will be the case. But something special is definitely possible in this car. His teammate Carlos Sainz, on the other hand, who finished fourth in Bahrain, was also feeling confident about Ferrari's chances in Jeddah, as he also cited the different nature of the track as a reason for the Scuderia to feel upbeat heading into the weekend. He says, "I want to think so," said Sainz, when asked if a podium finish is possible in Jeddah. The track is completely different to Bahrain. The tarmac, high-speed nature, but is it enough to beat the Red Bull? Given how tough and how competitive they were in Bahrain, it's going to be extremely difficult, but I want to be more optimistic after Bahrain, and this weekend I feel we have a good chance to be back on the podium.
Yes, well, Saudi Arabia being such a high-speed circuit, we're certainly hoping to see Ferrari being a lot closer. I mean, they've made gains over the winter in their engine department. They were about 30 horsepower down last season because they had to tune down their engines for reliability issues. Whereas over the winter season, they were able to get rid of these gremlins and hopefully unlock that extra 30 horsepower, which should hopefully help them to be close to the Red Bull down the straights, which is where they were certainly lacking last year.
And I think, so much has been predicted, and we are very guilty of it as well. There's so much that we've said about the season, not necessarily writing off teams completely, but certainly saying that certain instances and scenarios have already happened, and that, Red Bull are going to run away with it in the season, and the Scuderia have already got problems, so we're not so focused on them. Aston Martin are a great team to watch, and Mercedes are out. It's one race in of a 23 race calendar. There's so much more that we're going to see. I mean, Red Bull also, don't forget, we did testing in the Bahrain track. So all of those cars fitted their cars as best as possible for that Bahrain circuit. So when it came to the Bahrain Grand Prix, they already knew exactly what was going to happen with regards to those cars. There was no surprises whatsoever. Saudi Arabia, different story. They've not been on this track in these cars. Tomorrow's going to be the first time all these cars get to try it out. And they've only got 3 practices in which to sort it out. And it's a very different track to Bahrain. Hopefully some teams have done some modifications since last Grand Prix. They've seen what worked, what didn't work. They're going to make those modifications to get closer, because Red Bull aren't going to really change anything, but all the other teams can change. So the only thing you can really see happen is that gap to Red Bull shrink. So,
well, I don't necessarily know if we'll see that. I think Red Bull are still going to be extremely strong. We've seen how dominant they are on street circuits, and they seem to quite like Jeddah, especially with them being so fast down the straights. But we will have to see. Hopefully tomorrow will give us some sort of indication. But I mean, of course, you say that it's the first time teams are coming here with these cars. It's not necessarily true. I mean, they came here last year with the new spec or new generation of Formula One cars. They gathered so much information at each track they go to. They put all of that into the sim, and they can pretty much simulate an entire race weekend.
yes, nonetheless, we do see all these issues and different things occur once they're actually on track. And of course, lots of development has hopefully happened since Bahrain, especially for the teams like Mercedes and the others. Of course, McLaren is another team that we really, really want to see improve. Alpine should have done better than what they did. Alfa Romeo, they're there and thereabouts. William had a decent improvement inside the race itself. AlphaTauri is there and thereabouts as well. There's not much to talk about in terms of those teams. We do look at our big 4 teams now, essentially, and we do watch them with keen eyes, and we are so interested to see what happens this weekend. And of course, lots and lots can happen. We're not even making any predictions necessarily, other than the fact that I think Red Bull will still walk away with it this weekend. But I'm hoping to see some teams get closer. Maybe something big happens in the opening corners. Maybe Verstappen comes under pressure, crashes out or something. Something could happen. We don't know. Very keen, of course, for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, which starts in just under 19 and a half hours until the first practice session tomorrow in Saudi Arabia. So keen to see them. And of course, you can stream it and watch it along with us on Forever Sports, on Forever Motorsports as well. We and Reese will be there for most of the sessions, and of course, you can feel free to comment, participate, ask us questions, and be sure to subscribe to the channel and like the videos, of course, so that you can get more and more content. On Forever Sports, of course, we share so much Formula One content. We keep you in the loop as best we can. We have shows on Monday, Thursday, and then we have videos every other time, and we live stream every session for the Formula One weekend. So, of course, be sure to stick around, subscribe, like the video, and check me and Reese more as we go.
Yes, of course. And we also have, later this evening, we're doing a live stream on our Forever Sports Extra channel, just doing a game play-along of the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix. There should be about, I think it's
about 7 or 8 of us going to be racing around Saudi Arabia Grand Prix. It's sure to be very, very good fun, a good laugh. We will be doing it live on the Forever Sports Extra channel. That's our other channel there, one of our partner channels. You can go and click our channel and you can go and find it there in the other channels we support. And of course, be sure to come and watch that. It'll be a good laugh. And nonetheless, also you can go and see exactly how not to race the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix. That is, of course, if you're following any car, but Reese does know how to race this game very well. The rest of us, we'll be just participating for the sake of it. So, of course, be sure to join us there as well. You guys have been watching Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. I've been Mark. Reese has been Reese. And thank you so much for watching. We're so keen for the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix. Be sure to join us on the channel, of course, for every single session. And share with your friends. Subscribe. And we'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.
And we are live. Good evening, everybody. Hello and welcome to the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix. I am your host, Stevie P, and your commentator for tonight's action. And coming up in the next hour, the Forever Sports team, be taking on the circuit in Jeddah for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, which obviously all the action gets underway tomorrow in Saudi Arabia. And first practice and first two practice sessions tomorrow, practice 3, qualifying on Saturday, the Grand Prix on Sunday. But the main event, what we're all really here to do, is to watch the Forever Sports team try and take on this street circuit. And it should be pretty entertaining. But basically, I will be taking you through all the action. But before we do that, let's have a look at sort of how standings are at the moment, because we did do the BAHRAIN Grand Prix. And right now, as things stand after week 1, we've got Reese in the first place. He took the first win of the season. We then had Mark in second place. The N3 Rappers, so known as Narupas, coming in third there. Lord Farquad with 2 points. Jimmy Boy with 1. Newbies into the stream tonight and into the season. We do welcome Reza Snowman and Silver Beef. So they will be making their debuts tonight. Without any sort of further ado, they're currently out there having qualifying, so that should be quite entertaining. But basically, I want you guys to jump in the comments. I want you guys to let us know where you're watching from, who your favorite team is, who you're supporting. Let's get behind some drivers. As I said, Reece Stedman is the man to watch out for tonight. Just absolutely cleaned up in the last race. In fact, he was actually just toying with us with everybody else during that session. So he'll be looking to try and make it 2 races from 2, 2 wins rather from 2. And I think for me, it's probably gonna be more entertaining to see how the newbies go, and really sort of see gauge where they're going to be at, and how quickly they can grasp things out in the track there, because it's a very difficult track even when the best do it. And I can assure you right now, what you will be seeing in the next hour are far from the best. So it's going to be fun though. It's going to be fun. At the end of the day, that's the main thing. And so sit back, relax, and enjoy what should be quite a fun stream here as we head into all the action. Obviously, we'll be covering all the action, by the way, live over the weekend. So make sure you go check that all out. They'll all be on Forever Sports, supposed to Forever Sports Extra. So all the gaming kind of stuff like that we're doing at the moment, that is going to take place on Forever Sports Extra, but all the actual F1 coverage, stuff like that, that'll take place over on Forever Sports. So basically, you want to make sure you're subscribed to both so that you get all the action. In fact, you want to be subscribed to all our various channels. We've got Forever Rugby, we've got Forever Football, we've got Forever Cricket, we've got anything and everything you can think of. We've got. So go and make sure you subscribe to them so that you don't miss any of the moments and stuff like that. And just going to quickly share this on the various replays. There we go. And we're now going to head over to Jeddah and sort of catch up with everybody and see what's going on at the moment. Inferno, actually, in that Aston Martin's currently quickest. But without any further ado, let's move across to the action and see what's happening over in Saudi Arabia. And here we are. So very interested to sort of see. First of all, we're currently on board with the Red Bull. As you can see, this is the Red Bull of Mr. Reese, I believe. We're going to be going through the various. We've got a 3-second time penalty for ignoring the flags. That goes for Snowman, which is not looking good. And yeah, we're going to need a bit more from him, hopefully. And we want to try to see clean racing, don't we? Yeah, on board there with the Red Bull. Now moving to the AlphaTauri. This is Silver Beef. We've then got the Alfa Romeo of Snowman, who did get that 3-second penalty. So interesting to see what's going on there. And we're going to bring in the sound in just a second, in terms of exactly what's happening over from the game, which is going to work in just a bit. So just trying to get the sound going, but as you can sort of see already, a lot happening from a racing perspective. So we'll get the on track volume working a little bit, and hopefully it'll sort of rectify itself out quite soon. I'm not sure why it's not working, which seems very strange. But yeah, in the meantime, we're going to listen to a little bit of the chat that's going on, and I do apologize for any of the language and the aggression that might pop up. These guys are getting quite competitive about the whole thing. So let's have a little bit of listen to the chat that's going on. And
I'll try not in the way. No.
Right, gentlemen, as
qualified
you
times
guys know, we are currently live, and so we've got Inferno up in first place, the Aston Martin running well. I'd like to speak to Snowman and find out why he's ignoring yellow flags though. Are you colorblind? Are you just blind? What's going on?
I'll tell you, I'll give you a very specific reason why. Because I didn't know that there were any.
So this is what I'm saying. So when you saw like the poor like Saudi Arabian guy on the side, like madly waving a yellow flag, did you think he was just supporting like McLaren and just got the
She was an Alfa Romeo fan.
Well, you know. To be fair, we are riding on board with the Alfa Romeo, and I could, yeah, I also probably wouldn't be an Alfa Romeo fan, to be fair.
Look, I mean, you know, this is my rookie season.
No, fair enough. We're now on board with the Ferrari that is the Maui Magic 93. Could be the first Maui driver ever in the sport.
Sitting up at last.
Oh, there we go. Well, it could be. I mean, I'm trying to work out.
Oh fuck!
Where this track ends and starts, and you're definitely not helping my cause here, because
sorry, buddy.
I believe, as I said, I'm no expert, but I believe where those green stripes are, you're supposed to stay within them, and definitely off that wall.
I'm trying my hardest, I swear.
Meanwhile, we've stopped over to the Heart, who is being put back in the garage. Boy, you are currently what's going on here? You've got the slow lap.
We're struggling to not spin every single lap.
Well, he's driving a horse.
It does seem to be a driver issue, but I'm definitely going to blame the car today.
Okay, so that is why we is pitted. Meanwhile, we're out in the Aston, which seems to be doing quite well. Let's go and see what's happening in the McLaren, because McLaren's a team which just continues to underperform these days, and we'd like them to do better. And we're now on board with Lord Farquaad. How's this McLaren feeling?
The Red Bull that's on my way, please get out of my way, please get out of my way.
Hey, do you mind? We're trying to interview the McLaren driver here.
Well, it's feeling good. It's feeling better than the actual McLaren that's really driving, if I'm honest.
Fair enough. And prospects for tonight, is a podium on the cards, or are we asking too much here?
Well, after my 1 point last week, I'm feeling good. I think I'm targeting first. Probably not, maybe second.
Okay, fair enough. I like the confidence though to even say that after 1 point that you reckon you're not only going to make the podium, but indeed get into second place there. So look, I mean, we back you. We back you at the end of the day.
You got to believe, man. You got to believe.
No, 100%. And I'm all about the belief. We've got 8 minutes left of qualifying. In the meantime, we're going to go. The Haas does seem to be out. No, is it out? Yes, the Haas is out. We are on board with the Haas, who seems to be right behind. I believe it. Is it an Alpha that's in front there?
Yeah. It's a snowman. Bit of a strange place to find a snowman.
Well, meanwhile, you've actually got. If you want to look on your inside.
It's an outlap. It's an outlap. We're just going slowly, getting rid of the cars.
Okay, outlap there. Fair enough. That AlphaTauri coming in through.
Alpine
rather. Right, and where's that Ferrari? Who?
I see a car which I'm very happy about.
Well, it's nice to see the Ferrari actually out on track and not having engine issues, to be honest. So
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Well, we gotta celebrate the small victories here because there haven't been too many as a Ferrari fan.
Oh, fuck. No, man.
Ross McClatchy is in the comments. He's asking a very valid question, and I think this can be directed to most people. Do you guys know what track limits are?
No.
What is
Are we
it?
able to obey them? No.
Fair enough. Yeah,
What the
no,
hell's a track limit?
clearly that is an issue that we are seeing quite clearly over here early on. Is that track limits don't seem to be very optional. This Ferrari has gone in every part of Saudi Arabia except for the part it's supposed to.
I'm pretty sure the Alpha Man is not doing much better either.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, we've all heard about, when you live in Saudi Arabia and you have to be like confined to your compound. This Ferrari would have been shot and executed very quickly if you lived out there.
Jesus.
Listen, I'm
You
not
are
doing
sucking
very
up my
well.
lap here.
Okay, well,
Is the Haas going to pull something out now?
the Haas is complaining, so let's go and see why he's complaining. He does have a bit of traffic in front of him.
That's traffic. It's just traffic.
The
Two
Alpine
slow
Knox-
smokes that just hogging the entire track here.
I believe according to the clock, you are in fact the slowest person out there.
Not much longer. Come now.
The one I'm interested in is our favorite for today, the Red Bull. I believe seems to be in the pits.
Come on,
But
man. It's
Reese,
ridiculous.
what's going on? Not looking a bit unlikely here. Max Verstappen wouldn't appreciate that. Why so slow?
Well, I've only been out on a set of mediums so far, so I'm going out on my first soft run right now.
Good lap, James.
Come on, son. Get out of the way.
So it's nice to hear somebody that actually seems to know what they're going on. I'm actually going to ask Ajimao, do you know what mediums are?
That's me.
Yeah, well, I'm just yeah. You did seem a bit concerned about the tires before the race, so just want to check in and see if you've worked out what's
I've got
going on.
no idea. I've got no idea. To be honest, the soft, medium, hard, they all seem the same to me, and I've got no idea what I'm supposed to be doing.
Right.
So
Look,
I'm
that's not
just
the best- that's
going
not
to
the
wreck
best
the
advice.
tires that I am currently on.
Okay, so I wouldn't recommend taking that approach in the bedroom in terms of soft, medium, hard not making a difference, but it does seem to be semi-working out on the track. You're not last.
I mean, doesn't matter, got late, right?
I suppose she might not agree, depending on the approach you've taken. Meanwhile, the Haas, which is a lot of complaining, has seemed to bring it. Well, he has brought down that lap time from over 2 minutes to down to under a minute, but still sitting in last place with 5 minutes to go.
Am I actually beating someone?
Yeah. No, the Haas is nowhere. This is Mick Schumacher getting a sack. Gunter is not happy. He's already asked for his Drive Survive episodes to be bumped up.
Oh,
Whoa!
what rubbish is this? What absolute nonsense! Surely that's not allowed.
What happened?
Who was that?
There was a little accident.
Somebody
I
just
think that-
drove me off the road.
I think that was me.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
That's remarkably what James did to me just now.
Oh, living. I didn't drive you off the road. I
Surely
just-
that wasn't allowed.
Right, so we're just going to take a bit of a break from the action there. And again, that's a reminder of our standing stuff like that. We're going to try and get the audio issue sorted out with the cars during the race. We will have in-game audio. So just sort of sorting that out a little bit here. But in the meantime, as I said, we're looking at that early session. There's about 3 minutes left of of that qualifying. So hopefully we will be able to get back to it. We will get back to it in the last couple of minutes to see who's going to end up finishing the fastest. So yeah, very much worth monitoring. And yeah, I think immediately we've seen Aston Martin looking pretty quick. We're looking at Australian Haas, who's actually jumped up the leaderboard a little bit. The Ferrari down in last place, which is not where they'd like to be. So yeah, work to do from them. But with 2 minutes left, let's go across back to the qualifying and let's have a look at who's going to start there. Remember, that is how the log currently looks in terms of the season log. And Inferno still going the fastest here. So the Aston Martin, oh, the Haas has spun out as we can cross over to the Haas, which is busy spinning out.
Oh, did I just do my fastest lap? Yes!
And the Haas, we've now just come back here. Welcome back. The Haas seems to be facing the wrong way. He has jumped up the leaderboard,
Situation normal.
Which is the good
You
news.
put in a decent lap last lap.
Oh,
A bit of an out lap now.
okay.
We'll put a hot one in now again.
Why did it take so long to put you into the pits?
Well, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, yeah. So we basically got time for each
2 minutes. There's no chance for somebody else to come out to go to the pits now and go again.
No, so
I'm trying to get back out.
No, Inferno is done. We're gonna go see what has actually happened and how he's managed to get this wrong. He's still in the pits.
no.
He's not going to be able to
He's
come
got it
in.
wrong.
Reese has just gone fastest, by the way. Late drama here at qualifying. The Red Bulls got fastest. The Aston stuck in the pits. Maui Magic's
Haas
decided
facing the wrong
stuff this.
way.
He's going to have an early night. And new Jimmy boy, the question is, can the Haas get in a quick lap, go ahead of the McLaren? McLaren looking to try and get into that top three. Still will be a bit of the silent assassin in that Alpine. And he's got a bit of traffic. And maybe looking for, I don't know if he's trying to look for a tow from the Alfa Romeo, or if the Alfa Romeo is just not getting out the way. But he does manage to get past. You're tired from the session. Here we go. The Aston Martin. Fernando fuming. Looks like second place. He's going to have to take a set for second place. And this is Alpine comes across in a really good lap time. I think the traffic is going to do. They're going to be the problem for him.
Oh no, am I in last place? Oh no.
Don't worry, you won't be lost in the race. I can't put more than 2 laps together before facing the wrong way.
And the question is, can the Alpine get in a quicker lap? There you go, the DRS zone here. And now down the straight. Oh, got a little bit wide there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, there we go. Late drama. Let's go to the McLaren, who has decided to jump into third place.
Fuck.
Yeah, boy.
As you can see, the Alpine guy was not impressed with what just happened there.
I was hot. Oh my god, I was hot in that lap.
What am I supposed to start this race on? Like, do I change tires? Does it change it for me?
The tire that you just finished your quickest lap on, that's what you're starting on.
I'm just getting a little education in Formula One today.
I've only used one tire because I haven't got.
Yeah, listen. I mean, at the end of the day, we're dealing with experts here. People that really understand the sport, people that really understand the game. Any
Fanatics.
any accusations towards the fact that we're not taking it seriously and we don't know what's going on is very grossly off the mark. But yeah, as kind of expected, I suppose. The Red Bull up there in first place. He will take podium. The Aston Martin has retired. They've gone to the pub. The Ferrari might as well not even come out and qualify, to be honest. Snowman there in the Alfa Romeo is in sixth place. So this is how our grid's looking at the moment. Yeah, interesting signs. I think the Haas looking pretty impressive when it's not on the wall, but I suppose most cars do.
Facing the wrong way.
I don't know what's going on.
We're actually going to write a board show with the Haas to see exactly what's going wrong and why we
the
do
Haas
like
is
to
finished.
spin.
Plus, the Alfa Romeo is still going.
There's only 2 cars on track at the moment, and that's the Alpine and the Alfa Romeo.
I mean, are we supposed to
The
end
Alfa
our
Romeo's.
Is qualifying over? I thought qualifying was over.
You got this last lap.
You got a lap to go.
Oh, so you went into the pits. Well done. So instead of putting the time in, you went into the pits. You did well there. You did well
I think it was coasting the
Right,
whole last
well, there we
lap
go,
anyway.
people. We've got our grid. We've got our grid. So yeah, that's how things are going to look at as when we start on the race. Lights out and away we go, and all of that jazz. That'll be coming up very, very shortly. So don't go away. And yeah, again, you know, chuck your predictions in the comments. Let us know who you're backing to get this job done when it comes to the race itself. Over in Saudi Arabia, so Red Bull fastest over there. We're going to move. Let's have a look at the grid. This is what we're seeing here. The Red Bull fastest, Aston Martin in second place, McLaren in third, the Alpine on the Silver Beef in fourth, the Noob Jimmy Boy and that Haas in fifth place. The apparently only South African driver there, Snowman in sixth, and the Maui Magic Ferrari. Not much magic there, unfortunately, in seventh place. And right, next thing you know, we've got a race to come.
Yeah.
So what do you mean? How do you? So you mustn't have full.
Accelerator.
Rev the whole time, yeah.
Oh shit. Okay.
Vital information being shared before the race, as you can see.
I always just go full pelt.
Yeah, we've noticed.
Well, I mean,
we have noticed.
Yeah. And you always give the space, don't you, Ron?
Oh well, you should ask yourself that question.
Say that again. So I hold down A and then the accelerator.
Yeah, that's the one. And then you let go of A to start.
Okay.
Dear.
Accelerating towards the end of the life.
Race strategy, do you care?
Yeah, that's deep.
Oh my god, what does this even mean?
Jesus.
Default strategy, alternate. What the actual?
Don't bother.
I don't have to go to the pits because I don't know where the pit lane is.
Alright, well, there we go. So as you can hear, as you can see here, we are just seconds away from getting underway here in Saudi Arabia. People don't know where the pit lane is. People don't know how to start. But apart from that, we really are already at lights out and away we go.
What the hell's optimal RPM?
I mean,
That was not an optimal start.
yeah, no, lights out and away we go, people. And the Aston Martin's coming on the inside there. Looks at the Alfa Romeo crossing through the Red Bull. And then Alfa Romeo, he's just put the Red Bull to the wall. And the Aston Martin's got away with it. I want to start at the moment with the Alfa Romeo. I mean, I'm not sure it's entirely legal, but it seems to be working for him. And the Aston Martin putting on the early lead here. So, as it stands right now, with Alfa Romeo in first place and third, Snowman second, Reese in third, Silver Beef in fourth, Will Clark in fifth. Maui Matrix actually come past the Haas, who is in seventh place. And I think we're going to go right on board now with the Red Bull and see what's going on there, because that seems to be the one that I think will be reining in that Alfa Romeo pretty quickly. This is, of course, our favourite for the day. So we're really backing. Coming on the inside there. He doesn't always get in the outside. Now he decides coming on the outside around the corner. The Alfa Romeo defending pretty well. The Red Bull, I mean, that's going to have to be investigated in terms of evading track limits there. I'm not sure that's going to be allowed. But meanwhile, we're hearing about a bit of beef between the hospital wall. I mean, no surprise there, really. Oh goodness me! Why is it every single time we cross the hospital wall? You can't scriptures. You can't scriptures.
My game is glitching.
Now these things coming out about games glitching and stuff like that. We're now riding on board with the Alpine, who's also reining in the Alfa Romeo. That has been set by the Aston Martin.
Yes, it's Farquaad.
I think you wanted to be.
Yeah, lots of activations currently going on about going into
you're like four lengths ahead of me, then you glitch to 1 length ahead of me. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm glitching.
Now, I mean, all the issues are coming out. The technology issues are coming out. But at the end of the day, chaps, you just need a race better.
Young can be third.
He is. Still trying to track him down, but he's gone horribly wide there. Almost looks like he's being a little bit too aggressive. Again, not sure that too many traffic limits are being obeyed right now. It does seem to be pretty optional to stay on the track. And Watchalong has had a 3-second time penalty for multiple warnings. I feel like he can't really complain, can he? The Alfa Romeo then trying a very interesting tactic. I think he tried to brake test the Alpines. So having to remain calm here is Mr. Silverbeef.
A maniac in front of me.
I'm just trying to stay on it.
I'm just trying to find a bit of space in the area. He's swinging a bit wide. This Alfa Romeo is literally, I mean, I feel like you have to give it to a race. And, oh, he's gone straight over. And the Alfa Romeo sneaks past and gives him a bit of a, I think a bit of a middle finger there going past that. I'm not sure you should be allowed to just swerve left and right like the Alfa Romeo is. It's in terms of a defense tactic. It doesn't work, you know. Meanwhile, the Haas just seems to be falling further and further behind. We'll move to him after this because I was kind of hoping to see an overtake. But Silver Beef is apparently very over that idea. DRS is enabled. Will this give him the edge? Well, he has to do it in a second. And right now, he's just getting further and further back. And the Alfa Romeo, in fact, let's maybe ride on board the Alfa and see, you know, this seems to be quite an impressive little debut for the rookie.
Concentration levels are high there.
But I'll tell you what, in fact, seems to be opening a bit of a gap between himself and the Alpine. Let's go further down the grid to the McLaren, which has just had a 3-second penalty. That seems to be glitching a lot, which kind of sums up why McLaren has been so rubbish.
Yeah, it's... Oh my god, this is a disaster.
Right, now on board with the Ferrari, who is taking the long way around.
Every time we come on board, it stresses me the hell out.
Man, it's good. Doesn't cope well under pressure, yeah.
No, a couple of tickling the walls here. Right, now on board with the Red Bull. This was our race favourite coming in, the current leader in the championship. He used to try and rein the Aston Martin in, who's got himself to a very good lead so far. And we're actually going to go now back all the way back to the grid to see what's happening with this Haas. He's having a nice time, you know, it's basically like a picnic for one, you know, it's you by yourself, there's nobody else around you. At the end of the day, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but if that's your only option, it's better than no picnic. You know, we've all seen that clip of, you know, as long as I'm involved type thing. Well, it's kind of a similar sort of thing out here, a bit of a lonely pigeon, really.
Ooh.
But not taking almost half a racing line popping up here from the Haas. He's got a lot of work to do if he's to try and get up to that Ferrari. However, we are apparently going to overlap. There we go, the Alpine. Oh no, the Alfa Romeo says no. Bugger you! I'll put you in the wall. Trying to come on next to me. Definitely not legal, but I don't think the Alfa Romeo really cares, to be honest. And once again, that Alpine is behind him. It's incredible teams here down in Jeddah. We are seeing basically like bumper cars, you know. But I suppose it works. Right now, I mean, no penalties have been applied to the Alfa Romeo. So despite being more aggressive than the New Zealand winger, he's getting away with it.
And pulling away from Graham.
And as we felt commentate, putting in a 2-second gap, in fact. So,
That's good.
Yeah, that's like a one corner right.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm with the Alpha, who almost spoke too soon. He has spoken too soon. He's going corner to, he's going wall to wall to wall. I mean, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, this is why we have to leave damage off, because if we left damage on, we wouldn't have a race. Yeah, I mean, it's like when you go to the bowling alley and you've got the sides up. That is basically what we're seeing here from the Alfa Romeo. He's still got his training wheels on. He's still trying to sort of eke every little bit last bit. But once again, we are seeing that Alpine starting to catch up. However, we've seen the story before, haven't we? There we go.
3-second penalty.
The 3-second penalty has multiple warnings. You can't say it's not deserved. It must be said. Neither are we that surprised. What I am very surprised with, we're going to ride along, is this Haas just seems to be getting further and further behind. What's going on here?
We had to do our regular spin around. We just made sure that there's nobody behind us. You know, you don't want anybody to sneak up behind for the overtake.
You could very well be lapped at this stage with the way things are going. Meanwhile, at the top of the grid, the Aston Martin has pulled up an 11-second lead, and I want to chat to the Red Bull. Reese, what's going on here?
I disconnected from the session, so I've just been able to reconnect now, so I've only just taken control.
It's a new excuse, basically saying that, you know, it wasn't my fault, I wasn't actually driving. But now it has brought that gap down a half a second in the last couple of corners. So that seems to be putting some proper pace down. And let's go have a look at our Alpine, who once again has the Alfa Romeo in his sights.
Someone tell me when I'm supposed to be pitting.
I'm pitting right now.
And he's trying to come on the inside. There's the Alpine. He's trying to come on the inside. Yeah, he does seem to have been over here. He does get past it. The Alfa Romeo is back and he's gone through again.
Oh, time penalties.
Oh god.
Unfortunately, he almost overdid it there. And the Alpine has finally managed to go through. It's not been good. It wasn't good. It was I think definition of dirty racing. Meanwhile, we're back with the Haas, which is now 49 seconds behind the next car, which is the Ferrari. Was
but
there
it
a
has
pit
new
stop?
tires
Was there
now.
another spin? What's happening? Are we just
No,
starting in
we got new
reverse?
tires now.
We're on
We
new
didn't have
tires.
the red ones.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're on new tires. So basically, watch out because the new tire Haas. Meanwhile, we're in Maui Magic's going into the pit here. Let's have a look at the pit. Let's see what the Ferrari can pull out here. Here we go. He goes in there. Yeah, not a bad pit either. He's got the McLaren in front of him, and yeah, the pit stop might. Well, it'd be interesting to see how the pit stop's going to affect the cars. You know, on new tires here. Will that give them more grip and mean that they'll only go into the wall 3-4 times this lap instead of about 5-6? We'll find out.
Just watch me, boy. Just watch me. You just watch me.
Right, there we go. The Ferrari out on a brand new set of tyres. The McLaren also a new set of tyres. McLaren's got a lot of work to do to try and get to that Alfa Romeo. But the McLaren has been given another 2-second penalty.
Oh my god.
What's going on here?
This glitching is gonna kill me, man. This is going to kill me.
Technology coming in. And meanwhile, by the way, the Red Bull has now taken the lead.
Yes, if you'd recognize it went to the pits.
Yeah, so he's trying to blame a pit stop and try to sort of claim that that's why. At the end of the day, I think...
disconnected with those so far.
Oh!
What's going on?
What's going on?
Safety car.
Ooh, we've got a safety car. We've got a safety car coming
How
out.
does it do?
Interesting.
Safety car. Oh, I'll tell you, the Aston Martin was taking the safety car. I'm not so sure he should have been allowed there. Given the fact that there's a safety car, we're going to make sure that the Haas is still in one piece. It's strange that there is a safety car out.
Looking good.
Do I have to slow down? What do I have to do?
You see the green thing? Keep yourself in the green.
Basically, you get bonus points for overtaking the safety car.
Correct.
Oh god. Is that the safety car there?
Yeah, that was. But it's not moving.
Yeah, it's not moving.
That's because you're waiting for first place, so keep going around him.
Jeez.
No overtaking while there's a safety car.
Yeah, as you can see,
Yeah,
this
overtaking
McLaren
people. You
is
can
not
overtake the
looking
safety car.
particularly good. He's popping up everywhere. I mean, the man's apparating.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I don't even know if I'm allowed to overtake him. People are telling me I'm not supposed to.
Well, to be fair, you actually have to be able to see where he is to be able to not overtake him. So this safety car is going to be interesting. It's going to back up the race. It'll allow the Haas to get back into things. It'll allow the Red Bull and the Aston Martin to get nice and close. There is that safety car that we're talking about. So we're going to move up to the leaders. We should be coming up to the safety car pretty soon.
How do I go to the pits?
RB. And then just hit a right in the first option on your track.
And then he'll do it by himself.
Then it's
Why do
going
I
to
have
be
to
two
reduce
lines.
speed? What is going on?
Right, so the
Delta
Haas has
pace.
officially
You have
been
to maintain a
lapped,
certain
but the Red Bull's not going into the pits. Interesting. Under the safety car, the Red Bull is pitting. And the big question is, we're going to ask the Red Bull,
On the wrong
Reece,
tires.
do you believe you've got the pace to win this race?
Well, they've changed me onto the wrong tires, so we'll have to see.
I mean, I've heard every excuse coming out of the Red Bull. This is a Max Verstappen especially. First of all, it's this nonsense of I've disconnected. Now it's they put the wrong tires on. Yeah, at the end of the day, accountability is the name
What's
of
he
the
on?
game.
What's he on? What's he on?
Medium.
Doesn't matter.
Let's go have a look at who's on the watch here.
Oh, medium.
There's definitely not, as I said, it's only the Aston that's actually on the softs here. So
Yeah, I've just come for my second pit.
right, so second pit. We are now
What do I have to
5
do
laps
with this?
away. The Red Bull has pitted. They are on fresh in the mediums behind the safety car, and you will have 5 laps on these. So the question is, will the soft of the Aston Martin have the pace over the Red Bull? Will the Haas not be lapped?
Safety cue.
Ferrari's coming in for another pit as well, as is the Alfa Romeo, who's just gone back out. But yeah, as I said, with the safety car, it feels to be backed up a little bit. Should make for a pretty exciting finish. And we're going to move back to the Aston Martin, who's almost gone to the back of the Red Bull, trying to heat up the tyres there. Trying to work out, looks like the safety car has gone in, if not.
No, it's just gone far ahead.
Oh, what's going on?
Ah, there it is, there it's safety car, he has managed to rein it back in. Alright, so as it stands, Reese in first, Inferno in second, Silver Beef in third, Sloman the Alfa Romeo in fourth, the McLaren in fifth, the Ferrari down in sixth, and the Haas basically here for shits and giggles. Bit of lag here with the Red Bull.
Clearly, yes.
Oh, I've got it real bad.
Safety car Q.
Well, at the end of the day, just get better instincts. Don't make your problems our problems.
Goddamn MTN.
Ask the answers. How can we help you? Right, the Red Bull.
He's just not currently deciding he doesn't
Got
want to
a
wait
pass-
for the
he
safety
doesn't,
car.
he doesn't need a safety car. He's gone straight past the safety car and said, you know what, I'm out of here. And this is an interesting
gonna
move. He's
prolong
gone
the
in for
safety car.
another
Not-
pit. He did say he thought it was on the wrong tyres, so here come the softs. Yep, the softs are on now. Big moment in the race. He's managed to put himself on the softs. He's forfeited the lead. He's actually going to come out in fifth at this rate. So, Reese, yes, you were on nice tyres, fewer laps now, and you're further back. What do you back
But
this
I'm
energy?
42 far back. No.
Yeah, I think I'll be a lot faster.
A lot
Definitely
faster.
than
There you
mediums.
go.
Just have to hope Mark doesn't pull out too much of a gap.
There we go. Well, it's all about navigating the traffic, and if there's one thing I would like to, one piece of advice is when you get to that Alfa Romeo, be careful because it has been bumper cars out there. Right, so we're pretty backed up here, apart from the Ferrari and the Haas, who are in another province.
Probably another country.
Oh, for fuck's
Yeah,
sake.
this is the Haas is a different time zone, so that's why their timing is a bit different. But when this race restarts, it's going to be very interesting to see how this Red Bull has to try and navigate through the traffic and try and catch that Aston Martin. They are on the same set of tyres. Only two cars that are on softs, I believe. Yeah, still only two cars on the softs.
No. Pushing too hard.
There's a lot of
Right,
jostling for
and
positions
good news is
behind
the
me.
Ferrari is now caught up as well.
Haas is on the halfway line, halfway behind us. Literally halfway around the track compared to us.
He was almost there, and then he decided to as usual, flip the whole spinning.
I mean, at the end of the day, you know, that whole hard training dragon scene and now we're spinning was invented by the Haas.
And now the spinning.
Spinning.
Right, so
Well, this is boring.
safety
coming
car
in.
coming in. Here we go, boys. The Aston Martin will have the opportunity to restart the race. The Red Bull's going to try and get through quite a few cars to be able to start attacking him. Watch out for the Alpine in second place. The Alfa Romeo in
Don't
third.
overtake me,
Volkswagen
chop.
in the McLaren in fourth. The Ferrari's also caught up. The Ferrari's going to probably have a bit of a go on the Red Bull, which can be quite audacious. And then the Haas, well, again, he's just having fun. Safety car almost in, and then it's time to start racing again. 4 laps. It's going to be non-stop action here inside the Arabia. They got the safety car, and it looks like we're back and running. And the Red Bull's been a bit sort of delayed going in through. The Alfa Romeo behind that LP going around the corner there. The McLaren trying to sneak through. Aston Martin's. Well, gee. Oh, the Ferrari's come through with the Red Bull out of nowhere. The Magic Maui, like a stone that suddenly qualified to play for New Zealand. He's just come in and made it his own. I love it. I love it.
Oh my god!
Oh, goodness me! Oh, what? Oh, there it's gone! Maui Magic, he gets the... But this could be the Red Bull race gone. He's had to start.
Yeah, I've disconnected.
He's just crashed straight into the wall there, did the Ferrari, the Alpine as well. Seems to manage to get going again. That could have been the race. I mean, massive racing incident there. In fact, I don't know how we don't have a safety car back out.
Oh my word, that was
Huge
exciting.
collision there. We're now going to have to go up to the Alfa Romeo, who's really the only one that has a chance of catching the Aston.
He's got a 3-second time penalty.
The McLaren now trying to lock down that Alfa Romeo. We're going back to the Red Bull. Which should right behind the Alpine. Not too much space at the moment. Just trying to find that opportunity to try and sneak through. Meanwhile, the Haas has put up a little ground on the Ferrari. There we go. This should be the opportunity here for the Red Bull. Trying to go around the outside there. Has he got the pace? Has he got the pace right up against the wall? He's trying to get ahead of him, but the Alpine shuts the door. Red Bull trying to go down the inside now, but once again, good defending here from the Alpine. He's remaining patient. There's the Ferrari in the back there. Last 2 laps to go. Yeah, the Red Bull's got a lot of work to do if he wants to try and find that podium. It's probably gone, to be honest. But fourth better than fifth is there. And we've got Farquhar who is going to move up to the attack with the McLaren. He's up on the Alfa Romeo. This should be an entertaining battle. As I said, once again, neither are really kind of ignoring the track limits. They're kind of just racing where they want. But the McLaren now right up behind him. Takes a decent amount of speed around the corner here. You should see how the Alfa Romeo will defend. We're going to go on board here with the McLaren. Who smacks away. Oh, he spun and he spun and he spun.
Yeah, that's what you did. Coming and wooding me out.
You wooded me, man.
The Alfa Romeo pulled away. He's on the
I was
pressure.
literally driving. Next thing I just feel this next to.
Right, well that has allowed an opportunity for the Red Bull to try and potentially maybe steal a podium. We've got 4 seconds time making them 2 laps. So you've got to manage to get past the Alpine. So a big push here coming from the Red Bull. A late push coming here from the Red Bull. Meanwhile, the Alfa Romeo actually does seem to be gaining on our race leader. So could we see the most unlikeliest of wins from the Alfa Romeo on his debut, rookie season here. DRS is enabled. This could be a big moment in the race here. 1 lap remaining. Yeah, the Red Bull doing a lot to try and rein in this McLaren, but let's go and see what this Alfa Romeo. You can see the Aston Martin over there. And just important here not to make any mistakes here. That's the main thing here coming in from the Alfa Romeo.
Oh, my tyres are so gone. Actually, I should never have changed.
Here come the excuses already. Just trying to make sure that when he does get reeled in, that he's got the excuse in the waiting. I just, at the end of the day, I think the biggest takeaway from this is there should seem to be 0 accountability across the grid.
Get out the way.
Alfa Romeo is tipping the wall there. That seems to be falling back a little bit. Do we ask what's happening to the Red Bull here?
It's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, Miss Mark. No, I spun.
Oh, you spun. That makes sense. That makes sense. Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we've now, in what we could have never predicted, the Haas is now, sorry, is almost within 10 seconds. He is within 10 seconds of the next person. And meanwhile, the Red Bull is reigning in the Ferrari. This is usually a battle for 1-2. Today is a battle for 5-6. The question is, can the Magic Maori keep them out? Let's go around the outside. The Ferrari. Let's swim in front of him and does decide to give him a bit of a shove.
Wow. Seriously?
Well, the Ferrari's
Didn't even
on
touch
press.
your button.
He reckons
It's
that the Red
glitching a
Bull's
lot.
done it. And we're going to move up to our race leader, the Aston Martin, who looks like he's going to go all the way despite bitching about his tyres. Does seem to be fine. A few more corners and he will be winning his first of the season here. That'll definitely even out the points here. Then the Red Bull, the Red Bull disaster class, really. Oh, there we go, a 3-second penalty. All of a sudden, the Alfa Romeo needs to rein in 1 second, and he will be the winner. A 3.3-second penalty, but the Alfa Romeo deciding actually just nah. A 3-second penalty. I'm assuming that's for evading track limits. It was quite dirty of the Aston Martin. He's been everywhere. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like the Alfa Romeo is really going to be able to manage to take advantage of that gift.
It does have a time penalty himself, so.
Yeah, but the rules never apply to the entire race, so basically, people, what we're looking at here is a lot of time penalties, and we actually don't know who's ending where because we're going to have to sort of update all around the race. So this is the exciting thing at the end of the day. Everybody goes over the line, and then we actually have to reassess and see who's who and who. currently riding on board with the Alfa Romeo, who's starting to bring his time down. As I said, that decides your card to the wall. And there it is. Then the Aston Martin crosses the line. Should have the victory. Doesn't have a time penalty to serve, as does half the grid, so it should be alright. The Alfa Romeo comes in at second. Lord Farquhar in the McLaren does get a podium. We're going to go back to the Ferrari, who is just battering against the wall here, and it looks like he will actually come in sixth because the time penalty for him right behind it is the Red Bull. He will come in officially at sixth place, but that'll be reassessed. And all the way at the back, the Haas has made it. He has made it. We worried at one stage. We were a little bit nervous he wasn't going to make it.
What?
And the driver of the day does go to the brave defending of the Alfa Romeo.
Oh, yes.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was another just action-packed
Great race, I must say.
race
That's what
from
I'm talking about,
the
boys.
Forever Sports lads. You know, you couldn't ask for more. I mean, it's definitely going to be more entertaining than whatever you're going to watch on Sunday. So, this is, you've heard of Football Heritage, this is Formula One heritage. Here comes Fernando Alonso.
I'm actually in shock.
There's the Alfa Romeo, did get driver of the day, the McLaren, big grin on the podium there as well. The Champers are coming out.
How can I not see the video?
It's loading still.
There's the Aston Martin team.
You're not going to see an
brave.
Alfa Romeo and a McLaren on podium at all this season, so bask in that glory.
Yeah, the Champers is out, and then Aston Martin. Well, it went from being first on the. He did take qualifying, and from first in the grid to first in the race. There is the
Second in
final
the grid.
standings there. The Ferrari coming in last with a 9-second penalty.
How?
He asked for what? I think anybody that watched would probably be able to answer that. The McLaren, despite a 6-second penalty, still getting in at third there, and the Red Bull. Well, it's a bit of a disaster result down at fifth. That is going to make a lot of changes to the overall standings in the Forever Sports Formula One. The Ferrari's bit, he's complaining. It's really standard, you know. And at the end of the day, what can they change? They can try and change team principles. They can try and find different drivers, but 9-second penalty for basically being shit is just something you got to deal with.
I got rammed off the road.
To be fair, I don't think you really respected what they call a racing line. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsport on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how you can watch the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix on a free-to-air broadcaster this weekend, so you don't miss any of the Formula One action. We saw a pretty electrifying start in the first race with Max Verstappen obviously already demonstrating how dominant he could potentially be this season, but a very big surprise pole for Fernando Alonso, and I think that Aston Martin is going to be quite a lot of fun to monitor this season. And the biggest thing is you don't want to miss any of the action, so this is how you can watch. Now, it is being shown on a free-to-air broadcaster called ORF, which is on an Austrian broadcaster, which means if you are in Austria, then you can watch it without any issues. However, if you are not in Austria, then you can't watch it, but yet you can. And we're going to be using something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network, to be able to watch all the action this weekend. And basically, what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN. All the links for everything you need are in the description. There's literally a step-by-step guide on what you need to do to be able to watch all the action. So first things first, you're going to download ExpressVPN, you're going to install it. And when you pop it up, it's going to look something like this. So right now, I'm connected to an Austrian server. So on the bottom right-hand side there, you can see these are there's three little dots over here. When you click over those, they bring up a little bar which has all the different location stuff like that. You see like that, there it is. And you can scroll down and you can go to all locations over here. You can go to filter by all the various continents, and you can go and find the right one. So we're going to connect to Austria. So because I'm connected right now, I can now currently watch ORF TV, which is an Austrian free broadcaster. And as you can see over here, this is it already in the program. This is it being scheduled on Sunday, being shown on the channel itself. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go to the channel. which is over here. And unfortunately, it doesn't pick up the actual video, but it is currently playing. So if I unmute, for example, you can hear what's going on over here. There's kind of a skiing happening. But what happens over here is if, for example, I'm just going to mute that for a bit. If we then turn off our VPN, and we're going to then refresh the page. So we've now turned off the VPN, and you can see it's already not working. It's already stopped working, basically. And if we then refresh the page, you can see there it says it's not available in this region. So basically, to be able to disable that, you just have to reconnect to Austria within your VPN, and you'll be able to watch all the action live this weekend. If you have any questions, let me know in the comments below. But as I said, this is there's a step-by-step description or step-by-step guide in the description, so you should be absolutely fine.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports. So we're going to do something very interesting for all of you, and I hope that you'll be interested as well. You see, we're all watching all these races go around Saudi Arabia, of course, during these practice sessions and qualifying. And of course, we've got the race later. So what we're going to do is we're going to follow our fellow pundit Reese. Of course, you guys all know Reese. Reese is very, very good at the F1 game, and we're going to follow him go and do a fast lap of Saudi Arabia just to see what the absolute optimal lap is around this track. So we're just following him on this out lap here. So he's going to warm up his tires. He's not in the softs. He's in that Red Bull car, fastest car on the grid, of course. So we'll see how he fares. He's quite good at this game. We're going to hope he gets the best optimal lap in. We're trying not to pile too much pressure on him, of course, but hopefully he will put in a very good lap for us. Of course, using the F1 game, and you guys can all obviously play. And if you guys are interested, we also do play the game with the whole F1, with the whole Forever Sports team. We play it every Thursday before the Grand Prix. So there'll be another 21 races that we'll do on stream, and that's on Forever Sports Extra. So be sure to go check that channel out as well, as we're following Reese doing his outlap here. Reese is pretty much the one to beat when it comes to that. He is currently second to me on the log, but that was due to him having connectivity issues in that last stream. So we're going to follow his lap here and see how these drivers should be hitting their apexes, the sort of corners that they should be hitting, and the sort of gears that we're looking at, because it's pretty much quite accurate these days with the game. So he's going to try and put the best optimal lap in, and he's coming to the towards the last sector now, and then we'll hopefully see a very, very good lap be put in. And I'm going to basically talk you through as best I can with regards to that. You see he's speeding up here, just trying to get some energy into those tires, and hopefully we'll get a very good lap here. Just slowing down just a little bit to warm up those tires just before we start. And he'll take it very wide out the last corner here to get the most speed possible. So you see him taking very, very wide out here, and we'll start now. And here we go, and rapidly going through the gears, getting up to optimal speed. DRS is wide open, of course, and we'll see him come down the start finish straight right now, and his lap has started now. So you want to try and get as close to this corner as possible, and you see just keeping the car within those lines, and then coming out, and you just rapidly speed up again as we come towards these difficult middle section turns. Very, very difficult here. You want to try and nail this apex without hitting the wall. Perfectly done there. Hitting yourself inside those lines, just trying to nail those apexes. Beautifully done here. Coming past here and coming through the wall. Just a slight touch, but of course, not a problem. We'll carry on going. Keeps going, and yeah, now you go towards this long straight before it comes to that dangerous hairpin. Very, very difficult this hairpin is. You've got to try and get as close to the wall as possible, but come out at a reasonable speed. Very, very well done there, of course. And now we come towards that first DRS zone, which comes up just after this difficult turn here. Yeah, and I don't do this turn particularly well, but you see there exactly how you should be doing it, and get nice and close to the wall to get these apex turns. You see, just keeping inside track limits. DRS wide open again, coming through this DRS zone. The first of two there, slightly nudging the wall. It's fine. We carry on, and see, just get nice and close to the track there. And again, second DRS zone is here, and this is a nice long one. This is where we see people trying to get as close as they can so they can start overtaking on the start-finish straight. That's what we'll see hopefully later today. And you're then having to brake late, big braking, get so close to the wall. That's where Lando Norris hits, of course. Reese doing very well to stay out of it, and now speeding up very, very quickly down the main start-finish straight. And this is where the overtakes will happen today, and then across the line. So a great lap there for Reese. So yeah, good explanation, and you see him just going a little bit quickly still. I think he might be doing another little bit of a quick lap here. So we'll just carry on going and see how he fares. So you see, just quickly through the gears and then comes back in just slightly nudging the wall, and yeah. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed that little that run through the track there, and yeah, we very much enjoyed watching it happen, and yeah, that's now the optimal, or as close to the optimal lap as we can possibly get, and hopefully we'll see all those drivers doing something similar. Probably not just nudging the wall a little bit. You know, Lando Norris does like to nudge the wall every now and then. So these are the sort of things we do see, and we just go to this. You see, also, I mean, how impressive is this game? You know, looking so similar to the actual race itself. Very impressive, of course, to watch. So thank you guys so much for watching, and yeah, you've been watching just an example of the track of how to race around, and DRS is wide open yet again there, and a great little track basically. So yeah. Welcome back, everybody, and we are live and ready to go. Just 52 minutes and 33, 32, 31, and 30 seconds until we get going with the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix for 2023. Welcome, everybody, in the comment section. Be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Let us know in the comments where you are watching from and who you are supporting. We're always very, very keen to know exactly where all of our audience is. We've got a question here from Marco. Is this the live stream of the race, or is this virtual only? Well, if you go and look at the description of the video, you can see exactly how you can watch the F1 today live, and we've also done a video for you on exactly how you can do that. So go and look in the channel and see that video is done by Steve, and he explains exactly how you can watch the stream live utilizing ExpressVPN, one of our partners. So be sure to go and look at that video there. Otherwise, you can watch along with me and Reese. We will be here all evening, and we are so keen to get going with this Grand Prix today. Reese, your thoughts about what's going to happen today?
Yes, it should certainly be a very exciting race ahead of us. Obviously, we have the likes of Aston Martin fighting it out with Sergio Perez at the front of the grid. I think Aston Martin are certainly going to be looking at a race win here today. If they aren't, I don't know what they are here for. I mean, they have been so competitive all weekend, matching the likes of Sergio Perez. Not necessarily on par with Max Verstappen, but big news, obviously, going into today's race is that Max Verstappen is starting down in 15th position due to a clutch failure in qualifying 2.
Yes, and I mean, yeah, so we get to see that Red Bull in action in amongst the crowd, which we didn't see last weekend, of course. Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez starting right at the front of the grid and finishing there as well. So they didn't have to bother around with having to fight off other cars, but this week they're going to have to do lots of that. That is at least for Max Verstappen, and Sergio Perez is going to have Alonso right up his tail the whole time, so it's going to be a really, really exciting race. Radek here saying, hello, how are you? Good to have you in the stream. Everybody else, come and say hello, say hi, and yeah, we're so keen just to have discussions about the Grand Prix that's going to come up. So lots and lots of things happening in the F1 world at the moment, and you know what, we're just going to bring it up here as well. And if you just see behind us here, let's just interact with this. Why don't we? If I can, I'm just struggling to find it. There it is. There we go. Yeah. So just a couple of articles here. I was seeing Tech Talk here, and we're talking basically amid another difficult start to the season. Mercedes team boss Toto Wolff has admitted that the W14 will soon look very different after they were proven wrong with their concept. So basically admitting, and they finally have admitted, basically publicly, that their zero side pods idea was complete and utter garbage, and going to have to do away with that and put the side pods back on.
Well, we expected to see some changes here in Saudi Arabia, but looking closely on the car, I haven't seen too much, to be very honest. Nothing, well, noticeable as they have said it would be. But yes, I do expect to see the side pods coming back very, very soon.
Yeah, and just reading on in the article here, it says, adding to Wolff's assessment, Lewis Hamilton rued that he simply can't connect with the car after a challenging run into P8 in qualifying at the Jeddah Corniche Circuit. So I've made this very small. I can barely read it. There we go. So where do the 7-time champion and the team go from here? In the latest installment of Tech Talk for F1, you can go and find out. So we should be sure to go and check that out. So yeah, there's lots of work for that Mercedes to go and do. Lewis Hamilton not doing particularly well, in 8th place only, starting on the grid. And of course, we will hopefully see how they do. George Russell, another one, of course, challenging Lewis Hamilton, obviously, in the same class. Let's see which of those drivers will get the better performance. So far, it's been George Russell, funny enough. So Hamilton needing to do a bit of work to try and catch up to his teammate.
Yes, we saw, obviously, even last year how George Russell was able just to get more or extract more performance out of that car than Lewis Hamilton. Just able to understand it, I think, a little bit better. Of course, it was his second season in the Mercedes outfit, but certainly outperforming his teammates so far, which we did not expect to see.
No, not at all. So George Russell doing very well there. And people in the comments just asking about the race. So I will just go and explain that the comments asking about where the race will be. You can simply understand that we are going to be showing you a description. In the description of this video, you can see exactly how you can watch the race, and then we can watch along with us. Of course, we'll be commentating and showing stats and all the various other information that you need for this F1 Grand Prix today. So very, very keen to see what happens. So let us know in the comments who you're supporting, who you're backing, etc. There's lots and lots of these sort of things to talk about, of course. So Reese, what are you most excited for, really?
Well, I certainly hope to see a big battle happening out in the front with the likes of Sergio Perez and Fernando Alonso. I certainly think Fernando has the pace to challenge here today, that is for sure. But whether he is able to take that P1 spot, that will have to be seen. The car certainly shows that it is very competitive in its race runs we saw in Bahrain. I think who we also need to keep an eye out on today is the two Ferraris, because obviously last race in Bahrain they were struggling a lot with their tyre degradation, but here in Saudi Arabia the tyre degradation is a lot lower than in Bahrain, so we should be able to see them hopefully also making their way through the pack a little bit. Obviously, Charles Leclerc, though, starting down in P12 with that 10-place grid penalty for a new control electronics unit.
Yeah, so I mean, we've got the issue here of Ferrari hopefully finding more pace. Mercedes not looking actually all that bad for all that we say. Lewis Hamilton starting down in 8th. They looked to be a little bit quicker yesterday. And then we look at Aston Martin, of course, will be challenging Red Bull right at the top. Red Bull find Max Verstappen all the way down to the bottom of the grid there. So he's going to have to try and fight his way up. So there's so many different cars to watch. And also Alpine have been very quick this weekend. And not just that, but most notably, and I'm very impressed with, and I'm so glad, is that McLaren seem to have found a little bit of pace with Oscar Piastri making Q3 yesterday and not looking too slow either. So very keen to see what all of these teams do. Some more comments just saying that will you just do the commentary? No, it's going to be commentary, stats, and or otherwise things. But if you're wanting to see the actual visuals, again, go and look in the description of the video here. We have explained exactly how you can go and watch this race. So go and look in the description of the video. You'll see a step-by-step guide on how you can utilize our partner ExpressVPN and watch the race using a free-to-air subscription service, I think based in Austria. So you can go and do that, all perfectly legal, more to the point. So go and have a look at that and you can go and see exactly how to do this. Is this from Belgium? I see Federico's asking. No, in fact, we are from South Africa. And if you guys know where that is, congratulations to you. It's not particularly difficult when you listen to the name. But we are from South Africa. Let us know where you guys are watching from and who are you supporting for today as well.
Yeah, it's not long left to go until we get lights out in Saudi Arabia. 45 minutes left. I'm sure you're all just as excited as we are. Certainly been a lot of anticipation waiting for this Formula One race weekend. Bit of a break from the Bahrain Grand Prix, week's break. But yes, we are about to get underway for Formula One yet again.
And I do see that we've got a lot of new faces in the stream right now. So whilst you guys are here, be sure to like the video. Go and hit that like button. It takes you 2 seconds and that means the world to us. So really do go and smash that like button and subscribe to the channel if you enjoy the content. Of course, we're going to be live streaming every single Grand Prix for the season. We do previews, we do shows, we do extra information, we do all these various things on the channel. So be sure to subscribe to the channel and join the Fandamily. And not just that as well. On Monday, we'll be doing a live show where you guys can come back and participate and go and explain all your thoughts from the weekend. Go and say, oh, it's been a useless Grand Prix weekend, or it was brilliant, or Max was fantastic, or not so fantastic. So many things we can talk about in this Monday show. And then we will always preview every Grand Prix as well. Not just that, we also go and race with the whole Forever Sports team. There's up to 10, 11 of us sometimes racing in F1. So we go and play the game. We go and play each track as is the week before the track that we're going to play on Thursday evening in a live stream as well on our other channel, Forever Sports Extra. So be sure to go check that out as well for more gaming and fun content as well. And we basically race the race so you can see exactly how not to race it, and then we watch the Grand Prix in the weekend to see how you should. Just got a couple of more comments here saying I'm from Tifosi, I think it is. I don't actually quite know where that is, but welcome to you.
Tifosi are the Ferrari fans.
Yes. Sorry, I'm being so sorry.
So I'm sure you'll be wanting to see Charles Leclerc making his way up the grid today. He is starting from 12th position. I'm sure you already know that, Flux. But yes, please do watch alongside us as we see how Charles makes his way through the grid.
And
then, yes, below him is Fiat. I'm not going to try your surname because I will probably butcher it. But saying, watching from Heemskerk in the Netherlands. Thank you very much for joining us. Few more people there as well, Mark.
Yeah, Chris here saying, watching your show from Niagara Falls, USA. I missed the link to watch the race. Let me know. Please enjoy the show. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chris. And Sihaya there just also asking, is this just commentary? We will be commentating and showing stats and all other stuff of information, but if you are looking for the actual views, you're not really going to see them on our channel. But again, you can go and look in the description of our video and find out exactly what that is. And also, I'm going to go and put in the chat right now the link to the video that'll explain it as well, just in case you need all the extra help. And we also have Lenny here saying hello from Poland, guys. Well, nice to have you, Lenny, from Poland. Join the family, Lenny. Come and subscribe to the channel as well. And let us know all your thoughts. Who are we backing today? We're backing Red Bull, we're backing Aston Martin, we're backing Ferrari. Tell us right now in the comments. Go and tell us who your favorite team is, who your drivers are, and your expectations for the Grand Prix today.
Yes, Flux just saying P12 to P1 for Charles Leclerc. That would certainly be a very strong race for Ferrari. Let's see what happens though. It would be great to see them fighting it out for that P1 spot today. Certainly a lot of teams wanting to get to that P1 spot. We've got Red Bull with the likes of Sergio Perez wanting to defend that spot. We have the Aston Martin of Fernando Alonso wanting to take that P1 position from Sergio Perez, and we have Max Verstappen down in P15, certainly wanting to make his way back onto the podium, and Charles Leclerc as well, fighting his way back from P12 with that controlled electronics
unit
grid penalty there.
Yeah. Exactly, and just a few more comments here. We're seeing Flux is reckoning from P12 to P1, so you're backing Charles Leclerc to win the Grand Prix. So that's a bold statement, but we'll see how he fares there. Lenny has he's really there. Sorry, and just going here. Maybe live streaming on Belgium, Luxembourg, Australian TV with the VPN. Correct, that's more or less what it is. And thank you very much, Chris says. And your favorite driver is? Answer, please. Yes, my favorite driver is actually Fernando Alonso on the grid currently. I think he is my favorite driver just because of how long he's been there, just because he's so cool, calm, collected. He's just the most awesome character. However, I am a Red Bull fan, so Max and Sergio Perez, of course, right up there with drivers I like to watch. Reese?
Yes, well, of course, I've always been a bit of a Ferrari fan since Michael Schumacher's days, but also, still supporting Ferrari with Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz, also supporting the Red Bull. So, not too displeased if Ferrari also gets on the podium here today, or Red Bull. I certainly would also want to see Fernando Alonso getting onto that P1 position after being away from Formula 1 for so long and not having won a race for quite some time now in Formula 1.
And I mean, you look at that Aston Martin team right now, and every single time you see their garage, it's just full of smiles and full of they're so excited about this season, and you can't blame them because they've got such a quick car. And they've got a great driver in Fernando Alonso, and of course Lance Stroll is there, and everybody always forgets to talk about Lance Stroll. But Lance Stroll is obviously there, and in his own right, a very good driver as well. His dad, of course, owning the team, though, which is why he is pretty much part of that team as well. Nonetheless, it's got a really, really good setup, Aston Martin. So I think they're going to gain a lot of fans throughout the entire year, and I think a lot of people from Mercedes might well be sort of hinting towards going, well, that's actually Aston Martin's our other team because Mercedes is really not the one to watch. And as Lenny says, no one supports Mercedes. Well, I mean, if I'm honest, not me, not Reese. We've got a very good friend that also participates in the live streams for our live races that does support Mercedes, and he's very disappointed right now with how they are doing. And
I mean, of course, I did support Mercedes when Nico Rosberg was still in the team. Obviously, him winning that World Championship with Mercedes His favorite saying is, yes, beat Lewis Hamilton in equal machinery. But yes, Neil saying here, bruh, can Leclerc win? It would certainly be interesting to watch. I mean, those Ferraris, they showed their pace in qualifying yesterday, but if they have that race pace, that is what we will have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things to look at today, and it's going to be absolutely fantastic to go and have a look as well. And so what we are going to also do is just show you quickly, and I just want to quickly have a little bit of a thing there. We just want to quickly there you go, just do that. Cool. Nonetheless, we're just going to quickly show you exactly what to expect for later so that you guys can understand how we're going to manage the Grand Prix later on this live stream. So this is the board that we're going to have. Now, we're not currently live, of course, but we're going to have the timing board over here. You can see the timing board on the right-hand side. That'll change and position all the drivers according to where they are in the grid as well. And right below us, you'll see whereabouts they are on the track as well. And then, of course, we'll be commentating and telling you exactly what's happening during the thing. So think of us more as commentary and as stats givers, basically, so that you guys can understand. What you should also hopefully do is utilize that link in the description. Well, use the description anyway to watch along with us, and be sure to turn our commentary on, etc. And then, yeah, I'm just going to come back to the studio here. So you see, that's exactly what you can expect later. And of course, we're going to get going in just under 38 minutes. So very, very close to the Grand Prix.
Like saying, I watched Formula One starting from 2014. I was a big Mercedes fan. But after the 2019 season, I have supported Ferrari. 2020 was even worse for me, as Ferrari did so bad. Yes, in 2020, unfortunately, with Sebastian Vettel, they really have not been the greatest in terms of team orders and some pit stop strategies decisions that they've made in the past few years. But certainly, let's hope they are on the upper bit with that new team principal of Frederic Vasseur. Certainly making quite a few changes in the team. We've already seen some developmental changes coming to that car, some upgrades that they've brought on the front wing, a bit down the side of the car on their floor, as well as closer to the rear of that car. So certainly already doing a lot of work to keep that car competitive here in 2023.
And yeah, just Lenny here saying, I hope you guys have a lovely day. It's good to watch you and hear you as well. What's the weather like? Keep it going. You guys are fantastic. Well, Lenny, thank you so much. And we really do appreciate having you here and for that comment. And the weather, I will describe it right now, and Reese can agree with me.
It's warm.
It's hot where I am. And if you're talking about Saudi Arabia's weather, it's hot as well, but I'm sure it'll cool down. Of course, we're going into the evening now in Saudi Arabia for a night race. So
please turn
we do have a fan. We're just going to quickly turn that on just so that we can actually get a little bit of cool air into the room.
Yes, so I don't cook because it is currently 30 degrees.
But yes, we are so excited for this Grand Prix that's going to take place later, of course, in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, please do also vote in our poll that we have currently in the comment section. We just have a question asking who you think will win in Saudi Arabia. Currently, 32% saying Perez will take the win here. Sorry, please do excuse me. I'm making some noise there with the fan.
Yes, so yeah, Perez is currently leading that poll. Alonso's right up there as well, and so is Verstappen, even though he's starting all the way down in 15th. So very, very keen to see what Max Verstappen could do as well. Flux here saying it looked bleak with Charles' ECU problem in Bahrain and the penalty. Yeah, I mean, Ferrari's not got off to the best start, but, you know, Ferrari hopefully have got a better setup around them this season, and they should bounce back as quickly as well. Farhan saying, is this the live, real live or full race? Well, we will be live for the full race. We will be watching the whole thing along. Again, if you look in the chat, you can go and find one of the Forever Sports chats there. It has a little link there for a video that explains exactly how you can watch it using one of our partners. And it costs very little to do so in terms of subscribing to a streaming service that can then watch Formula One for free. So it's the best way to watch Formula One live out of any possible option. So be sure to go and have a look at that. It's the best possible thing to do. And we've got a few more comments here saying Magic saying Zhou is winning. Well, I'll tell you, if Zhou wins tonight, I will. I'm making big bets here. But if Zhou wins tonight, I will go and take a bottle of the special stuff, and I'll down it right on stream for all of you. I'll happily do that. That's how confident that I am that that's not going to happen. Flux then says it's sad that Leclerc is just left out. I mean, Leclerc's down in 12th, but you know what? We get to see some racing from Leclerc now.
Yes, they clearly are going to have to fight through the pack a little bit. It should be very interesting to see him and Max Verstappen. It will be interesting if they catch each other and end up battling it out a little bit through the pack. It will be certainly a very interesting race ahead of us. Lots of action certainly to happen here. Up at the front and also in the midfield. We've seen, though, how competitive that midfield has gotten this year. So we are certainly going to see possibly the Mercedes in a bit of a midfield fight. McLaren's, hopefully we'll see Lando Norris making his way through the pack a little bit. That McLaren looking a lot more competitive this weekend than in Bahrain. Thank goodness that they have made some gains.
Yes, and if you did leave a driver out of the poll, of course, you see the problem is with the poll in YouTube, you can only submit 4 options. So we've got Perez, who's obviously starting on pole. We've got Alonso, who's starting in second. We've got Max Verstappen, who is the driver favorite basically for the championship. So of course, those were the 3 names we did have to put up, and that's why we put an other this. But if you do believe somebody else is going to win the race, do comment below and just tell us, who you backing essentially to go and win this race. Do you actually reckon Alonso and Perez don't finish first? I mean, could we see the complete surprise and see somehow Carlos Sainz win?
Well, maybe you're calling a crash here. You never know.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it is such a tight circuit. The possibility of having a safety car here is extremely high. I mean, we saw, I think it was last year, with that big crash from Mick Schumacher. Of course, just getting a little bit too close to the wall there and destroying that car, causing over $1 million worth of damage to that car in qualifying.
Yeah.
So this track they've actually made a little bit wider this year in certain spots, specifically in that area where where Mick Schumacher crashed. So I think during the race, though, you have to be a little bit more careful. You don't take as big risks as you do in qualifying, but still, I think there will certainly be a safety car or 2 out here today.
Yeah, I mean, so there's lots of things to look at. And also, I mean, let's just run you back through that grid just so we can sort of get an understanding of what we're more or less going to see from the beginning. So we've got Perez on pole. He was the quickest yesterday in Q3. Alonso in second. And George Russell in the Mercedes in third. Now, again, we've not really talked about George Russell competing, but he's probably been the most consistent driver, except for obviously that of Max and probably Perez, but the most consistent driver of the last year in terms of where he's placed. He loves that 5th, 4th place scenario, right just behind podium, George Russell, and hopefully maybe he can race quite well today. But nonetheless, Russell's in 3rd, Sainz is in 4th, Stroll is in 5th, obviously that other Aston Martin. So the Aston Martins, both cars, are furthest up the grid out of all the constructors. And then we go and look at Ocon, obviously, in the Alpine. Now, Alpine have been quite quick this weekend as well. Hamilton in 7th, Piastri in 8th, Gasly in 9th, Hülkenberg in 10, Zhou in 11, and Leclerc in 12.
Just speaking of Zhou quickly, Magic Mike is throwing some shade in the comments saying that Zhou is going to end today with more career wins than Lando.
Yeah, I mean, Lando Norris is still yet to get anywhere near winning a race.
Don't say Russia to Lando because...
Yes, I know. A very, very upsetting time from then. So just going back through the grid here, Leclerc obviously in 12, Magnussen in 13, Bottas 14, Max Verstappen in 15, then Tsunoda 16, Albon 17, De Vries 18, Norris in 19, and Sargent all the way at the back in 20th. So Norris, we're assuming, is going to go further up the pack, hopefully. Verstappen, of course, is going to make his way through, and Leclerc as well should hopefully push himself up. But at the end of the day, the moment those two get up to about 8th place, it's going to become very, very difficult because these cars at the moment put quite a lot of pace. They're going to have to start dealing with Alpines, with the Aston Martins, the Ferraris, and the Red Bulls, and the Mercedes, and the McLaren and the Piastri. So
I was just responding to Flux there in the comments saying very nice from Piastri, and then going on to say that is far-fetched, saying that Norris will not crash. Well, it's like the biggest, most known for crashing, but yes. Piastri did a very good job yesterday in qualifying, and obviously with that grid drop from Charles Leclerc, he will start in 8th position, the best of his Formula 1 career so far, obviously only being his 2nd race, but still a great qualifying session for him yesterday. Not so great though for his teammate Lando Norris, who unfortunately in Q1 hit the wall in the final corner and just completely destroyed his steering rack, didn't even finish the lap, had to peel into the pits. And that was it for him, unfortunately. So Lando Norris will be starting in 19th position.
Yeah, so he's going to be really trying to look to avoid that wall so that he can actually finish the race. But the nice thing about it is that this track is, I mean, we saw it in the F2 race earlier, and if you guys tuned in as well, you would have seen the timings on the channel as well. But the F2 race earlier saw quite a few crashes and safety cars being brought out during the race, and I'm sure that's a precursor to F1. I'm sure we're going to see some safety cars come out today. And Daryl here saying hello from South Africa. We watching. Yes, Daryl from South Africa. I'm assuming you are. We are South African. So if you guys are a bit gobsmacked by that, well, hello everybody. And yeah, and appreciate you saying if Max wins today, I'm not watching F1 again. Well, that's a bit harsh. I would certainly keep watching. I mean, Aston Martin's a fantastic team to watch at the moment. They really are turning so many heads, and certainly turning mine. And I'm really, really excited to see what Aston Martin can do this season. And yeah, it's just Flux answering Prisha. They're saying going into realistic mode, Max will probably win. He will likely get quite up there, but me and Reese were predicting, I don't think he's going to win the race.
I think the Aston Martin of Fernando Alonso and the Red Bull of Sergio Perez are just going to run away a little bit. It might be very hard for him going from P15 to try catch a bit of a gap all the way up to Sergio Perez and Fernando Alonso.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, what Red Bull's got to try and do in terms of this whole. So I'm just going to have to just quickly do that there. What Red Bull's going to have to try and do, essentially, in this race, is try and get Max Verstappen to miss everybody in a pit stop strategy. They're going to have to try and keep him out there longer than everybody else takes in the pits. So
what I predicted yesterday is that they may put him on the set of hard tyres from the very start. Obviously, he may lose a little bit of time, but those hard tyres showed to be extremely quick in practice 3 yesterday, so you never know what is going to happen.
And Mo's Mama here saying hello from Indianapolis. I am a brand new F1 fan. Well, aren't you just so happy that you have joined a very, very good sport? Welcome to the F1 family, and of course be sure guys to subscribe to the channel so you can get more content and join us for more live streams. We are very, very excited to have all of you here, and our current video is sitting at about 12,500 views, so thank you guys so much for tuning in, and be sure to stay here of course for the race when it gets going. We will bring up all the stats and commentate the race live and give our own opinions of course, and be sure to keep asking us questions and letting us know where you're watching from, and whilst you're at it, be sure to like the video as well.
Yes, not long left to go now until the race gets underway. We have 26 minutes and 30 seconds left to go until the lights go out here in Saudi Arabia. Certainly very exciting, a very exciting race ahead of us today. Lots of action certainly going to be taking place. Max Verstappen starting in the midfield, Charles Leclerc starting in the midfield. Sergio Perez and Fernando Alonso are certainly going to be fighting it out for the top position here today.
Yeah, Daryl here saying that Aston Martin will give him a go, I think, but I will go out on a limb and say Verstappen will take it. Yeah, I think Verstappen is probably still quite high up as a favourite in this race, but nonetheless, he's got so much work to do. And don't forget, I mean, there's about, he's got 15 places to make up. He's got to get all the way up the grid. So he's got to really nail that strategy. And if anything goes wrong, not just for the car, but in the race, you know, they can aim for a certain strategy, but if you suddenly get a safety car on the 40th lap, they're going to go, well, you know, a strategy out the window, essentially.
I certainly think safety cars will play into the race strategy here a lot today. They will certainly have a lot of different strategies that go around safety cars and the possibilities of safety cars. So we will have to see what happens. I mean, I certainly think that we could very well get a first lap incident here. This track being so tight and narrow, I would not be very surprised if we do see a crash. Yes. Possibly even to turn 1. I
reckon we will see a safety car brought out in the first 5 laps. I genuinely do think so. It's a very tight track in Saudi Arabia, so it's very unlikely that we don't have cars hitting walls or at least hitting each other. It's so tight. They're going to be trying to go into corners at certain speeds, of course, and they're not going to really be able to get out of it. So I don't think you'll see all of the drivers on the grid even after 5 laps. And we just see here Fatia Zidane saying, hi, I'm from Paris and happy to share this race with you all. We're very happy to have you here with us as well. Magic Mike continuing with his hype train. Yeah, yes. For the Drivers' Championship and Alfa Romeo for the Constructors' Championship 2023. This is his year. Well, I'll tell you what, why don't you subscribe to the channel and you can continue to support him here. I've got no issue whatsoever.
Daryl saying there in the comments, no safety cars, please. And then Magic Mike just responding, I love safety cars. I mean, it certainly does shake up the race a lot, especially if we do have a bit of a runaway race from a certain team. It just condensates the pack again, or condenses the pack again, sorry. Condenses the pack again and just allows us to have a bit of a race restart and just completely changes the result. as we've seen obviously in the past with the likes of Abu Dhabi in 2021. Sorry, I won't speak about it too much longer.
No, no. So yeah, he's tripping over his words there. I like the idea of condensating cars. I think that's a great concept. I feel like I'm condensating right now. But it's
Perspiring, not condensating.
No. Same. So good to have all of you here joining the stream. As I say again, be sure to like the video. Keep asking us questions. We're going to get going. 23.5 minutes until the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix, and I will pop on my headphones soon so that we can start listening in and seeing what's happening on the grid. They should have completed their lap of honor, I think,
yes,
by
the
now.
exploratory laps they should be doing very soon. They would have done their parade lap, yes, about an hour ago already. We saw them already on the Formula One Instagram, just giving their interviews before the race. Certainly very, very exciting, and a lot of nerves and tension certainly going into this race. We just see some more comments here from Samara Ramata, just saying, I hope Charles can come back from this one. Yes, let's see what happens. I mean, the Ferrari showed like it did have a lot of pace in qualifying yesterday. They actually finished, I think it was second. Yes, Charles Leclerc finished qualifying in second, then obviously taking that 10th place grid drop.
Yeah, so he's right up there with the pace. As I say, the Ferraris have found pace this weekend. So, I mean, we say that only in qualifying because all the practice sessions were absolutely garbage for them. So, lots of work for Ferrari still to do to try and compete with Aston Martin and Red Bull. Sainz, of course, going to be the leading man for Ferrari with Charles Leclerc so far down. So, hopefully Sainz can do a number on a few drivers above them. And just a few more comments here saying, appreciate saying, I'm so excited for the Monaco race because I really want Ferrari to do something at Leclerc's home. Of course, Leclerc being from Monaco, surely that will be quite fun. And that's all about the qualifying times in Monaco because it's so difficult to overtake this. So, that's that. They're going to have to look for pace in qualifying there. And if they can somehow manage to get right up near the top, perhaps they can look for a race win.
We also have Frederick Pazzi here saying Ferrari's hypercar in the World Endurance Championship is looking so good. Yes, I completely agree with you. It looks so aggressive, so competitive. Hopefully they can do something quite exciting in World Endurance Championships this year. That car just looks amazing. Maybe putting a little bit more... maybe putting a little bit too many resources into the World Endurance Championship car and not enough into Formula One though, as they have not been fighting it out for that top spot here this evening. But hopefully they will be able to bring it up a bit in the race here. Daryl saying bring back Schumacher. Yes, for sure. I'm a massive Schumacher fan. Certainly very sad to see him not racing this year. Hopefully we will get him back on the grid next year or possibly in 2026 with Audi.
I'll say what you actually did there, Daryl, is you struck a nerve in Reese. He's very upset. Still cries to this day every evening about the fact that Mick Schumacher is no longer racing in F1. The only thing that brings slight joy to his life is the fact that he does see Mick Schumacher in the Mercedes pit box, of course, being a reserve driver for them. So at least he's still there and thereabouts on the grid, and so is Daniel Ricciardo, of course. We do miss those smiles from Danny Rick. And here, just imagine Mike continuing saying the Saturday is the best day in Monaco. Indeed, this is certainly one of the better days. Samara, in my opinion, Ferrari needs to get better strategies. Well, that's what they're hoping to do this year at least. And Michelle saying, Le fait, I'm speaking French. I cannot speak the French, but I'm sure somebody can answer that in English.
Empathetic there, though, saying, I want Charles to win. Yes, it would certainly be a very good race from Charles if he is able to bring it from P12 to P1. Certainly, safety cars will have to play in a bit there. But you never know. This is Formula One. Drama happens all the time. We get those amazing stories of drivers going from near the back of the grid all the way to the front. So you never know. Certainly should be a very exciting race, though, ahead of us this evening.
And indeed. And we are still here. Hello. We are just in the middle of the screen right now. And just so that you guys can get reminded of the grid and how it's looking for us to start the race today. And Reese is just going to talk to you a bit. I'm just going to basically, right now, I'm just going to explain. It's very hot in this room right now, but the sun has now got down, which means that we can set up our light with the curtain up so we can get a bit more air in here and breathe, basically. But nonetheless, Reese will be with you still whilst I just quickly go and set this up.
Yes, I will quickly walk you through the grid. So, after qualifying yesterday, this is with the grid drops, as well as with Max Verstappen's unfortunate clutch issue. So, we have at the top of the grid, Sergio Perez, followed by Alonso in second, Russell in third, Carlos Sainz in fourth, Lance Stroll starting fifth, Esteban Ocon and Hamilton 6th and 7th, Oscar Piastri, great day for the McLaren, starting in 8th, followed by Pierre Gasly, Nico Hulkenberg in the Haas in 10th position, Guan Yu Zhou, Magic Micah's favorite driver for this afternoon, will be starting in 11th, followed by Charles Leclerc in 12th, Kevin Magnussen finishing in 13th, Valtteri Bottas in 14th, Max Verstappen with that clutch and gearbox issue starting in 15th tonight, Yuki Tsunoda in the AlphaTauri starting in 16th, Alex Albon in the Williams 17th, Nick de Vries and Lando Norris in 18th and 19th, and then the American on the grid, Logan Sargent, starting in 20th position.
Yeah, so thank you, Reese. And we have now got a bit of air coming into this room so I can breathe, essentially. And yeah, just got to go back to the comments quickly. And we see a few more comments here. So yeah, people are backing Charles Leclerc.
Everyone commenting and talking with us here this evening certainly makes our life a little bit easier when we are able to speak with you all. So please do drop a comment in the comment section. Please do also vote in our poll before we get out in Bahrain. Who you think will take the win?
Saudi Arabia. So nonetheless, we are going to end that poll as the race starts. Well, actually, I think just as the formation lap starts, I think we'll end the poll. So be sure to go and comment on that as quickly as you can, and then we'll keep going polls throughout the race, just obviously interacting with what's happening on track. So be sure to stay around as well for that. So let's just go back through the comments quickly, and we see that, yeah, we see people saying their favourite is Charles Leclerc. Hamilton in 6th. Ouch. Yeah, Hamilton's actually at 7th. But yeah, so he's even further down the grid than you think.
Certainly not a great qualifying for him when you see where his teammate is finishing up in 3rd, obviously with that grid drop from Charles Leclerc. But still, we would expect to see Hamilton a lot further up the grid than 7th position.
Yeah, and Magic Mike, they're saying Verstappen and Leclerc are going to have to be on their A game to be able to overtake Zhou. Yeah, I mean, he is probably. I think Zhou is going to give him a run for his money for about 5 seconds, and then Max Verstappen will go straight past. Rishabh saying that Alonso is going to work his magic on the track. Yeah, we are so keen to see what Alonso can do today.
Alonso is just able to pull out those beautiful overtakes, and he makes it look so easy. It's so unfair. I mean, he just got around Lewis Hamilton in Bahrain with such ease. He made it look like child's play, like he was in karts, like Lewis Hamilton was in a kart and he was in a Formula 1 car. It's, yeah, almost embarrassing to see how easy that was, but obviously just him being such an experienced racer.
Yeah, see Eka there's being a Max fan saying, go Max there. I'm not sure if they're asking if we're going to stream the race live. Well, of course, it is illegal to show the footage from the race. Of course, it's copyright there. But I can tell you exactly how you can watch it, and I'm going to explain that. So if you've got to look in the description of the video, and I'm saying it to a few others, but I'm just going to continue saying it for all those who are new onto the stream. If you've got to look at the description of the video, we explain exactly how you can watch legally for, I think, just a small VPN subscription, and you can go and put yourself inside Austria using that VPN, and then you can watch Formula 1 for free today. So be sure to go and look at that. Otherwise, I'm going to put the link in the chat again, and you guys can go and click on that. I'm just going to literally put it there as a link to go and watch. And if you go and see that link there, you can go and use that, and you can go and watch that video and explaining exactly how you can do that. And thank you so much. We've just hit 300 viewers, so thank you, everybody. Let's keep it going. Let's keep asking all your friends and everybody. Bring everybody back to this chat. Go and tell all the other streams, come here. This is the part where we're having a whole lot of chat with everybody. So this is the best stream to go and watch Formula 1 on.
Yes, just a few more comments here. Prisha saying, we want the Indian Grand Prix back. Yes, certainly that was a very exciting Grand Prix. Also a street circuit, if I do remember correctly. Very narrow and quite tight and twisty. But yes, also from Daryl, Hamilton in 7th, he is going to push it. That's how he is. Yes, Hamilton also being such a veteran of the sport, he should certainly be able to push it with the likes of Esteban Ocon, Lance Stroll, and Carlos Sainz. I don't know if he will be able to get up onto that podium with George Russell being in 3rd. I think a bit of team orders may come to play, as Russell did qualify higher, but you never know, they may allow them to race. But we also have those fighting from further behind with the likes of Charles Leclerc starting on P12. Aesthetic, yes, I see you are quite upset about that. Unfortunately, he did have a grid penalty. He did qualify in 2nd, but then he takes a 10-place grid penalty for a new control electronics unit. The 3rd of the season. You're only allowed 2 in a season. Unfortunately, though, he went through 2 in the Bahrain Grand Prix.
And certainly Ferrari is going to have to hope. I mean, this is what, 21 races to go, even after this Grand Prix. This is just the 2nd Grand Prix of the season, and they're already onto their 3rd electronics unit. So, you know, they might well take some more grid penalties every single time if that should continue to be an issue. So, quite apart from anything else, Ferrari being hampered into the season already, so really not looking all that good. But we've got just about 14 minutes until we get going with that formation lap. And what I am going to do is pop these headphones on now, because Now I want to be listening in and seeing exactly what's going to be happening on the grid, and we will just bring up that TV as well. But don't worry, we will still, of course, read all of those comments, etc., as we go along as well. And we just see Christian Horner here being interviewed as well, and let's just listen and see what Horner's have to say.
Looks like they've been doing some checks on Sergio Perez as far. Hopefully nothing. I heard something about the drive shaft. Hopefully there's no issues there with drive shaft. Did you catch exactly what he said there, Mark?
Yeah, no, they just said they had to do a couple of adjustments to the drive shaft, and that was the reason why they were working on the car yesterday. So hopefully that's all fixed and they should be fine. But if I'm honest, I'm looking at Christian Horner's expression. He's looking a little bit concerned, not all that relaxed as he always usually is. So maybe Red Bull are going to have to be careful here. But looking at this grid, my word, all colourful, full of people. There are so many people in the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. We're so keen to see Garen going 13 minutes away. And look at this drone show. We've got a drone show, a massive horse in the air over Saudi Arabia.
They clearly are not very biased, are they? They've got a massive Ferrari logo in the sky. I wonder who they are punting to win here.
I mean, my word, just sort of sums up the money. We see Will Smith is on the grid. Will Smith is in Saudi Arabia. He's here for the Grand Prix. And yeah, all the celebrities on the grid right now. And let's just go back to the comments quickly and saying Federico Belgian TV started. I hope they continue for the race. Magic Mind saying Bottas and Joe are ready to take over for the rest of the season. And Flux here saying they blew the ECU with Leclerc. Monsieur seems to be a bit more straightforward in admitting stuff. And saying Max 15th on the grid. Yes, due to a grid penalty. Well, not grid penalty. No. Max Verstappen had an issue in Q2.
Yes, he had a clutch failure, unfortunately, during qualifying, which meant he did not get a fast time in at all. Unfortunately, then finishing, well, his starting place is now in 15th position. I don't think you can count Max out, though. He has been so rapid throughout this race weekend. We should see him being able to fight his way through the grid a little bit. Going to be quite dangerous, of course, with these walls being so close. He's just going to really have to pick his overtaking moments. Yes, but it should make a very, very exciting race for us.
Yeah, and Flux just saying, yeah, I won't watch the race live, but I will in June save money with F1 TV Pro and Max's race with the monthly plan. Yeah, not a bad idea, but I will tell you this much, that this man over here is going to be watching Imola live and in person later this season. And of course, if you guys come back to the channel, we will be able to ask Reece some questions on the ground, and it'll be very fun to have him there. And I think, Reece, you can take back your thoughts with regards to their favoritism at the track. I think they're taking the drones and they're forming logos of all.
Logo, to be very honest,
I think they're going to show all the logos of the teams. Hopefully, maybe a few logos here. We see the eagle currently over the Saudi Arabia track. So 360 people currently online with us. So thank you guys so much for watching right now. Keep going, keep subscribing and liking the video. We're very, very keen to have you here. And of course, just over 10 minutes to go until we go live in Jeddah and with the second Grand Prix of the season as well. Go and keep commenting, guys. Ask us all the questions and tell us who you're supporting. You know, spam the comments with your favorite team. Let's go and see who everybody is backing.
Just watching a replay here of Max Verstappen last year at the race start. Just seeing how he's able to keep the grid a bit backed up behind him, just going a little bit wide there into that first corner and keeping the Ferraris behind him. Sergio Perez there in third, making his way into fourth though in by corner 2. You can see though how you are able to race here in corner 1 and 2. Even though it is so narrow, you are still able to overtake on this track, which is great. We have such a fast and flowing track here. You really have to get it to a rhythm. It is so difficult for the drivers in terms of concentration. You really have to keep your concentration up the entire race. If you make a small mistake, you may just end up in the wall, like we saw Lando Norris yesterday in qualifying. Just misjudging his entry into turn 27, managed to clip the wall so gently, but broke the steering column on his car and was just out of qualifying in Q1.
Yeah, and also just watching last year, of course, don't forget that Perez was in a big accident last year with regards to the Jeddah circuit. So lots and lots of things can happen today. And I see that we have just broken 400 viewers. So guys, thank you again so much for watching. Let's keep it going. We're going to start doing the celebratory arms in the air because we do have quite a lot of people watching with us. And we're so happy to have all of you here. And yeah, be sure to stay here and join us for all future races. Say, subscribe to the channel. We do a live show on Monday. I really want all of you there. You guys can come and share your comments after the Grand Prix tonight. You can come share them with us tomorrow evening, of course. Around about the same time, we do get going at more or less in the afternoon / the evening. So we will, of course, be doing that live show, and you guys can go and moan about which teams did shockingly in the race that we're going to see in just under 9 minutes time. So yeah, stay around guys, stick around, like the video, and we're so happy to have all of you here. Keep commenting and asking us questions, of course. We're so happy to
just saying there in the comments, why do you have the PS5 start menu background behind you? That's quite funny. It's just a stock background. Works for us quite well when we do our news streams. We put all of our articles back there. But yes, for now, it is just a part of our live studio. Certainly, we are going to change our backgrounds with all of the lap timing and the lap tracker, the driver tracker. So we will be switching to that very soon. We have 8 minutes and 15 seconds to go as we see that drone show up in the air with a Formula 1 car being lined out there by all of those drones. It is incredible what they are doing here in Saudi Arabia. This race is just looking like such a spectacle. I mean, we always expected it to be. I mean,
I'm so keen for this race. As you said, I'm just looking at it. I just see we keep growing, guys. Let's keep going. We've just hit 500 viewers. We're really, really happy to have all of you here. And let's keep it going. Keep subscribing. Keep liking the video. Let's get as many people on here as possible and keep joining the conversation. We're so keen to have all of you guys here. We're so close to race start. And we will, of course, bring up all those stats and commentate throughout the entirety of it. And again, if you guys are looking for a way to watch the Formula 1, I see Magic Mike there going and just advocating for the fact that you can use the system, and it's all completely legal and it's very easy to do. I said you already used the ExpressVPN. It's actually very good, and yeah, it is very good. So if you guys go and read the description in the video, you can see exactly how you can watch this race along with us, and completely legal and the best and most cost efficient version of watching Formula 1. So be sure to go and have a look at that. And Daryl here just saying, I've seen them go flying a few times, expensive bits and pieces. The final countdown, whoop, whoop. Yeah, we are very, very keen. Just 7 minutes to go until Jeddah gets going. The second Grand Prix, and probably there's definitely a lot more anticipation for this Grand Prix due to the fact that Max Verstappen's all the way down in 15th.
Yes,
so much to watch.
With Daryl just saying there, expensive flying bits and pieces. Yes, very, very expensive bits and pieces when these bits and pieces go flying when these cars crash. Obviously, the front wing alone on that car is worth about $150,000. It is incredible how much these cars cost to build, as well as the development and R&D that goes into designing and developing these cars. They are the top of motorsport. They are the pinnacle of motorsport. We are so excited though to get going in about 6 minutes and 20 seconds. So close now to the formation lap and lights out here in Saudi Arabia.
And speaking of course, be sure to go and vote on that poll. We are going to close it in about 5 minutes time, so be sure to go and vote as quickly as possible before we will go and turn that poll off, and we're going to have to change it up a bit. And whilst we just look at the comments, just Samuel saying, honestly guys, will Perez win? You know, at the end of the day, he is in what we have seen over last weekend, at least, or the weekend before rather, in Bahrain, that the Red Bull is the quickest car. So realistically, you'd have to actually back Perez. But nonetheless, Alonso is there, and I reckon Alonso could do the business as well. So do be sure to stick around. We're going to find out live, and we're really, really keen. They're going to hopefully get going. We're just seeing the final lots of adverts before we get going with the race. And almost 600 viewers. Just keep it going, guys. Keep it going. Almost on 600, and we'll be able to watch it there. Yeah, and people just asking if we can watch the race here. Again, guys, we're doing a watch along here. We'll have all the stats. We'll have all of the information. We'll be commentating throughout the entire thing and answering all the comments and all the questions as you see fit. The footage we cannot show. It is illegal. It's copyrighted. We will not be able to do that. But you can watch legally if you go and watch. Look at the description of the video, and you can go and see exactly how you can do that.
As you said that we have now gone over 600 viewers. Thank you very much for watching us. Please do comment, leave us a like, and subscribe to our channel. It is so great to have you all here. Please do also let us know in the comment section where you are watching from. It is always great to know where our fans are watching. We are both here in South Africa commentating at the moment. It is very warm in this room, but thank goodness it is nighttime now and cooling down a little bit.
Yes, and we literally have a little temperature gauge telling us how hot it is in our room. Can I tell you how hot it is in our room? It's 29 degrees. That is how hot we are right now. And we do see the F1 titles have begun, so we are going to get going with the commentary very, very soon. And just a couple of comments here asking, saying, what is the time for you guys? What is 5 to 7 in the evening for us? So it's just an hour ahead of Saudi Arabia and in Jeddah. And yeah, just very, very keen. And again, just if you look there, check the description for instructions on how to watch the race on a free channel. So yeah, be sure to go and check that out as well.
Magic Micah there, just saying he is watching from Norway. Thank you very much for joining us, Micah. We know who you are supporting here today. Mike has been very, very vocal about his support for Guan Yu Zhou here today. Great to have you, though. Let's hope that Guan Yu Zhou can do well.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, we are very, very close to this Grand Prix right now. And
a few people asking us where we are in South Africa. Currently, we are in Joburg. I live in Durban, though, but I am visiting up here, and then we'll be commentating from Durban for the next few races.
Yes,
so it's
indeed.
always great to know that there are some fellow South Africans living, watching alongside us.
Yes, and we just hit 700 viewers, guys. Thank you so much for joining. We really are keen to have you guys here. Again, keep subscribing to the channel and like the videos, and join us for the live stream tomorrow. We're very keen to go and have discussions, and we can just chat F1 basically. We do it every Monday, so be sure to join us there and follow the channel, because we'll be uploading news articles, all these live videos, etc., and doing all the Grand Prix, all the watch-alongs for every single session. So yeah, of course,
Plus, just asking us, will we have a live timing board as well as track mapper? Yes, we do. Here we go now, getting ready to go. We have 2 minutes and 45 seconds till the start of the formation lap. Very, very close till we get out here in Bahrain. Sorry, I keep saying Bahrain, but we are in Saudi Arabia here this evening. 750 people watching alongside us. Thank you all for joining us. Please do leave us a like, a comment, and subscribe to our channel if you want to watch more content with us. We do upload quite a lot here on this channel. We do live watch-alongs for all of the practice sessions, as well as qualifying and the race. We do some gaming streams throughout the week, as well as news and a Monday live show. So please do also join us tomorrow evening, when we will be recapping this race and the entire week in Formula 1.
100%. And just going to quickly go back to the comments before we start commentating here. Tubby here saying, Mzansi, gather up. Indeed, yes, all my fellow South Africans, nice to have you here. Kshitij, I assume, sorry, saying, can you give a shout out to Sakshi, please? Well, there's your shout out, Sakshi. Logan saying, guys, it's my first F1 race. Which team and driver should I follow? Well, that's completely up to you. Follow along and see who makes you excited to watch. That's the whole thing with F1. Decides on how you, basically who you actually going to eye the most, and that's how you basically decide which team. Try to choose something original, maybe. Aston Martin are a big team to watch at the moment. Maybe have a look at them.
A lot of excitement for Fernando Alonso here this evening. He is obviously in his first year in Aston Martin and doing very well with that car being so competitive. For now, we shall do quickly a rundown of the grid for the start of this race. We have in pole position Sergio Perez, closely followed by Fernando Alonso in P2, George Russell in P3, Carlos Sainz in P4, Lance Stroll in P5, Esteban Ocon and Lewis Hamilton in 6th and 7th. Oscar Piastri in that McLaren having a great day, starting in P8, Pierre Gasly in the Alpine starting in P9, Nico Hulkenberg rounding out the top 10. Guan Yu Zhou then, Magic Mike's favourite driver, starting in 11th. Charles Leclerc, the Tifosi's driver for the day, starting in 12th, with that grid penalty for a new control electronics unit. Kevin Magnussen then starting in 13th. Valtteri Bottas in the second Alfa Romeo starting in 14th. Max Verstappen, talk of the evening, starting in 15th. He is starting there as he had a clutch issue in qualifying 2 yesterday, not able to put in a fast lap, hence why he is starting in P15. Yuki Tsunoda then in 16th for the AlphaTauri. Alex Albon for the Williams in 17th. 18th for Nick de Vries. 19th for Lando Norris after hitting the wall in Quali 1 yesterday and not even getting a time on the board. And then the American Logan Sargent starting in P20. That is our grid for the start of this race. Very, very close to getting under the lights here. We see the tyre blankets now being removed from cars. They are about to start their formation lap as the timer has now run out.
Cool, and yeah, indeed, we are now about to get going with the formation laps. Just before we get going with that, so many comments, guys, and so thankful to have you all here. Tell you guys where you're watching from. Keep it going. Want to know exactly where you're watching from. We see a couple of, we see a Durbanite here. We see India. We see watching from Botswana. Off to watch the race live. Catch you guys later. Enjoy the stream, and I hope you guys support does well. Well, thank you, Daryl. Thank you. It's been great to have you here and enjoy the race. And yeah, how many matches have there been? Well, they're races, and we do have the formation lap going. So yeah, here we go. The formation lap is underway. Perez is leading all of the drivers out, and everybody will follow as we go.
Timing.
Yeah. So just going to fix the timing board here, and we're just hopefully making it sure that we're going to get it working here as well, and just make sure that that's all 100% working. Just want to go back to this tracker here, and we're just going to refresh it. Hopefully, there we go. So we are about to get going with the Grand Prix. Almost 1,000 viewers, guys. Keep it going, keep it going. Let's have it up here.
Taboo saying he is watching from Germany. Logan Med saying UK. Laura Filu saying she is watching here from Spain. Thank you very much, all of you, for watching alongside us, as well as commenting on our stream. Lots of people commenting here now. Tis van den saying he is watching from the Netherlands. Sudir Patur saying, where do you predict Max will end up, especially coming from the back end and running on dirty air for long, as well as battling this year's strong midfield? Ocon probably will take him out. Well, we don't know what is going to happen, but Max Verstappen has been so rapid throughout this race weekend, and we do expect to see him battling it out through that grid, possibly catching Leclerc, and those two fighting it out through the grid and through the midfield.
Indeed, and Tyronia saying he's watching from Cape Town. Shiti saying, will you show us the race? Again, look in the description of the video and you'll find out exactly how to do that. And you can just see our timings board there is just refreshing there, and hopefully we'll go back to black. So don't worry about that. It will be fixing up now. There you go. It's now all updated, ready for the race.
Thomas Zimba here saying they are watching from the Himalayas, end of the world. That is one of my dream spots to go and visit one day. Please do enjoy the stream. Aurelia saying she is from Bali. Can we join you as well?
Yes, indeed. And we see watching on Belgian TV, Joe looking as good as ever. From India there, Abhishek, nice to have you here. And I want to see the race from South Africa. Nice to have you here. And from Indonesia as well. So everywhere, all over the world, we are so close to getting going. And please, guys, don't be afraid. If we haven't answered your comments straight away, we will get back to you as quickly as we can. Of course, we're going to just be watching along. And again, everybody's asking where you can watch the stream. Of course, be sure to go and have a look at this video here. I'm going to put the link in the description. Go look there, and you can find out exactly how you can watch.
See, our track map, our track is now live, showing where the cars are on track. We have all of the cars now lining up on the grid. Very exciting. Almost time to get out in Saudi Arabia.
And indeed, and restarted in Bahrain, and he took us through the opening lap in Bahrain, and I'm going to attempt to take you through today. We'll obviously do it every time. We're going to just take turns basically doing it. And just looking at the comments quickly last year from Saudi Arabia. Well, why are you not there? Why are you not there? It's in Saudi Arabia. And from India here, from Nepal, from Lebanon, from Bali again. Well, that's salute from Bali, Indonesia. Yeah, very good to have you all here. They're lining up on the grid. We're about to get going with this Grand Prix. So exciting to see. Perez is currently on pole. He's just checking to make sure that it's all working, and I do believe it is all working. Hopefully we should be fine. Just looking at the track right now, we do have drivers on the track, I'm hoping, so we should be able to update this as we go.
Brakes here though, smoking away quite a lot. I don't know who that is. Hopefully we will get another shot in a few seconds to see who that was smoking away. We are very close though to getting out under the lights here. Let's wait for these lights.
Red light 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and lights out. Cars are away. Perez gets off to a good start. He tries to fend off for Fernando Alonso. He's going to get up.
Start.
Fernando Alonso's got down the inside. He's taken Perez. He's taken him down the first inside. And Carlos Sainz cannot get past Russell. He's still fighting out there. Lance Stroll trying to make it up on the Ferrari as well, right on his tail. But Fernando Alonso has gone into the lead. Ferrari in second, and the Red Bull in second of Sergio Perez. They're going to continue up.
Some debris flying though further back on the grid. Looks like it may have been from a Ferrari or an Aston Martin. As we see a Williams going a little bit wide now. Still looking clean though so far, not too much touching, no crashes though. We see some sparking coming from the McLaren of Piastri in P8.
Fernando Alonso.
Yes, we have Piastri with a broken front wing. That is very unfortunate for him. As we see the Aston Martin of
Lance Stroll going to go around Sainz. He's making it way around Sainz. My word, these Aston Martins are quick. He's going to make it stick. He has made it stick. What an opening to overtake there from Lance Stroll.
Back on him, very close now into the next few turns. Race control noting an incident involving car 14 Alonso. Incorrect starting location. No, that is not good for Fernando Alonso. He may have just been a little bit too far forward in his grid box. Hopefully he will not receive a penalty for that.
Oh dear, Fernando Alonso possibly going to have a thing. Piastri, they're saying, I've got damage, confirming that, but we're still going to continue through here. Fernando Alonso might not have been in his grid correctly, which is going to be horrible if it is true. Nonetheless, hopefully it won't be. Fernando Alonso still going forward. He's in first. Perez in second. Russell in third. Lance Stroll right on Russell's tail. Sainz behind him. The Alpine there. Then Hamilton. Then the other Alpine. Then Charles Leclerc already up into 9th.
We see a McLaren falling down the grid. I think that is Oscar Piastri. He is going to have to go into the pits now. We see, though, Charles Leclerc is now up into 9th position. As we see Sergio Perez battling it out once again with Fernando Alonso.
Yes, indeed. Fernando Alonso just trying to fend off from Sergio Perez. They're coming into those final parts of the track. There's a little bit of debris on the track there as we come into lap 2. And I don't know if that debris is going to be a problem. They might have to go under a virtual safety car. We see Piastri's in the pits getting that wing removed. So looking at it, Alonso's managed to go up in first place. Perez is now in second. Russell third. Stroll is up into 4th place. Sainz in 5th. And Max Verstappen's all the way up into 13th already so far. And Charles Leclerc up into 9th. Charles Leclerc moving up quite quickly. Incident involving Alonso under investigation for an incorrect starting position, so that'll be very, very sad.
As we see Max Verstappen now getting very close to Nico Hülkenberg in 12th position, Max in 13th. Brilliant start though for Charles Leclerc. Charles is up into 9th position. Fernando Alonso has been given a 5-second penalty for an incorrect starting location.
And quite frankly, I actually don't mind that, because sometimes you see for these sort of things get even more harsh penalties. So a 5-second penalty, it's not going to be the end of the world for Alonso, but nonetheless he's going to have to try and work those 5 seconds back. I thought it might well have been worse, but nonetheless only 5 seconds. So Fernando Alonso still currently leading this race, however with a penalty. Sergio Perez right on his tail. When DRS opens, I think this will be a very interesting battle to watch. And yeah, seeing Stroll is also motoring his way up the grid, trying to keep up with Russell. Russell more or less staying there as well, but Leclerc has made his way up. He is obviously the only car on softs, and Hamilton started on hards. So Max Verstappen still not able to get up from 13th yet. He has taken 2 places, but we're entering this 3rd lap now, and yeah.
It's gaining though on that Haas of Nico Hülkenberg, getting very close now. We should see some more overtakes happening when the DRS is enabled this next lap. Lap 3 of 50 at the moment. Our current leader is Fernando Alonso, closely followed by Sergio Perez, 0.9 seconds behind him. Then George Russell in 3rd, 2.3 seconds off of the leader right now. Lance Stroll in 4th, that rear gunner for Fernando Alonso. DRS though is now enabled. We should see a lot closer racing now between the top 2.
We just hear Alonso on the radio.
Just letting him know a bit more information about that pit stop. The time penalty, he will have to serve that time penalty at the pit stop, as we see Max Verstappen going very wide in turn 10 there.
Yes, Max Verstappen trying to see a way past those 2 Haas's ahead of him, of Hülkenberg and Magnussen, but being held up a little bit, Max Verstappen, not actually as quick as I thought he might have been in those first opening laps, so still got a work to do. Alonso is building up a bit of a gap, and quite interesting, his response on the radio after being told he got a penalty was just copy. So just business as usual, he's just going to continue. He doesn't seem to mind too much, so hopefully it doesn't bother him at all. So yeah, lots of very, very interesting racing so far. The biggest problem, of course, Piastri for McLaren, having such a bad start in terms of getting damage onto his car. So now both McLarens find themselves right at the back of the grid. Norris still behind Piastri even further.
I don't know what happened to Lando Norris to warrant him being all the way down in P20. Something must have happened for him. Unless, here we have Sergio Perez taking the lead of the race with a big lockup though. Will Alonso be able to switch back on him? Very close though between those two. But right now, Sergio Perez still in the lead of the race. We see Alonso harvesting power a little bit. But we have a new race leader of Sergio Perez.
Yes, Perez has managed to get past Alonso. So Alonso, unfortunately, having to lose that position out, but still sticking quite close to him. And he's going to try and use DRS to stay with him. Just needs to stay within that that second range.
Just watching here from the race start, just watching on board with... I think he may have just been a little bit too far to the left-hand side of his pit box. Not too far forward, but just too far to the left. That is really interesting. I haven't seen that before.
No.
But if you're out of that box, you will get a penalty. Unfortunately for Fernando Alonso, he has gotten a 5-second penalty that he will need to serve in the pit stops.
Nonetheless, though, a fantastic start for the Aston Martin. Now, I have said that these Aston Martins seem to get off the grid the quickest out of all the cars. Sergio Perez desperately tried to hold him off and try and defend his position, but was unable to. And we're just starting a replay here, I believe, of Piastri here, seeing him go up and see where this damage occurred. Oh dear! Just seems to just try to go in and Yes, just trying to find where this damage comes from for
Must be shown
Piastri.
that, yes, he connected with the Alpine, I think, of Ocon. Just not very hard that he touched with Ocon, but still causing some damage to that front wing end plate, and then he had to completely change that front wing.
Yes.
Still don't know what necessarily happened to Lando Norris there. It looked like he had a good, clean start in corner 1 and 2. Maybe he hit some debris and had to change those tyres.
Yes, indeed. We're just watching the replay here also of Charles Leclerc's restart. Reece, you can talk us through that. And nonetheless, we're actually going to go back. Sorry, we're going to see the pass from Perez going past Alonso. Makes it look relatively easy, but then goes very, very far across the track
Max
and locks
Verstappen
up.
has made up a few places now. He is in 11th position, getting close to Magic Mike's man of Guan Yu Zhou. Let's see if he predicted right, if it is going to be very difficult for him to get round that Alfa Romeo.
Yes, indeed. And Verstappen now starting to make moves. He's moved 4 places up the grid. Leclerc's moved 3 places up. Once Verstappen gets past Zhou, he will have to get past Leclerc. So that'll be a very interesting one to watch as well. So currently the grid, Perez is back onto the front. Alonso in second, Russell in third. Stroll's made a place on Sainz in fourth. So Aston Martin currently getting the most points in the race as it stands. But of course, Max Verstappen's coming up in the rear on 11th place, and Leclerc in 9th place. Leclerc's on the softs, obviously trying to get up the grid as quickly as he can. He's within DRS zone of Gasly, and I think that'll be the next battle we're going to have to watch.
That gap, though, from Alonso to Perez, dropping every now and then as he goes through those straights. Currently 0.6 seconds between those two. So close. We are on lap 5 of 50, just 10% through this race. George Russell, though, 1.8 seconds off of Fernando Alonso. A bit of a gap forming there for Leclerc and Verstappen. They would certainly want that gap to stay quite small if they have any hopes of getting on the podium here this afternoon. As we see an Alpine starting to fight with Lewis Hamilton. Is that
Pierre Gasly is trying to get past Hamilton, and Leclerc's right on Pierre Gasly's tail as well. So a little bit of a train forming behind Hamilton now. And of course, if Verstappen can get past Zhou, he is within DRS range of Zhou, then Verstappen will be looking to Leclerc. So going to be a battle for 7th here. Hamilton currently in that position, of course, but being put under a lot of pressure from that Alpine of Gasly.
Half a second now between those two. As we see a replay of Max Verstappen. What does he do here? Does he get a bit wide? Yes, he just has a little bit of a moment, bit of an oversteer in that one corner. I think it is turn 23, but still able to stay on track.
And funny enough, if you guys went and watched our gaming stream, and you can also catch that on Forever Sports Extra every Thursday, just before a Grand Prix, we go and do a gaming stream. You can see exactly how all of us hit that exact wall that Max Verstappen just managed to avoid having to bottle out of it, basically. Just continuing with the race here, Charles Leclerc chasing Gasly down.
Getting so close now between those three, between Hamilton, Gasly, and Leclerc. They are both, well, all three of them are split by just over a second, by about 1.1, 1.2 seconds. Hamilton having a lot of pressure on him right now from Pierre Gasly. If he does not defend him, we will have Charles Leclerc also sweeping past Lewis Hamilton.
And Verstappen is catching Zhou, so there's going to also be another thing soon. And Alonso still within DRS zone range of Perez, so sticking with Perez, and they are forming a bit of a gap to that of Russell, who's now also got Lance Stroll right on his tail as well. So Lance Stroll...
As we see Charles Leclerc making a move now on Esteban Ocon, also looking to make a move on Hamilton. Just getting so gutsy here. Still keeping it clean though through turn 1 and 2. Staying on the tail now of Lewis Hamilton.
Yes, Leclerc does get past Gasly, not Ocon unfortunately, but Gasly nonetheless. And now Lewis Hamilton is going to be put under pressure from Leclerc. Leclerc is going to be chasing him down. And Verstappen still trying to get past Zhou. Not able to as of yet. And Stroll is right on Russell's tail as well. So that should be the next one. So we just see a replay of this overtake from Charles Leclerc on Gasly. Just goes around the outside. Cuts and just has so much pace, and then almost gets caught with Lewis Hamilton braking late, but still Charles Leclerc doing very well just to stay ahead of that Alpine and move himself further up the field.
Just a few people saying in the comments, purple sector for Checo. Yes, brilliant so far for him. We see though in the first sector Sergio Perez is very fast, and then we see Fernando Alonso setting a purple sector in that second sector due to him obviously having DRS. That time, though, just slowly starting to grow between the two of them. 0.929 right now. Sergio Perez just needs to do a little bit more work to get Alonso out of his DRS range. As I say that gap is once again tumbling to 0.7 seconds.
Yes, Alonso doing very well just to stick with that Red Bull, using that DRS every single time. And as I said, DRS was going to be a big factor for this race. And Sergio Perez has just put in the fastest lap, so he's doing very well to try and get away from Alonso, but nonetheless, still got to do more.
Just a question from Sun in the comment section saying, Hamilton on hards, question mark. Yes, he is currently on hards. Mercedes thinking a bit more into the long game of this race, possibly wanting to keep him out for a little bit longer. As we see Max Verstappen just breezing past Guan Yu Zhou. Sorry, Magic Micah. He is past your man. But Max Verstappen now up into the points position in 10th place. Next person on track ahead of him is Pierre Gasly.
Indeed, so Verstappen getting ever closer to the points, so he's now into the points. Race control is now starting, noting an incident with Hamilton weaving on the straight, so that'll be something also to be noted. But now Hamilton's trying to fend off Leclerc into that 7th place, and Verstappen is now going to try and get that gap up to Gasly. So soon we should see Verstappen, Leclerc and Hamilton all pretty much battling it out for the same position. So it's going to be very exciting, that, of course. And Stroll's gap to Russell is just starting to build a little bit more. He was trying to get faster, but nonetheless, Alonso is still keeping with Perez. So Aston Martin's doing very well so far. However, Alonso does, of course, have a 5-second penalty due to an incorrect starting procedure. As we listen to the radio for Alonso.
Just confirming that they are going to stick to plan A on their pit stop strategies. Fernando then coming back and saying, yes, I'm trying, mate, I'm trying. Clearly battling a little bit to stay on par with Sergio Perez. 0.7 seconds now. 0.7 seconds dead between those two. Yes, very close between those top two.
I think if I have to predict the plan here for Aston Martin, when they say plan A, I think the plan is to stick with Perez for as long as possible, essentially take it deep, because, you know, as long as he sticks with Perez, he can utilize the pace from the DRS and just get a bigger gap to the rest of the field, and really
we see Charles Leclerc getting so close now to Lewis Hamilton. Yes, he makes a large late lunge on Lewis Hamilton there into turn 1 and 2, and just keeps ahead of him now. Lewis Hamilton down into 8th position, Charles Leclerc in 7th. Race control, black and white flag for Lewis Hamilton weaving on the straight. Any more incidents that he has, he will be given a penalty.
Yes, so Lewis Hamilton also now put under pressure with regards to weaving on the straights, and not only that, he's got Charles Leclerc breathing down his neck, as Lance Stroll is coming a little bit under pressure from Carlos Sainz, having taken him earlier. Sainz is within DRS range, so Stroll might have to start doing some defending, which will then not actually let him get closer to Russell, who's really falling off from the top two. Alonso now just breaking that 1 second barrier with Perez, so he might fall out of DRS range, just sort of trying to stay in with it. Hamilton on the radio now.
Just saying that he is really struggling with grip on these tyres. Certainly not very happy. But Mercedes thinking of the long game right now. As we see,
track limits might be there for Carlos Sainz.
Just going a bit wide there into turn 23, taking a lot of curb. I don't think he's going to be worrying as much about track limits as he will be worrying about his floor.
The damage there on the floor. Yes, nonetheless. Go back to the comments here saying, yes, Leclerc in P7. Indeed, he has taken Hamilton. So Leclerc doing very well to get ahead of him there. And we see Max Verstappen.
Is he overtaking
Gasly? Yes,
overtaking Pierre Gasly. I didn't know if it was Gasly or someone else there, but yes, now next driver up the road for him is Lewis Hamilton. That Red Bull looking so strong, starting in P50, now in 9th position. We could certainly see a safety car playing in here this afternoon. So far, very clean racing from all of the drivers. We still have 20 drivers racing out, as we are now 10 laps down out of 50 laps. As we see Bottas now in the pits.
Indeed, and just following along here, Alonso has unfortunately fallen away from Perez. He is no longer within that DRS range, so he's going to have to try and do it all by himself. But nonetheless, he's still built up a good gap to Russell behind him. So Alonso's got some clean air to try and run into. Still staying sort of with Perez, but a little bit out of the DRS range now. So Perez should be able to get away from him. Nonetheless, those Aston Martins still looking very strong. Sainz trying to stick with Stroll. Sainz, of course, in 5th. But Verstappen is now hunting down Lewis Hamilton, his old foe. No longer that big of a rivalry between the two of them, of course, because Mercedes have lost so much pace. But Verstappen's going to have to try and get past his old rival. But nonetheless, should be relatively easily, as Mercedes are on that hard tyre for Hamilton. But Russell doing very well on the medium tyre just to stay in 3rd at the moment.
Yes, Max Verstappen now 1.1 seconds behind Lewis Hamilton. Currently chasing for 8th place. Then he can fight with Charles Leclerc. one car up ahead of him.
Yeah, indeed, and we're just looking at all the tyres on the grid right now. Charles Leclerc is still the only one on softs, and
Sergio Perez sets a fastest lap on lap 11 of this race so far on his old set of mediums.
Indeed, and we look at this as say Charles Leclerc the only one on softs, Lewis Hamilton the only one on hards out in the top 10.
Just looking at a team radio right now. Mark will be listening in on that.
Yes, indeed, and it's very, very interesting there. They're basically talking about pit stop strategies because you see all of the teams that have come into the pits so far have swapped onto the hard tyre, but the hard tyre is apparently, according to the Aston Martin team, not looking good, they're saying. So they're going to actually probably opt for the medium tyre, which means that it'll probably be a two-stop strategy, rather, well, obviously a two-stop strategy is nonetheless, but they're going to try and take these tyres longer, essentially, is what they're going to try and do.
Medium still looking very competitive. We could possibly see a pit stop from Sergio Perez soon with him pushing like that, as we have a look in that Mercedes pit garage of of Toto Wolff there, looking over all the data with Mick Schumacher in the background.
And thank you so much for everybody who's watching right now. I've got 1.3 thousand people watching, so thank you guys so much for tuning in. And of course, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more content, and join us for our live stream tomorrow as well, where we'll review this race right now that's taking place right in front of our eyes right now. We see here Max Verstappen is chasing Hamilton down, and he's got DRS now. He's going to get very close to him, coming out of that second DRS zone and coming onto the start finish as Perez is on the radio.
Did you catch what they said?
I didn't quite catch it, but it pretty much sounded like something was the primary.
I think he was just asking what Alonso is doing, as we see Max Verstappen making a move on Lewis Hamilton. Lewis just covering him off a little bit, but we should see him making his way past Hamilton down the start-finish straight. Then he can chase Charles Leclerc for P7. DRS wide open now for Max Verstappen, right on the back of Lewis Hamilton, making a dive down the inside and just breezing past that Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton obviously on a set of hards, not finding that pace right now. Max Verstappen up into 8th position, starting 15th. Charles Leclerc in 7th, having started 12th.
Yes, and indeed, we see Zhou is into the pits, and so is Hulkenberg, and so as a result, De Vries and Sargent go past them, undercutting them in the pits. Well, not undercutting, but it's just obviously...
Zhou, just for you, Mika, he has just had a pit stop. Micah, sorry. He has had a 4-second pit stop. Not the fastest, not terrible, but certainly a little bit slower than they would have wanted there in the Alfa Romeo garage.
So, yeah, got quite interesting. I want to see what tyres that show has put on now. I'm going to find out now. Because they don't think the hard tyres are the ones, but they have all been put onto hard. So everybody who's coming to the pits have swapped for those hard tyres. So we're very interested to see how the rest of the teams face this. They're all making early pit stops, obviously just within 10 laps.
I think the top 10 at the moment are going to be waiting to see how those other cars further down the grid are performing on those hards. Obviously, they've only had representative times from Lewis Hamilton, a car that they can't necessarily use for data, as they have such a different car fundamentally to everyone else with that zero side pod design. As we see Charles Leclerc now chasing down Esteban Ocon.
Yes, Charles Leclerc doing a very, very good job on these soft tyres, trying to make his way up the grid as quickly as possible. He's now got Verstappen, of course, breathing down his neck. Not quite, but still going to make a couple of seconds up on him, but trying to get away from Max Verstappen as quickly as possible. He does make the move on Ocon, and he will make a stick going into that final corner before coming to the start finish straight. Not quite, actually. It's the first DRS zone. I do apologize.
Just saying in the comment section, what does it mean going into the pits? Going into the pits means that you go into your pit garage where you will change your tyres. As well, if you have any damage, you will change your front wing or try and fix whatever the issue is. As we see right now, the Ferrari pit crew just holding over their tyres, possibly coming in for a pit stop very soon from either Charles Leclerc, who is on softs, or Carlos Sainz on a set of mediums right now.
I think they might well try and take Carlos Sainz maybe in, or perhaps we just get the logs on the radio here.
Still happy with his tyres at the moment, saying they feel good, let's keep going. Clearly happy with his current pace on these tyres, but Sergio Perez 3.7 seconds up on Fernando Alonso right now.
Yeah,
7 seconds though down to George Russell in 3rd place.
However, Sainz is obviously currently keeping with Stroll. He's within DRS range, so he's trying to hunt down Stroll. So it'll be very interesting to see who comes into the pits here. It is Sainz that's going to come into the pits using those DRS to bring him in as quickly as possible. So let's see how this pit stop goes for Carlos Sainz.
Max Verstappen now making his way getting much closer now to Esteban Ocon in 7th position. DRS wide open, approaching that final corner. Will he be able to make a lunge? No, just playing it a little bit safe. Getting very close though now into turn 27. Neat and tidy for Max. Next DRS zone in a few hundred meters. DRS now wide open. Let's see if he is able to make up enough place.
Oh man, he just goes so quickly.
Speed. And passing now Esteban Ocon for 7th position. Lance Stroll now in the pits.
Oh, very interesting there. Ferrari dummied the pit. They told Sainz to box, but they didn't actually take him in. And Stroll then decided to go in as a result. Not a particularly quick pit stop, but a good enough one. And he will come out just ahead of, I believe, the Williams there of Albon. So Stroll now finds himself in 11th place, and he's gone into the hard tyre. No, it's just the hard tyre, the one they didn't really want to go onto. So
Ferrari dummying Lance Stroll there and Aston Martin. Certainly Ferrari making some better pit strategy or just some strategy games with other teams this year, doing some dummy pits. We haven't seen them doing that in a few years. It's great to see though all of that coming into play here in Saudi Arabia.
And I'll be very interested to know if Aston Martin did actually want to bring in Lance Stroll, or if they just did it as a precaution. And if they did, well, it's a bit of a juvenile error, and that just sort of shows that Aston Martin aren't quite used to being a big name team yet, because if they were dummied into the pits by Ferrari, it's a bit of an amateur mistake, unfortunately. You need to stick to your plan. And Ferrari maybe doing a good number on Lance Stroll there, but otherwise we'll see how that pans out, and let's see how Stroll manages on these hard tyres. We're following here on board with Sergio Perez, who's
Max
really...
Verstappen.
Is this Max Verstappen?
Yes, it is. Orange on top of his helmet.
Sorry, it was Max Verstappen, but nonetheless, getting a bit of clean air, trying to catch Leclerc, and Max Verstappen, of course, on mediums, whereas Leclerc's on softs, trying to catch his own teammate of Carlos Sainz now in 4th.
We should expect Max Verstappen to be able to go quite a bit longer than Charles Leclerc. Obviously, though, them taking a lot of lap time out of these tyres though, pushing to get past cars. We see now down that pit straight how close Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen are. Just 1.5 seconds between those two drivers.
Gasly is now finding his way into the pits. Let's see how this pit stop goes for him as well. And he's swapping for the hard tyres. Everybody opting for the hard tyres. Bit of a slow stop. Didn't look particularly concerned with getting a quick stop there. The pit crew, they weren't very energetic, but he's falling a little bit down the grid to see where he comes out. Gasly, he will come out, I think, in about, just should come out ahead of Magnussen. So we'll continue on in 14th place in that Alpine. Alpine's not looking too bad today, but those other cars just so much quicker. Hamilton really struggling down there in 8th. Let's see how he fares for the rest of the race. I think they're going to opt for a one-stop strategy, Hamilton. So let's see how long he can take these tyres.
Yes, Pierre Gasly able to get in a bit of fresh air at the moment. Great call from his team, not putting him in any traffic there. Max Verstappen though now 1.5 seconds down on Charles Leclerc, 1.4 now. Charles Leclerc though 3.8 seconds behind Carlos Sainz, who started in 4th position and is still in 4th position. Just shows how much time Charles Leclerc has been able to make up on those soft tyres.
Indeed, and that interval to Alonso from Perez is really starting to build as well. So something very interesting to watch there. Of course, Alonso wanted to stay on the medium tyre for now, wanted to take it further into the race, so we'll see how that fares. And Norris is now making his way close to Bottas, and Piastri starting to move up the grid right at the bottom there for McLaren.
We see Carlos Sainz now in the pits for Ferrari. Ferrari's first pit stop of the evening. Let's see how neat and tidy this is.
Oh, but slow. Will he get out ahead of Stroll? That's the big question.
7 seconds for them in that pit. Let's see if he is able to stay in some fresh air, or if Tsunoda, Stroll or Albon will get past them.
Stroll is coming down that main straight now. Let's see. And he should come out quite ahead of him.
Yes, he does.
My word. Big gap. So, very poor from Aston Martin there. They got dummied into a move they should never have done. And, just a bit of a juvenile decision there. So, a learning curve for Stroll and Aston Martin. Stroll now finding himself in 10th behind Sainz, but he will hunt him down. Let's see who's quicker on that hard tyre, though.
Yes, currently Max on Max on medium tyres. Little bit of graining. No, not necessarily. I thought I saw some graining on his left-hand tyre. I think it was just a little bit of a shadow from that wheel brow. Getting so close now to Charles Leclerc. 0.8 seconds. Under a second now, he will have DRS. Now DRS is open. Let's see how close he can get this gap to before the next long straight. That Red Bull having such top-end speed.
Yes,
Max
indeed.
and Charles Leclerc currently P5 and P4 respectively.
Yes, and I mean, it's a very interesting battle to watch. And of course, let us know in the comments who you're backing. I see a whole lot of comments here backing all the drivers.
Max getting so close now. Will he make a lunge?
Oh, he's trying not to. He's backing out of it
there, but he is able to take this corner a lot tighter and able to just take a little bit more as Charles Leclerc is about to box.
I think that was maybe Ferrari's strategy right from the beginning, was to try and get as far away from Max Verstappen as possible. And the moment he came under pressure from Max Verstappen, get into the pits and swap for a new tyre. So Ferrari, they're holding out quite well. Verstappen knowing that that he shouldn't
Good stop there from Charles Leclerc. Ferrari putting him on a set of hards as we see Ocon as well in the pits.
A very good stop there for Leclerc, 2.1, and Ocon as well, a very good stop at 2.3. And let's see where Charles Leclerc comes out ahead. We see it's the Aston Martin there of Lance Stroll.
Yes, still managing to keep ahead of him, which is good for them in the net results of this race right now.
Yes, and Russell's somebody we've not really talked about, but still staying around there in third position, quite comfortable over there. Alonso in second, Perez still in first. And everybody in the comments, be sure to let us know who you're supporting. Thank you so much for all those comments that we've seen so far. Seeing a lot of Ferrari supporters, some Alonso supporters, and Max supporters. So keep it up in the comments, and do be sure to subscribe to the channel and like the video as well. And keep it going, guys. We've got about 1.3 thousand people on the stream, so very nice to have all of you here as well.
Just going through our poll here.
Oh, yellow flag, I do apologize. Yellow flag in sector 2.
We could see some...
Stroll is dropping very far down.
What has happened?
Stroll.
Team radio just being told by the team to stop the car, possible engine issue or electronic issue for him.
Oh,
this
my word.
will be a safety car. This will allow the likes of Sergio Perez, Fernando Alonso, George Russell and Max Verstappen to make pit stops now. Let's see what happens as some cars start going through the pit lane.
Oh dear, Stroll has an absolutely disaster class for Aston Martin. Not only would they get dummied by Ferrari earlier for Stroll, but he's now had to stop the car on the track. It's told by his engineer, stop the car, stop the car.
As we now have a safety car deployed.
Safety car is deployed, and we said that this would happen today, and as the first one, we didn't think it would come under these circumstances. But Stroll of that Aston Martin is going to have to retire.
My crack there, just looking a bit upset. I'm not making a joke. That is his name. I don't think we will see a safety car for too long, as we see Lance Stroll has been able to pull straight into a safety zone there. They are going to be able to push it past. It looks like it may have been a brake failure, as the marshals there are spraying down the brakes with a fire extinguisher, as we have a few people in the pits.
Yes, and indeed, this is going to really suit Max Verstappen, being able to go into the pits under a safety car and put himself...
Will we see them, though? They haven't made a pit stop just yet.
I know, it will be very interesting to see what happens to Max Verstappen now. And of course, those cars that have just had pit stops are going to be a little bit upset not being able to come straight back in. But we're following Max Verstappen now. And let's see, time lost under pit stop is about 11 seconds. Sergio Perez we're on board with now. Will he make a stop as well?
Normally in the pits, though, on a normal lap time, you will have a 22-second or so pit stop. We now see the Mercedes telling, I think, George Russell there.
Yeah, Russell going to come into the box.
Just looking here at our poll while we have time, we will change that up as we see Perez now being told to box as well. They are putting him on a set of hard tyres. We see those Red Bull mechanics getting ready. Back to the poll, though, we have 28% saying that Sergio Perez will win, 28% saying Fernando Alonso will win, and 25% saying that Max Verstappen will win. We will get Mark on there very soon to change it up, just giving you options of driver of the day. Please do go and vote for that as soon as we get it up.
Brilliant stop from Red Bull, my word.
2.4 seconds in the pits. Very, very good. Very competitive for them.
Now let's see how Alonso does, as he's right on Perez's tail as well.
Don't forget, Fernando does have to take a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, but this will work very nicely with them with regards to safety car. Everybody happy to...
that car just yet. Now he is up on the jacks, changing tyres, and down he goes again. Released so far, not losing too many positions. He is able to keep George Russell behind him. That is very important.
Brilliant.
Max Verstappen as well in the pit. Sorry to interrupt you there, Mark, as well as Hamilton.
Yes, and indeed, I think, for all that Aston Martin are going to be so upset that Stroll is out of this race, it's a great thing to have that safety car for Fernando Alonso, to have that stop and not lose any time, and in fact, get very close to Perez. And let's see how he fares on the restart as well. So, Verstappen also utilizing that and staying in fourth. So, very upsetting for Ferrari, who of course had to pit just before those safety cars. So, Hamilton also in the pits now. And will he stay ahead of Leclerc? That's going to be the next question as well. I think Hamilton might well lose a couple of places. So, currently in the safety car conditions, we've got Perez in first, Alonso in second, Russell in third, Verstappen in fourth, Sainz in fifth, Hamilton sixth, Leclerc seventh, Tsunoda in eighth, and Ocon and Gasly in the Alpines in ninth and 10th. The McLaren's all the way down at the bottom of the field with Bottas. Great day for them. Safety car still currently out as a result of Lance Stroll being told to stop the car on the track from his racing engineers of Aston Martin.
Still in that zone there. Mark is going to change the pole now. We've just been asked. Wait, go back there, Mark. I think he just watching this failure for Lance Stroll, trying to see what happened. Is there a little bit of smoke coming out the back of that car? Yes, there is a little bit of smoke coming out the back of that car. That could be an engine failure.
So we have just ended the poll, guys. So pretty much saying Perez winning just slightly. 28% say Perez will win. Alonso in second there, Verstappen in third. I actually think that might well be the grid, the podium at the end. Although Max Verstappen has managed to move himself so far up, I think Max Verstappen might well be a favourite to go on to win.
Count him out just yet. Total streams though so far for our broadcast, 27,000 views. Thank you very much for watching alongside us. It has been so good to have so many people watching with us. Mark is now putting out our new poll. Certainly, please do vote for Driver of the Day. That shall be up in a few minutes. We now have 1,500 of you watching alongside us. Thank you very much. Please do leave us a like, a comment, letting us know where you're from, who you are supporting for this race. Also, do vote in our poll. That is going to be going up very soon. Also, please do subscribe to our channel if you want to watch more Formula 1 content from us. Chimbu just saying in the comments there, Alonso for the win. That would be great to see if we get a Fernando Alonso win. Certainly would be amazing for him, as we are watching along with Carlos Sainz behind that safety car. Very good safety car period for the likes of the Red Bulls. Perez still in first, Fernando Alonso in second in that Aston Martin. George Russell still able to hold on to third for the Mercedes. Max Verstappen though all the way up into P4, having started down in P15. Lewis Hamilton in P6, Carlos Sainz in P5, and Charles Leclerc, a little bit of a loser there in that safety car period, having pitted right before, now in P7.
Yes, and if I will say myself, I think...
We have another pit stop though for Lando Norris on a set of mediums. Not very fast though for him, but we have the safety car ending. Now we should be underway in a few moments.
Well, it's a bit of a pity for Aston Martin, because at that moment they actually had two Aston Martins on track. No longer.
No.
Safety car in, and the Aston Martin is going to go back down to one. As a result, the safety car there, of that Aston Martin safety car, taking over the duties of Lance Stroll, being the other driver, unfortunately going to have to come in. Our safety car is ending, and it's going to be a very interesting restart for Sergio Perez, Fernando Alonso, Russell and Verstappen. Let's see who ends up where. It will be very interesting to watch, of course.
Lots of votes coming in for our poll. So far, 63 votes and climbing. So far, lots of people saying driver of the day is Max Verstappen, 44% say.
Just seeing a replay here of Charles Leclerc. Sorry, I just want to see him coming around the first and second turns on these hard tyres.
Just being held up there by some traffic. No, actually, just being told to push so that he can cover off Lewis Hamilton, but being told too late, and Hamilton getting ahead of him. Great, terrible Sorry, I almost said great there. Not great communication from Ferrari. What is going on with Ferrari?
Safety car is going to end this lap now, and they're coming down the second half of the track, and they're going to pile up onto that last corner soon. And we will get racing again in Jeddah here. Thank you everybody who's watching here. Going to be very interesting restart, and we'll try and get it as best as possible. As they're coming around this final corner, Perez is going to have to manage the pace. How close will Alonso get? Will Alonso try and make a move on Perez? That's going to be very interesting, of course, as well.
Perez now starting to back that grid up. Let's see when he decides to get going. Just weaving a little bit. Green flag is now on, but Perez is able to keep going all the way until that line.
And Perez got a very good start away. Alonso didn't see it, unfortunately, so Alonso's got a bit of a gap. Let's see if Max Verstappen can try and take somebody on this opening straight. The Ferrari is also hunting Max down.
Putting pressure, though, on Fernando Alonso. Max Verstappen, though, keeping it clean, managing to hold off Carlos Sainz. Two Alpines racing it out, though. Will they be able to keep it neat and tidy? Yes, they do, with those two Hasses. Is that Charles Leclerc or Carlos Sainz? Carlos Sainz weaving around a little bit. He may get reprimanded for that, though. We saw Lewis Hamilton getting reprimanded for weaving a bit. Let's see what happens.
Yes, indeed, and quite interesting here. Hamilton seemingly chasing down a Ferrari here, so maybe that Mercedes has found a little bit of pace. But Perez really building a huge gap already on Alonso. Alonso really didn't restart well at all, but Alonso has now built himself a little bit of a gap on Russell, who's now finding himself under pressure from Max Verstappen. Carlos Sainz trying to follow Max Verstappen as well, and Hamilton right on Carlos Sainz as well.
Max just having a little bit of a twitch there out of turn 10, possibly just trying to get a little bit into that cooler air to cool down his engine. 0.4 seconds though between Max Verstappen and George Russell. We will not see the DRS being enabled for, I think it is 1 or 2 laps, but so far a lot of drivers really close to each other. We really do enjoy the safety cars here because it just condenses that grid once again and allows them all to start up very close to each other.
100%, and thank you so everybody for commenting as well, and keep the comments coming. I see people saying where they're watching from, and I see South Africa, another one. Woo, go on the South Africans, and a couple more people here saying, hi, Adrian Amanda from Trinidad and Tobago.
Max Verstappen now getting very, very close to George Russell for P3. Will he be able to make a move down this main straight? So close between them. No DRS just yet, but also we see Hamilton trying to make a move on Charles Leclerc.
On Carlos Sainz, rather. Hamilton trying to get past him, but I think Sainz needs to be a bit careful there. He almost made 2 different maneuvers there, which of course you can't do.
Hamilton makes a move past him now into turn 2. Will he be able to hold him off in turn 3?
I'll tell you something, Hamilton on these medium tyres, he's the only one of medium tyres in the top half of the grid, and certainly making use of them. He's really motoring quite well. So Hamilton doing very well there to get past Carlos Sainz and move himself into fifth, and now he's hunting down the Red Bull of Max Verstappen, and he is making time on him. So that Mercedes is seemingly making great time.
Max Verstappen currently being held up a little bit. Just watching a replay though of him making this overtake on Carlos Sainz, just double taking where he should pick his braking point, choosing the outside on the entry for turn 1, then making a switch back into turn 2 and just breezing past Carlos Sainz there. Just so much more momentum for him, and then covering off the inside of turn 4. Max Verstappen though, once again getting so close now on George Russell.
Max Verstappen also currently with the fastest lap as well, so Max Verstappen doing very well there just to keep the car moving at a rapid pace. He's hunting George Russell down. Hamilton still within DRS range of Max Verstappen though, so very interested to see how that happens. And Sainz is also in DRS range of Hamilton, and Leclerc again also on Sainz, so everyone's pretty much within a second. Alonso unfortunately has fallen off from Perez.
No DRS just yet, but we do expect to be seeing it enabled in the next few laps. Max Verstappen though so close to the back of George Russell, 0.3 seconds between the two of them. Will he make a move? Just having a look there, still not making a move just yet. Neat and tidy though through turns 1 and 2, now making their way to turn 3 and now into turn 4.
Yes, and Max Verstappen really hunting down Russell, and Hamilton is falling a little bit away from Max Verstappen, just looking so quick in that Red Bull. I'll tell you something, that Red Bull car is still very menacing, and yeah, we will see how this continues. We see a lot of South Africans in the comments. Really great to have all of you here. Bradley Shane saying he's watching from the UK. Great to have you here. Peter there, Hamilton fan, to have you there. Greetings from Serbia, Igor, nice to have you here. I'm at the race.
Just have Fernando Alonso on the radio saying tires feel very good. I like this tire. That is good news to hear from Fernando Alonso. Hopefully he is just looking after them at the moment, and we should be able to see him making some gains on Sergio Perez maybe in the next stages of this race. Max Verstappen though, 0.5 seconds still behind George Russell. Still, DRS is now enabled, so that wing is wide open. We should see him making very big gains now on George Russell. He is right on George Russell's wing right now.
Yes, and I'm sure he'll make a move in the next DRS zone as they approach it now as well. A couple of people watching from Canada and Tennessee and Canada again. And here comes Max Verstappen making a move.
Lunge.
And he does quite easily, my word.
Look so easy on George Russell as he takes that podium position.
And now Max Verstappen will be hunting down that Aston Martin of Fernando Alonso. That'll probably be his most difficult overtake of the day.
Sergio Perez just putting in the fastest lap of the race right now.
But of course, George Russell now gets that DRS on Verstappen. So George Russell's going to try and stick with him as much as possible. But that Red Bull is so quick, I don't think he's going to stay there for too long. Somebody here watching from Bulgaria. Good to have you here as well. And Barley still. Nice to have you guys here along with us. Let's go, Ferrari. The gas pedals are one on the left side. Yes, indeed it is.
Lots of people now in our comment section. Thank you very much for joining us on this stream. Great to have you all alongside with us as we see Max Verstappen now chasing down Fernando Alonso. Not very far away from him now. Fernando will start stressing, I'm sure now. But Sergio Perez quite a bit away from those two drivers. Max Verstappen having gained throughout this race 12 positions. Brilliant from him so far. Fernando Alonso and Sergio Perez holding on to their original grid positions though. George Russell down 1, Hamilton up 2, Carlos Sainz down 2 positions, Charles Leclerc up 5 from P12 where he started with that penalty.
And we are almost halfway through the race now, lap 24 out of 50, and we've got more people commenting saying where they're watching from. Again, another South African here saying, go Max, hi from India, it says there. It will be a very interesting race, says Jimmy. Yes, indeed, it is currently, and we've got 1.7 thousand people watching, people from Germany, Portugal, Cumbria, Portugal, sorry. Perez is holding pattern, waiting for Verstappen, basically. Great commentary.
As you see Max Verstappen now right on that rear wing of Fernando Alonso.
And the DRS will be open, I'm sure. And there it comes open now on the start-finish straight. Will he make a lunge down the inside or the outside? And Fernando Alonso is going to fix the outside.
Max just so much pace down that main straight, keeping it neat and tidy into turn 1 and 2 as Sergio Perez once again sets a fastest lap. Max now has 5.8 seconds to make up to Sergio Perez in front of him, but taking a big chunk out of that time already, down to 5.6 seconds.
There's some people watching from Zimbabwe as well, and yeah, great to have all of you in the comments. We're all at almost at 2,000 viewers, so let's keep it going here. We're 1.9 thousand. Let's keep it going, guys, and invite all your friends and keep yourselves here and keep the chats alive as we still watch this race. Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez right at the top of the grid now. Fernando Alonso unfortunately losing out. Yeah, Max Verstappen making a huge gain as a result of that safety car. Stroll is out of this race. He was told to stop on track from his engineers. So unfortunately, he is out of this race. A disaster for Aston Martin in that regard. Alonso, however, is still there on the podium place right now, but he's now going to have to fend off the two Mercedes who have found pace so far in 4th and 5th, Russell and Hamilton. Sainz and Leclerc falling a little bit away in 6th and 7th, and the Alpines in 8th and 9th. So very much the 4 teams we've got, or 5 teams we've got there: Red Bull, Aston Martin, Mercedes, Ferrari and Alpine, in that order especially.
Alonso just battling to keep within touching distance of Max Verstappen. Every now and then we see him getting into that DRS range. 0.8 seconds now between those two, maybe just holding on to the back of Max Verstappen for as long as possible. We want to see him on that podium for sure, as George Russell and Lewis Hamilton are just falling off from the 3 top runners at this moment.
Yeah, Visa, they're saying this Red Bull car is so overpowered. Unfortunately, it is looking like this car is so good, but nonetheless, this Aston Martin is still sticking with Verstappen for now, and it's great to see Aston Martin being so competitive. And we really are quite intrigued to see who's going to be second best for the day, essentially. Italy here, people are saying Canada, India again, Kenya, and everybody's everywhere in the world. It's lovely to have you guys all here.
Great to see Ben Kenobi from another planet as well, saying he's from Tatooine. Great to have you here, Ben. I don't know how you have internet there, but thank you for streaming with us here on Forever Sports as we now have hit 2,000 viewers on our stream. Thank you so much for joining us all. We are very appreciative. Please do leave a like and a comment, and do subscribe if you are enjoying our content. We are uploading so much content. Our production value is just going to increase and increase as we get more of you joining alongside with us.
Indeed, and people here trying to get Alonso to go faster, says Chimbu. And Haresh, they're saying hi, they're from Mumbai, India. Very nice to have you guys all here. We will try and read all your comments, but we can't always, unfortunately.
Miro Hazrat saying they are from Saudi Arabia. Why are you not?
Albon, they're saying possible brake failure.
Oh gosh, that's not good from Alex Albon, currently in 13th position. Still going round though in 13th. But yes, he just goes very wide there. That may be a possible brake failure.
He's definitely got an issue here. He might be told to stop on the track.
Well, I don't know how he's going to be able to stop this.
My word, he's got his teammate right on his tail, and they're all going to overtake him now. It's going to be very dangerous. He's
I certainly hope he's able to slow down enough. This is very scary for Alex Albon. Certainly able to slow the car down a little bit. Let's see if he dives into the pits here. Still out on track, not going into the pits.
It's a bizarre thing from Alex Albon right now. He cannot get... His brakes aren't quite working. He's pulling to the side just a little bit. He's coasting quite... No, he's coasting very badly.
He has no brakes at all. This could get dangerous, though, as that McLaren makes its way closer to him. Currently, though, out top 10. Sergio Perez in first position. Max Verstappen chasing behind. 5.3 seconds gap. As we see now, Alex Albon just completely limping. Carrying on with that top 10. Fernando Alonso in third, 2.7 seconds, 2.8 seconds that are behind Max Verstappen. George Russell in fourth, Lewis Hamilton in fifth, Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc in 6th and 7th. Then we have the 2 Alpines of Esteban Ocon and Pierre Gasly in 8th and 9th. And then finishing up our top 10, we have Yuki Tsunoda.
Great to have everybody here. So just going back through the comments here, we've got people from India, Saudi Arabia, Holland, Croatia, Ecuador. Lovely to have you guys all here from the Shire. Love it. Absolutely love it. Give my word to Gandalf, good old friend of mine. From India here, from Bulgaria, Malaysia, from Mumbai, India, Indonesia again, and a whole lot of people everywhere. So great to have you all here. Somebody from Botswana as well, neighboring country, of course, to South Africa. If you are South African, we are South Africans as well. And I hope you guys are also in the comments as well. 2.2 thousand people watching. We're really, really great to have all of you here. Following along with Hamilton here. And Mercedes not doing too badly today.
Hamilton getting very close to the back of his teammate. Will we have some team orders coming in soon? Will they tell him to hold back, or they let him through because he's on those medium tires?
I don't think it'll be much of a challenge, even if if Russell does try to take it to Hamilton, because Hamilton is on those mediums and seemingly finding some good pace on them as well. So he should take Russell relatively easy, and Russell will go back into his favorite position, that of fifth. Of course, came fifth more than anybody else last year, and of course, Sainz and Leclerc still dropping off a little bit from those Mercedes. Very interesting there. I thought the Ferraris would find a bit more pace. Not able to so far. Still currently sitting in 6th and 7th. Verstappen not also making up too much time on Perez. However, has built a big gap to Alonso. Perez doing very well so far to stay ahead of his teammate.
Just seeing in the comments, people joining us as apparently racing stats have gone down. Sorry for them, but their loss is our gain. Thank you very much for joining in with us. Great to have you. Please do subscribe. Who needs racing stats when you can have us commentating live for you all? Currently, we have Max Verstappen chasing down Sergio Perez. 5.1 seconds is that gap. Max not taking massive chunks of time, possibly still looking after his tyres, as we see now. Alex Albon, sorry for him, number 23 in the pit lane with that brake failure. He will be retiring.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for Alex Albon, unfortunately. He was doing relatively well until that happened there. And I just see a few more comments here saying, South Africa, let's go. And Risa here saying, join Forever Sports every race weekend for streams that will never go down. Yes, we will not go down. Kolkata there, India, Hyderabad, I always get it eventually. Romania, India again, South Africa, more of them. Montreal, I love it, and Kolkata again, and more Kolkata. So lots of Indians here. Great to have all the Indians there. You can go and share your flags in the comments as well.
Please do not forget to vote in our poll that we currently have running in our comment section. Who is your driver of the day? If your option is not there, please do let us know in the comment section. It is so great to have so many of you all commenting and talking alongside with us. What have you heard on the radio, Mark? I did not catch
that's one of my favorite radio things I've ever heard in my life. So Russell goes and asks his race engineers, he tried to give them tactics. He's saying, let's push now because Alonso still has to serve his 5-second penalty, so let's push now. And then they have to answer back to says Alonso served his 5-second penalty in the pits. And Russell returns back and he says, oh, fuck.
Just a comment here from Dr. Charles Schmal saying, love the commentating. Well done, guys. Thank you. Now you know it. Recommended by your local doctor, Forever Sports. So do please keep watching alongside with us. We are so happy to have you all with us now. Max Verstappen now 5.024 seconds is that interval between himself and Sergio Perez.
Yes, indeed. And more people coming here from Dubai, Brazil, Greece. Loving having all of you here. India, Kaunda in, I think that is that Senegal or Ghana? One of the two. Thailand there, Zambia. Love you. Kenya. More Indians, so many Indians. Then I've got
Pakistan as well from Shamir.
Yes, indeed. In Pakistan there, as we said. So great to have all of you here. Really, really are thankful. Of course, Netherlands again, Verstappen, of course, the Orange Army, I'm sure, supporting as well.
Yes, Max Verstappen now just falling a little bit back on Sergio Perez. 5.1 seconds now, falling from that 5-second gap. Possibly having just taken a little bit too much time out of his tyres. Falling further back now, 5.27. What is happening here? Is Sergio Perez possibly just pushing a little bit harder? As we see the Williams of Logan Sargent fighting it out with a Haas.
Indeed, is Hulkenberg coming under pressure here. Sargent on him as well. Sargent, of course, the only Williams now out on track as a result of Albon's retirement. Can Sargent manage to take with the only bit of action on the field right now? Just to let you guys know, it's pretty much just stabilized the field here. Gaps are building in between all of the different cars, basically seeing all of the pace of the different constructors. Red Bull right at the top, Alonso in third in that Aston Martin, the two Mercedes after that in fourth and fifth, two Ferraris after that in 6th and 7th, and the Alpines in 8th and 9th. From 10th and onwards, however, we've got Yuki Tsunoda in the AlphaTauri, who's managed to find a little bit of pace. Then the two Haas's, and of course Hulkenberg coming under pressure from Sargent. Then Zhou in the Alfa Romeo. Then De Vries, the other AlphaTauri. Then the two McLarens, who've been so quiet and so poor today again as well. So yeah, McLaren, not too much to talk about. Pretty much turning out to be one of the worst teams in the grid.
Just watching on board with Max Verstappen now coming down that that main straight, approaching turn 1 and 2. Looking neat and tidy, still ever so slightly chipping away at that gap to Sergio Perez. Sergio Perez having a dominant race though here in Saudi Arabia. Great to see Sergio performing so well here today. Vincent just saying, what happened to Albon? I missed it. Albon unfortunately is out of this race due to a brake failure. Luckily not going into any walls, able to keep himself on track and then just coming into the pits to retire that car.
Quite interesting, of course, because I don't know if some of you saw, but Christian Horner, obviously earlier this week, was interviewed with regards to Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez, and saying, what does Sergio Perez need to do in order to basically compete with Max? He basically said get quicker lap times, jokingly said that. But currently, Perez is beating Max in all of the different laps pretty much. Yes, Max Verstappen has the fastest lap, but lap on lap, Perez is actually gaining time on Verstappen. So very interesting there from Sergio Perez. Managed to outdo his teammate Max Verstappen. So Max Verstappen got a lot of work to do to try and get onto pole. Alonso doing very well, however, so still stay in third. But that gap to the Red Bulls is just growing and growing and growing.
Max Verstappen obviously making up here 13 places from his starting position in 15th due to that clutch failure that he had in qualifying. As you say that, Mark, Sergio Perez has put in the fastest lap of the race.
No, because then Verstappen gets the fastest lap, actually.
Gosh, why? It's commentators, just
Go on,
of course, I
good.
say something and then Max Verstappen just goes and changes everything.
People watching here from Texas and India, so many Indians, Slovakia here, more India, North Atlantic Ocean. Well, it's good to have you from the boat, I assume.
If you're on your yacht, please do send us an invite. We'd love to join you there. Max now currently 4.9 seconds. As I say that, once again, it jumps to 5 seconds. Sergio Perez just able to keep that gap between 4.9 seconds and 5. It's bouncing between that at the moment as we see Lando Norris fighting it out with Nick De Vries for 15th position.
Yes, really appreciate your comment there, Rahith. I cannot even begin to share your surname, I apologize. It says, maybe replace Crofty and Martin with our protagonists here. Even without the visuals, we are watching the race. Well, it's great that you are enjoying our commentary, and we do our best to try and keep you involved with the race as possible. Almost 2,500 people watching. We're so glad to have you here. A lot of you here, normally from Racing Statistics. And great to have you here. Be sure to check our channel out, subscribe. As I say, whilst you guys are here, subscribe. Please be sure to join us for the live show tomorrow. We will go live and we will put that link up, of course, and be sure to join us.
Now to 24,000 subscribers. We are just under 1,000 subscribers away. Please do hit that subscribe button. We would love to hit 24,000 subscribers in this stream. That would be amazing.
Yes, indeed. And who do we personally think will win, says Aurelio. Sorry, I'll get there eventually.
Oh, Charles Leclerc just having a bit of a lockup in this replay in turn 1 and 2. Yeah. Still keeping it on track, but just having to miss that first chicane. That will not be great from Charles Leclerc.
So yes, who do we personally think will win? Well, I think given the fact that the gap is quite big, I think Perez is surely a favourite at the moment. Rather than Max Verstappen. A few more comments here saying from Durban, South Africa. That's your hometown, Reese. Yes, so your club is there, is joining from Reese's hometown. Accountant Gaming saying, go Max, go Max. Wonder what Hamilton's excuse is going to be for today. After getting wrecked, Verstappen will win again. So boring. Verstappen, I don't think, is actually going to win. And what happened with Bottas? Well, I think Bottas has been slow the whole race, really, unfortunately. Logan Sargent making a little bit of a move on Hulkenberg here. Is trying to keep him up here. Just came out of that DRS zone, very close to him, but is unable to get past him. It's been a bit of a battle for a while now. We are on the 33rd lap of this race, so 17 laps to go. And of course, if another safety car should come out, that should make it very interesting for all of us. Alonso, unfortunately, almost 10 seconds behind those Red Bulls now in 1 and 2. Russell and Hamilton not able to gain too much time on Alonso, still about 2.5 to 3 seconds behind Alonso. And those Ferrari still 3.3 seconds behind the Mercedes. So yeah, a very, very clean top 10 really in terms of driver constructors. You can see exactly what the pace of the cars are. It literally is this order. It's got 2 Red Bulls, an Aston... Oh, hang on.
Just some team radio from Charles Leclerc saying being behind like this is really beep. I don't know what to do. Ferrari just saying understood. Gosh, thanks Ferrari. That's going to help him a lot.
But here's the problem though, because I assume Leclerc is trying to say he's being behind Sainz. He doesn't know what he's going to do. But one has to question what Leclerc needs to do in order to do that, because he's quietly 2 seconds behind Sainz. So surely catch up.
Good comment here from Ashish Sharma saying, do you think Christian Horner will let them both fight it out for that first position?
No.
I don't know what we will have. I honestly don't know. It's interesting. We don't want to see a crash, though, from those two Red Bulls.
Oh, wouldn't that be interesting if both Red Bulls took each other out?
I think then we would have a driver being fired if we had that happening right now.
So currently, if I think about that right now, Horner will probably tell them not to fight, and they will fight, because I think driver politics there are a little bit...
But Iker is saying here, will they listen?
That's what I'm saying. That I don't think they'll listen. A few more comments here. Go Perez. Verstappen will win. Alonso, age versus beauty. You can do it. Perez will let Max pass. Enjoy your live comment from Cape Town. Great to have you here. Polokwane, South Africa. Very good to have you from Polokwane. Max, Super Max indeed. From Vermont, USA. From India again. And yeah. Forza Ferrari, a lot of Ferrari fans in the comments. Great to have all of you guys here. And again, be sure to subscribe to the channel, guys. Like the video. And this is, of course, Reese and Mark. You guys can catch us every Grand Prix and, of course, during the week as well for all of Formula 1 information and news as well. Be sure to all of you join us for the live stream tomorrow. We're going to be doing a live show where we're going to discuss the weekend and do a whole recap of the weekend in our Monday live show. So be sure to come and give your thoughts there. A couple of people here from Kenya here. So very good to have you from Kenya as well.
Getting so close, though, to that 24,000 subscriber mark. Please do subscribe to our channel if you want to see more Formula 1 content from us. As Mark said earlier, we do this every week.
Yes.
We do our live videos. We do all of those sessions, qualifying and the race on Sunday, as well as
Meanwhile, however, we see Kevin Magnussen and Yuki Tsunoda. Just Yuki Tsunoda going straight past Kevin Magnussen. Kevin Magnussen not putting up much of a fight there.
Magnussen falling back.
Yeah, but now using DRS. Maybe he's going to try and utilize DRS to overtake him again, just to try and stay ahead of him. That DRS is wide open. He's going to try and take him down the inside. He's not able to get there. Yuki Tsunoda holds it in 10th, and we now have a new 10th place. So Magnussen's unfortunately dropped just behind, and Yuki Tsunoda holding on to that 10th there.
Mark, you've just been asked in the comments by Rocket T, why do you think the Mercedes is so far back?
Why is Hamilton not performing as well as Russell today? Well, that's the interesting conversation, of course, because Russell is currently on hards whilst Hamilton's on mediums. So Hamilton should technically be quicker, of course, should be a quicker tyre, but unfortunately falling away about almost 3 seconds behind. So I don't quite know what the reasoning would be for that. I think Russell clearly is just managing this car a bit better than Hamilton. Maybe they just haven't got the car working quite for Hamilton yet. And obviously maybe a bit of a better car for Russell. Just see Nico Hülkenberg, a replay here. I think he might have just slightly touched the wall. He does touch the wall. My word, just suddenly drifts all the way out wide to try and fend off. And he does go into the wall a little bit. So a bit poor there from Hülkenberg.
15 laps left to go of this race. Lap 36 of 50 right now. Not long left to go. So please do vote in our poll that we have running. Who you think will be the driver of the day, or who is your driver of the day here in Saudi Arabia? Max Verstappen now at 4.3 seconds behind Sergio Perez. He should just be able to see him in his sights, maybe having nursed those tires for a little bit. Obviously Sergio Perez with that fastest lap right now, just watching on board with him in that small split screen.
Yeah, 14 laps to go here in the Grand Prix. Sergeant on the radio now.
Just being told to keep doing what he's doing, that they have a plan ahead of them. Maybe they will be doing some more pit stops soon. We may see people trying to go to the end on those hard tires, but if there is another safety car, which could be very likely, we may have some more pit stops happening, as we see the Alfa Romeo of Valtteri Bottas in the pits yet again. What tire is he going on? He is on a brand new set of softs. Very slow though on that front left. Not great from him. A 3.5 second pit stop for Valtteri Bottas.
Indeed, and yeah, looking at this here, that's the first pit stop we've had in a long time now, and it'll be very interesting to see if more people come into the pits.
Aurelio Indigo Saputra just saying, I'm sorry, I'm butchering.
Just say the first name.
Aurelio just saying, wasn't Ford powering Red Bull's engine? No, not yet. Ford will come into the sport in 2026 to join Red Bull powertrains. They will hopefully join and help with the electric side of Red Bull's powertrain. Sergio Perez now, we are following alongside him, just completely dominating this race, very calm and collected, just exactly what you want for a Sunday. Having a little bit of a battle there with Fernando Alonso in the opening stages of the race, but now keeping it very controlled out in that top spot.
Yeah, and I mean, Perez, Verstappen, so calm and collected up there. 13.3 seconds to Alonso in third. So, yeah, it just shows how much quicker these Red Bulls are compared to the rest. So, unfortunately, we are really just going to have to talk about the best of the rest, which is currently Alonso in third position there, managing very well on those hards, managed to keep that gap and extend that gap to the Mercedes behind him up to almost 4 seconds now. It was about 2.5, so still managed to get away from them. So great for Aston Martin there in terms of keeping themselves quicker than most of the rest, but unfortunately Stroll going out is really not going to help their points. And just going back to the comments here, people just telling us where they're from.
Oh no, Max Verstappen just saying, I feel like the drive shaft is running a bit rough. Them just saying back to him, it's just the B-bar offset that's left. Max can't do anything about it. I'm saying the drive shaft. Well, Max just saying, no, I'm saying the drive shaft. So they are going to go and investigate that a bit and then hopefully get back to him. That would be dismal if he has to retire from this race.
This is, however, Max Verstappen, who does often say, as we know, he's got some sort of an issue and tends not to have an issue. And what he often does after that.
But his time is falling back quite a bit. 4.9 seconds now. He was 4.2 seconds. Just watching on board, though, with Sergio Perez. That may be why Sergio Perez cutting a corner there.
I think that was... there. And Max Verstappen. What happened there?
Max Verstappen, though, now 5.2 seconds behind Sergio Perez.
Just to recap for all you guys, Sergio Perez and Max Verstappen both took the same line completely off of track limits in one of the turns there, basically just completely ignoring a turn and just making their own new circuit there. I think they're surely going to be black and white flagged for that.
Well, if they do it more than 3 times, then yes. As we now see, is that...
Shogran, you trying to take... He does take him. A Magic Mike will be very chuffed with this. He does manage to take Logan Sargent. Shogran, you great little overtake there from Shogran, you to put himself into... I've just got the camera my way. 13th place.
13th position. Just Max back on the radio saying it's making a weird noise at high speeds. Then race control saying, okay, we understand, Max, we are monitoring. And then Max once again saying there is something wrong with his car. This is not good for Max right now.
No, not at all. And the engineers now are all looking at stats and trying to find out. Meanwhile, we go back to our comments. We've got people from Australia, somebody from a South African watching from, I think, Mongolia, it said. Yeah, Mongolia indeed, and more South Africans in the comments and everybody from everywhere. So lots of information happening right now. Fastest lap being put in by Perez, but Verstappen is falling back, so maybe there is a slight issue.
Now able to hold that gap at 5.2 seconds. We will keep you updated though.
So in 10 laps time, we will get into the final lap of the race. So getting towards the latter stages of this race, it's going to be a very, very interesting end here.
11 laps left to go though till the end of this Grand Prix. Not long left to go, but it has been nail biting from the start. Max though seeming to have overcome that issue, now 4.7 seconds behind Sergio Perez. Hopefully the pits were his team were able to find what that issue was and able to have fixed it remotely.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, so just looking at the timings right now, I mean, at the end of the day, these Red Bulls are still looking so quick. Verstappen really catching Perez now again, so that issue's surely gone. Alonso in third, Russell and Hamilton in fourth and fifth, Sainz and Leclerc in sixth and seventh, Ocon and Gasly in eighth and ninth, and Tsunoda in 10th. So very much showing the pace of all of the various cars. I wouldn't so much say Tsunoda in the Magnussen part, in terms of the Haas and the AlphaTauri, but the Red Bulls certainly the quickest. Max Verstappen on the radio again.
Max just being asked any more feedback on that issue at all and just saying yes, it is still there. Hopefully that is not a terminal issue that can affect his race. It seems like he still has the pace at the moment, 4.5 seconds behind Sergio Perez. Just amazing to see though how Fernando Alonso has fallen so far behind. He is 14 seconds off of Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez.
And the scarier part yet still is the fact that Alonso is losing time on those Red Bulls but gaining time on the Mercedes behind him. He's almost at 5 seconds to Russell. I mean 4.5 seconds currently, but it almost got up to 5 seconds. So Alonso's getting away from Russell and Hamilton and losing time to those Red Bulls, which just shows how quick those Red Bulls really are.
Oh, so close between Yuki Tsunoda and Kevin Magnussen. Ooh,
Oh
another
dear, and now
issue for
Perez. So now Red Bull are finding
Oh.
more issues. Now Perez is saying having a bit of a long brake pedal.
What
So
is going
both of the
on?
Red Bulls at the same time pretty much started to show a bit of issues. Both of the
Yuki Tsunoda getting so close to Kevin Magnussen there.
So yeah, now it's suddenly very interesting here. Will the Red Bulls make it to the end of the race at this point? Because they are now starting to complain. However, they're still getting time on Alonso, so not too much to worry about yet. But if should somebody have to stop, that'll be a huge problem for Red Bull. And then Alonso will be licking his lips knowing that they're going to start running into a little bit of problems. We've almost got 3,000 people on the stream, guys. Keep it going. Keep inviting friends and liking the video and subscribing and commenting. Let's keep it going here. Got a whole lot of people here.
We are so close to hitting 24,000 subscribers on this channel. Thank you all for joining in. Yes, Mark.
Yes, so I just got somebody here watching from Panama. Great to have you here. And everyone's supporting a lot of Ferrari fans here. Let's go Checo from Mexico, you see.
Just Sergio Perez being told on the radio that they are happy with the issue that he is having with his brake pedal, not an issue for the race.
Oh, I always enjoy that from engineers when they say that. So Checo Perez goes and says, I'm having a bit of a long brake pedal. And the engineers go and say, not in the car, obviously, just sitting comfortably in a chair saying, no, we're happy with the issue. And Checo going, well, how could you be happy? You're not the one driving.
Yes, we see now we are almost up to 3,000 viewers. Thank you so much for
hit
joining us.
3,000
Did we
indeed.
just hit it? Great
Yes.
to hear. Thank you so much for joining us. We are so happy to have all of you alongside us. We are so close, though, to hitting 24,000 subscribers on our channel. Please do hit that subscribe button. We would love to have you join us for all of our live sessions, as well as our news videos throughout the week and gaming videos that we also do on this channel. Max Verstappen, though, still chasing down Sergio Perez, not making massive gains, though.
Making a big move here as De Vries on Sargent. Can De Vries get onto Sargent? Getting very close in the start finish straight. Not able to get it there. Going back to our comments here. Quite a lot of South Africans in our comments. Love to have you guys here. Somebody saying an ex-South African in England now. Somebody from India here. India, Cape Town, South Africa. Lots of Max Verstappen fans as well. At Forever Sports, how many laps to go? We have got just 9 laps left of this race. And hi guys from South Africa, good to have you here, Bram. And somebody here watching from Mordor on full HD as well. I tell you, got great signal in Mordor. So do give Sauron a wave for me. And yeah, great to have all of you here. Almost 3,500 people here on the stream, so great to have all of you here.
Max Verstappen just taking another chunk out of Sergio Perez's lead. 4.2 seconds now. 4.3 as I say that, just between those two drivers, so close, but 8 laps is what Max has to close that gap. It has been about 5 seconds between those two for well over 20 laps now, so I don't know if Max is going to be able to close that gap before the end of the race. Just looking on now at Zach Brown, the CEO of McLaren Racing, certainly not a great weekend for them, finishing yet again down at the bottom of the grid in P16 and 17 at the moment.
Just reading here from the comments here. Some people from Pakistan here, from Pretoria. So many comments that I can't even keep up.
As we see, whoa, so
Oh
close
my
there
word.
to Logan Sargent. He's
But he
going
does
to
manage
get
to
that.
take it, but Logan Sargent now coming under huge pressure now from Norris. Norris is going to try and take it. He's got the DRS
They've
open.
both got DRS, which is going to be very interesting now going into turn 1. Will they just being able to fend off Logan Sargent is able to fend off Lando Norris right now. Very opportunistic from Lando Norris there with that
Yes.
mistake from Logan Sargent.
People here watching from Swaziland, Netherlands. Somebody saying congratulations on 3,000 views. Well, thank you very much. It's all down to you guys tuning in. So we really do appreciate you here.
Sergio Perez just being told 32.6 is the lap target for him. Just being told it's the target plus 0.4 jobs.
So yeah, a little bit of team dynamics there with regards to Perez thinking that they're trying to put Verstappen on a quicker time there. So Perez getting worried that they're going to make Verstappen number 1 rather than himself. So a bit of politics there from Red Bull. Nonetheless, having to deal with it, Christian Horner is very good at dealing with it as well. So calming Perez down as well, and everybody just making sure Red Bull stay on top of things and don't get too involved with thoughts.
Yes, we have Sue watching with us in the comment section. Thank you very much for joining us. You are from Durban, my hometown. Great to have you alongside us. We see Mika Hakkinen in that McLaren pit. Still, well, another replay now from Lando Norris. Just that, does he hit the wall here?
Oh, it just goes over the curve big time. And oh, big floor damage possibly there on that McLaren of Lando Norris. Just seeing some more comments here from Wales, Morocco, Sri Lanka. Great to have you all here. And
Wayanda just saying today was a good day for Mercedes, actually better than the best result we could get theoretically. Yes, very good day from Mercedes here, making the most of a bad day from Ferrari, finishing so far in P4 and P5. We have 7 laps though to go before the end of this race in Saudi Arabia.
Indeed. And somebody there just asking if I licked dandruff. No, I did not. Just my finger having a bit of a cut there, so just taking the blood away from it. Perez there saying on the radio, guys, we really don't need to do this. Are we pushing now?
Just being told now he is free to push. He is able to do whatever lap time he wants. Obviously, they were being told to stick to a certain delta, possibly to save the engines, but now being told that they are free to push yet again.
Indeed. And yeah, just somebody here watching from Jerusalem. Hi from South Africa, says JP, or FP could see rather. And Ferrari, what is happening? Ferrari not doing particularly well today, although still down at 6th and 7th. Nothing's really happening for them. And the McLarens as well, really struggling to do anything today. But Perez is leading his teammate Verstappen by 4.5 seconds. Alonso is now 17 seconds behind that of Max Verstappen, but almost 5 seconds up on the two Mercedes following on from him. So yeah, really, really interesting.
As we see a McLaren just going off the road there a little bit. Sergio Perez though in first position, just watching and on board with him, still very neat and tidy through all of those turns. Very close though between Logan Sargent and the two McLarens, down in 15th, 16th and 17th. Logan Sargent now having to defend quite hard from those McLarens. No DRS for Sargent, but a DRS for Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri.
Now heading into the last 5 laps of this race, let's just recap quickly what we've seen. Right at the beginning of the race, we saw Alonso manage to get ahead of Perez, but Alonso did go into the grid incorrectly, so served a 5-second penalty under a safety car, and the safety car was brought out as a result of his teammate Lance Stroll having to stop the car on track due to issues. The mechanics telling him to stop on track, and so a safety car was brought out. As a result, Max Verstappen made use of that and went to the pits as well, and now Max Verstappen managed to work his way through the field up into 2nd. Charles Leclerc only in 7th. Bottas now on the radio.
Just asking if they can see any damage on his car at the moment. Sergio Perez though doing some push laps right now, extending that gap yet again to over 5 seconds to Max Verstappen.
Yes, last 5 laps here, so very interesting. Perez now managing to hold on to that first place position. Alonso unfortunately having to fall back into that 3rd place position as well, under pressure from those two Red Bulls, just not able to stay ahead of either of them. Currently the points would look like this. Perez would get 26, Verstappen would get 18, Alonso would get 15. So still a good points day for Aston Martin, but not as good as they would hope.
That will mean that Sergio Perez and Max Verstappen will be completely tied right now for the first position in the Drivers' Championship.
Indeed. And we've got more people here watching from Canada. So very good to have you here as well. And Team Verstappen and people saying joining Ferrari mid-season. Really, Magnussen needs to get into the points. Today, Lewis will be on podium. I do not see that happening, unfortunately. 5 laps left, unless something happens right at the end here with regards to a safety car or something along those lines. But currently, Yuki Tsunoda and Kevin Magnussen fighting it out in the battle for 10th. And they have had that battle for 10th for a while, as we see the two McLarens going side by side on each other. And, oh my word.
Piastri just trying to get past his teammate, Lando Norris. They're clearly feeling he is a lot faster.
Yes, Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris fighting it out right at the back of the grid in 16th and 17th, with just under 5 laps to go in this race. So, very interesting here. We're just watching the replay here of Piastri trying to get very, very close to Norris, and he did get very close to him. Dove down the inside.
Almost actually took him.
And should have taken him. I don't know why he didn't. I think just Norris then just gets back on him.
Such great racing from these two McLaren drivers. Obviously, Lando Norris will be wanting to show his dominance over his new teammate, Oscar Piastri.
Indeed, and just listening to the radio here, Max Verstappen.
Just asking what the fastest lap is currently. Just being told, don't worry about that at the moment. But him saying, I am worried about it. I want that fastest lap. Currently, Sergio Perez has that fastest lap. So he will actually be 1 point ahead right now.
Indeed, guys, be sure to go and participate in the poll. Who will be driving the
locking up into turn 1 between the Haas of Kevin Magnussen and Yuki Tsunoda.
And he does manage to get there. Magnussen does take him a great pass. He does lock up a little bit into it, but he's not going to have to try and stay ahead of Yuki Tsunoda, who's right on his tail in that AlphaTauri. But a great overtake from Kevin Magnussen there.
Just being asked who will be driver of the day. That is certainly a very good question to ask right now. Can you check our poll for us, Mark?
Yes, indeed. And if I go and check the poll right now, good question. Because
just getting very animated, upset that he lost that position.
So the poll currently stands at 1,719 votes. Verstappen leading it with 58% saying driver of the day. Leclerc with 11%. Alonso with 16%. And the other for 14%. So
Sergio Perez, though, just ever increasing that gap. 5.8 seconds now between himself and Max Verstappen in second position. Fernando Alonso, though, 17.2 seconds behind the Red Bulls.
Yes, indeed. And whilst we have all of your attention, be sure to subscribe to the channel and like the video, of course, and also look out for our...
We have hit 24,000 subscribers, though, as
brilliant.
You said that.
Fantastic.
So
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you guys, everybody.
Subscribed. 3,500 people watching, though, alongside us right now. Currently sitting second in the championship is Max Verstappen with 43 points.
So I don't predict much to change in these last couple of laps here. We've just got about 3 or 4 laps just left. It's lap 47 of 50, so 4 laps technically left. And yeah, it's not going to really change too much. Perez has got that interval up to 6 seconds. Perez will win the Jeddah Grand Prix, provided nothing else happens right at the end here. Verstappen 6 seconds behind him in second. Alonso in third. So Alonso will finish on the podium as it currently stands. Then the 2 Mercedes, notably, in 4th and 5th. And then only the Ferraris in 6th and 7th. Not a great day for the Ferraris. The Alpines in 8th and 9th. Not a bad day at the office. Magnussen's just put himself into 10th for the Haas. Tsunoda in 11th for AlphaTauri. Hulkenberg then in 12th for the Haas again. Zhou of the Alfa Romeo. Then De Vries. Then Sargent, Norris, Piastri, and then Bottas in 18th. Alex Albon, unfortunately, having to retire.
Just
and
a radio from George Russell. Possible 5-second penalty for Fernando Alonso before the end of the race. What is that for?
So, yeah.
Yeah, that is very interesting to hear that.
So Mercedes are now going to definitely go to the FIA currently, and they'll be on the radio with them, querying whether or not Alonso is allowed to serve a 5-second penalty in the pits. And we've got
during the safety car.
During the safety car, of course. Now Aston Martin smiling wryly in their garage, seemingly thinking it should be fine. So something going to be interesting there with regards to FIA politics. So Mercedes may be aiming for a podium here because Russell is within 5 seconds. So I think Aston Martin might get onto the phone right now to Alonso and tell him to speed up. To really need to try and get that gap back up to 5 seconds for Alonso. So Alonso's going to really need to push now to try and get away from Russell.
Yes, and he only has 2 laps left to do so. 2 laps left of this 50-lap race. Very, very close to being done here in Saudi Arabia. Brilliant race, though, so far. Max Verstappen, though, 6.5
As we do see a mean move being made here. I think it's Oscar Piastri has just gone through past Lando Norris on the start-finish straight. Oscar Piastri is looking a lot quicker than Norris, and he is on those hard tyres. Even though Norris on medium tyres, Norris' tyres clearly fading away, and now Piastri will be chasing Sargent down as well, just within DRS zone still. So can he get into 15th and just get a little bit of a late surge for McLaren right at the end here? Just 2 laps left of this Saudi Arabia Grand Prix.
Please do stay tuned, though. After this race, we will be ending the stream and we will go live with a live race review. Just summing up what happened here in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, such a great race. So dominant by the Red Bulls. Currently 16.1 seconds ahead of Fernando Alonso in third. George Russell, though, that gap is slowly increasing to Fernando Alonso. He will want to get that over 5 seconds, as there is still debate whether he was allowed to take that penalty during the safety car. Alonso now on the radio, just in case there is an issue after the race.
I do just enjoy the way the Aston Martin's engineers phrase that. It said just maybe the gap currently is 4.6. Maybe just try and get that up to 5 seconds.
Over 5
oh my word, it doesn't take it very long, does it? Alonso gets told to speed up and he just goes
4.9. So he really has to keep that pace up all the way to the end of the race, as George Russell is certainly pushing. 4.9 seconds.
I do just really enjoy that little stat there. As soon as Alonso gets told to speed up, that gap suddenly lifts all the way up to 5 seconds. So let's see if Alonso can get that 5 seconds up. The checkered flag is currently in hand, ready. We are into the final lap. Perez has started the final lap of the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix. Again, as we said, be sure not to click off as soon as the Grand Prix ends. We're going to do a live race review straight after the race, and you guys will be pushed straight to that. So be sure to join us for that as well.
Russell just saying he is pushing like a madman at the moment, that they must leave him alone for a bit. That gap is 4.944 seconds. Fernando Alonso is going to also be pushing like hell in that Aston Martin.
Yes, indeed. Just the last lap here. Let's see if Fernando Alonso can get that gap up to 5 seconds. George Russell saying, will he get that penalty? He's very concerned about it. But it's currently now 5 seconds, the gap. 5 seconds, 5.07. So can Alonso get it up? That's what we're following really, as Perez is coming down in this last lap here. He will win the Grand Prix. Max Verstappen will come in second, but will Alonso stay in third, or will Russell take him due to that possible penalty? But Alonso has taken that gap up to 5 seconds right now. Can he hold on to it?
Increasing his, putting in a fastest first sector. He will be wanting to take that fastest lap. Let's see what Max Verstappen can do in this last lap of the race.
See Perez coming into the last corner now of the race, and then he will finish and come first in Jeddah. But Alonso currently managed to extend that gap to 5.1. Brilliant driving from Alonso. Gets told from his racing engineers to speed up, and he does speed up brilliantly to hopefully keep that gap at 5.1. Here comes Perez down the start-finish straight to win his 5th race of his career in that Red Bull. Red Bull take the win here. It's Perez on top. Verstappen will come and join him just now coming onto that start-finish straight. Here comes Verstappen.
And he takes the fastest lap at that last second.
Very, very interesting here. Alonso is now just 5.009 seconds. It's going to be so close for that 5-second possible penalty as Alonso's going down that main straight. Will he be able to keep that straight? Here comes. Will he get? Yeah, he does manage to get
5.1 seconds. That is so close.
Will he keep it there?
Oh gosh, he slowed all the way down, and Russell just got so close to him.
And Russell, wasn't able to get close enough to Alonso.
Crossed the line, but yes, Fernando Alonso slowed down after that line, and Russell was not slowing down at all. But that gap is 5.138 seconds. So if he does get that 5-second grid, or that 5-second penalty
will not matter.
Still keep his 3rd place on the podium.
I mean, that just shows the class of Alonso there. Gets told to speed up with 2 laps to go just to keep that gap to 5 seconds. It was 4.6 at the time. Managed to get it up to 5.138.
The race isn't over though. We still have Lando Norris throwing it down at the last second that he can. Getting so close now to Logan Sargent. Will he be able to make a late lunge?
DRS is open. He's going to go try and go around the outside. He's going to go turn in on that last corner. Will he be able to take him with DRS on the start finish straight? Is there enough time? DRS will be open. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. DRS is open. It's going to be right up to the line. Not able to. Sargent does keep him behind. So Sargent does very well just to hold on to 16th. And the race is now officially done. Just to read through your order here. Perez in 3rd. Verstappen in 2nd. At 1-2 for Red Bull yet again. Alonso holds on to 3rd for Aston Martin. 4th, Russell of Mercedes. Hamilton in 5th. Sainz, Ferrari 6th. Leclerc 7th. Ocon in 8th. Gasly in 9th. Magnussen in 10, Tsunoda 11, Hulkenberg 12, Zhou in 13, De Vries in 14, Piastri 15, Sargent 16, Norris 17, Bottas in 18, and then Alex Albon and Stroll unable to finish this race. A great Grand Prix here in Jeddah for Saudi Arabia. Thank you guys so much for watching. Don't go anywhere, of course. We're still going to keep going on the stream. But Reese, what did you make of that race?
Yes, such a nail-biting race there. Obviously great to see Sergio Perez there on top. Still not the greatest to see though those 2 Red Bulls being able to run away a bit from the 3rd position of Fernando Alonso. We'd like to see some closer racing down to the end, but still great to see that Max Verstappen was able to push from so far back on the grid and get himself into 2nd position there. Driver of the day though, the official driver of the day, not in our poll. 26% of the vote voting for Max Verstappen.
Indeed, we speak about our
poll there.
I think Max Verstappen will win it. Indeed, Max Verstappen wins our poll for driver of the day with 58% of the vote. So did very well there. And guys, yeah, it's been a fantastic stream. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, of course, from wherever you are in the world. And don't go anywhere, of course. As soon as the stream ends, we will go straight to a live review. So don't go anywhere. It will automatically take you there and you'll be in the waiting queue. Don't leave that channel, and we will go live as quickly as we possibly can just to chat through the whole race and give a whole live review. You guys can give us your thoughts of the Grand Prix. As we see Sergio Perez gets out of his car, the man of the moment, the winner of the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix of Red Bull. Sergio Perez stands on top of his car now. He throws his hands into the air and he has won this 2nd Grand Prix of the season.
Brilliant day for Sergio Perez here in Saudi Arabia. Certainly showing some class, showing such dominance as well over the rest of the field.
yeah, as I say, guys, let us. We'll ask for your thoughts in the next live stream. It'll go straight after this one, so don't go anywhere. It'll automatically take you to the waiting queue for that. So yeah, just be sure to stay in that queue there, and we will go and discuss the race straight after this. Max Verstappen just going and. Well, that's actually Sergio Perez. Sorry, just saying thank you to all of the Aston Martin engineers who are all so chuffed with Fernando Alonso, who will be getting out of his car now. I'm sure Max Verstappen, they're quite happy. Perez saying thank you so much to all of the Aston Martin engineers. Aston Martin really doing their best to be the good guys on the grid, because everybody loves them at the moment with regards to their racing team. You've seen a lot of drivers go up to that Aston Martin pit crew and give a whole lot of thumbs up and thanks to all of them, because they really are just great guys. So
yes, I think certainly everyone is very excited to see the likes of Aston Martin performing so well here.
And I think Red Bull also love it, because it means that Mercedes and Ferrari fall further behind as a result. So Red Bull are going to be very chuffed, of course, with Aston Martin doing well. We see Verstappen just getting measured here. And yeah, guys, what a race we've just had there. And I think we are just going to cut back to our studio right now. But we just look again. Perez in first, Max Verstappen second, Alonso in third. Good points for Alonso. Very upsetting that Lance Stroll had to stop his car on track. We'll be very interested to see what would have happened if Lance Stroll stayed on the grid, of course, unable to do that. So yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching. Oh, let's just get that away. That's just a little bit of a countdown text we don't really want on our studio, do we? Let's just take that away. There we go. So yeah, what a race we had. And Perez is now going to get interviewed now, and we will of course listen to that. But nonetheless, don't go anywhere. You'll be taken straight across to our other stream, and hopefully we can just have a good chat there with all of you live in our review there as well. Reese, your thoughts continuing here?
Yes, certainly was a very interesting race to watch. Certainly we hope to see the likes of Aston Martin being able to pick up the pace a little bit more. We want them to be able to stick to it with the Red Bulls up in first at the moment. Certainly not great that they are able to run away with a race like that, but hopefully we will be able to see them make some gains throughout the rest of the season. Bit of a dismal race though for Ferrari, finishing behind both Mercedes there. We certainly didn't expect them to be finishing quite so far down.
No, indeed not. So yeah, guys, we are going to end this stream now. As I said, don't go anywhere. You're going to be pulled straight across to the next stream, and we'll be live there again just to do a review. So thank you guys so much for watching this, and we're going to go live straight away on the other one right now.